There is no such thing as Tianyuan City. It's just a small, broken tribe. If these refugees truly went to Tianyuan City, Gu Xuanji wouldn't be afraid. He only worries that they might not make it and could die along the way. Gu Xuanji wants these people. People who struggle to survive when near death are very strong-willed. They are also the most trustworthy, because he has given them a chance to live. Gu Xuanji looks at the refugees approaching from afar and asks Jia Qi in a deep voice, "Is there a good place nearby to set up camp?" "Yes, 3 miles east there's a river. That area is suitable for camping." Jia Qi had already checked the terrain. Gu Xuanji makes a decision. "Send orders to move east." He instructs Jia Qi. "Send someone to deliver the message. Those who want to go to Tianyuan City should come here first for medicine. The ones who survive can be given food, and then they can go to Tianyuan City on their own. I'll take care of it." Jia Qi excitedly turns to leave. The main group also heads east. They camp near the river, and large tents suddenly appear out of nowhere. Not just one, but several tents. They are divided by gender and importance, just waiting for the refugees to arrive. Gu Xuanji calls Jia Qi. "You are responsible for the supplies for the sick. Make a list of what's needed and give it to me, then go find Jia San." "Understood." Jia Qi knows Gu Xuanji is trying to hide something, but the supplies must be collected from Jia San. Gu Xuanji's head suddenly feels heavy. The first wave of refugees arrives smoothly. They see the guards outside and faint before they can even ask for help. Jia Mo rubs his hands eagerly. "Help me carry them in." People who look like they might collapse at any moment, not because they are sick, but because they are starving. Most of them are slaves. Zhengwen holds a pen and notebook, responsible for registration. He assigns surnames based on their tribes. People from the Yuan tribe are written as Yuan. Jia Wu looks at Zhengwen, who seems so fragile that he could collapse at any moment, and feels an inexplicable sense of danger. He remembers how this kid rode a horse all the way here without falling sick once, and he suspects that his weak appearance might be just an act. While thinking, Zhengwen cleared his throat twice, feeling like he might cough out his lungs. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief, then looked up and gently asked the visitor, "Which tribe are you from? What's your name? And how old are you?" The visitor honestly answered, and Zhengwen made a note in his book. Then he took out a small wooden badge and handed it to the person. "This is your identity badge. You must wear it at all times. The money for medical treatment and food will be paid with silver coins. If you don't have silver coins, don't worry. Once you're healthy and in Tianyuan City, you can earn silver coins through work to pay off your debt." "Do I have to sell myself?" the man asked. The speaker's cheeks were hollow, tall but very thin and weak-looking. His eyes showed hidden madness. Zhengwen seemed not to notice and smiled gently, saying, "Tianyuan City has no slaves. Everyone earns what they need through work." They couldn't believe such a place existed. He muttered, "No slaves? Did you see the guards over there?" Zhengwen pointed at a tall, imposing man with a fierce look. They looked in the direction he pointed and nodded, asking confusedly, "What's wrong with him?" "He used to be serving our king, and now he's highly valued," Zhengwen said. Seeing the shock in the SI's, he continued, pointing at some guards nearby. "Most people here are slaves, except for a few. Oh, I am also my brother and I are." He seemed unaware of how shocking his words were, and said softly, "Next, there were quite a few slaves waiting in line now." When they heard Zhengwen's words, they looked at the guards in disbelief, finally focusing on Zhengwen himself. Some brave slaves timidly asked, "Sir, once we go to Tianyuan City, will we really not be slaves anymore? In Tianyuan City, you'll have new identities and a new start. If you want, you can change your fate and that of your descendants," Zhengwen said kindly. His gentle tone made people naturally trust him. Jia Wu stood nearby, expressionless, with a cold smile in his heart. It's undeniable that this man, with his strong aura of a con artist, still has some skills. The originally hopeless and unwilling slaves saw a flicker of hope in their eyes. Just a little more time, and it could turn into a strong fire. Jia Wu entered the room, knelt at the table, and poured tea for Gu Xianji. "Master, Zhengwen still has some ability. Today's slaves all know that Yuan City has no slaves. Also, if you are capable, you can earn your freedom. Gu Xianji put down his brush and said, "Let him stay inside the city to help third young master." He thought to himself, Zhengwen really has good luck. If he does well, even when the master is not around, he will be above many others. Giving him so much power all at once, Jiawu hinted at something but didn't say it clearly. Gu Xianji understood his meaning and replied calmly, "If he has the ability, I will give him the chance to show it." Then, with a faint smile, Gu Xianji looked at Jiawu and said, "Everyone is the same." Jiawu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately shut his mouth. "Send people to break the ice and heat the water. All slaves must have their hair shaved and take a bath. Their clothes will be gathered and burned." Gu Xianji didn't give Jiawu a chance to daydream. He looked at the letter in his hand and ordered coldly, "I'll go right now." Gu Xianji thought the head shaving might cause some resistance, but surprisingly, the slaves listened very well. The serious-looking Jia Yi led his men to shave the slaves' heads. No matter if they were men, women, or children, everyone was shaved bald. "Why do we need to shave our heads?" someone still asked. Jia Yi looked coldly at them, his face plain but intense enough to make eye contact difficult, and said, "Lice are on the hair, and it's hard to deal with." One hesitated, blushing slightly. But since he was dark-skinned, no one could see it clearly. The other slaves obediently queued up for their turn to shave. After shaving their heads and removing their clothes, they went into a large tub to bathe. After washing, they rinsed in a second tub, then changed into new clothes. Those with serious illnesses wore lighter clothes, while those with milder symptoms wore cotton garments. They left the tents and went to different tents. The women shaved their heads themselves, washed in their tents, and changed into new clothes. Then the healer checked them and assigned them to different tents. The boys followed the male slaves, and the girls followed the female slaves. Everything was orderly. The hot water was constantly boiling inside the tents, never stopping. The dirty water keeps being changed again and again. No one makes noise or causes trouble. Everyone behaves very well. Most people are slaves, and they don't feel this is undignified. In fact, many are very grateful. Some people haven't taken a bath since autumn began. They know how hard it is to get firewood and hot water on the grassland. Inside the tent, it's very warm. The water for bathing is also hot. The first batch of water is dirty, but the second batch is very clean. Even if the water is dirty, it's still hot. After changing clothes, they go to a clean tent where warm food awaits them. The slaves hold their bowls and think dreamily, "Is Tianyuan City a place where gods live?" Maybe so. The uncertain voice is very cautious, as if speaking loudly might break this beautiful dream. The timid female who accidentally spoke her true feelings looks nervously at the other female responding to her. Her clear voice sounds like she's only a teenager. "Sister Tana, if we go to Tianyuan City, will we really not be slaves anymore? No one will hit us, and no one will drag us into a tent to do those things, right?" Tana looks at the girl with big eyes, feeling worried about her question. She's afraid that the people in Tianyuan City might do the same. But she wants the female to survive, so she hides her inner anxiety and smiles to comfort her. There are no slaves in Tianyuan City, so those things won't happen. "Doran, don't be afraid. If we work hard, we will definitely be able to live well in Tianyuan City." Tana doesn't know if there's a place for them on the vast grassland. She fears what the future might hold, but she doesn't want to crush Doran's hope. The other female slaves don't speak, but they all look forward to Tianyuan City with hope. Actually, many people haven't caught the plague. But the nobles of the tribes are afraid of death, and they fear that anyone infected with smallpox will be driven out. They are expelled from their tribal lands. When they unexpectedly meet Xia Wangchao and others, they cling to the last hope and head toward Tianyuan City. Jia Jiu gives vaccines to those who haven't caught smallpox, but he doesn't know what to do with the female slaves, so he has to seek Gu Xuanji. "Master, do we also vaccinate those female slaves?" Gu Xianji was about to speak when Jia Wu excitedly reported, "Master, Lady Xia and her people have arrived." Gu Xianji was pleasantly surprised. He immediately stood up to greet them. He saw Xie Chun and Xie Xian walking side by side, followed by more than 20 female guards, looking tired but standing outside the tent. When they saw Gu Xianji, they knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Lord. Get up quickly." Gu Xianji hurried forward. "Why have you come?" Xie Chun was still the gentle Lady Xie, but her eyes showed determination, as if she had found the true meaning of life. "A new person arrived at the tribe, and many women haven't been vaccinated yet. They can't come into the tribe and have to wait outside for a few days after vaccination. Grandmother said you will meet many women on the way. If they don't get vaccinated in time, they might catch a disease on the way to the tribe. So, she asked us to come here," Xie Chun honestly reported. "Grandmother truly comes from a noble family. Rest for a while first. We will talk about other things after you are rested," Gu Xianji said immediately, arranging places for the women to stay. Xie Chun and Xie Xian hurried here, worried they might delay important matters. They arrived just in time and helped Gu Xianji a lot. "Rest first, I will go help now. When you wake up, you can take over for me," Xie Chun said, tired but knowing that Xie Xian had been on night duty all along. Xie Xian didn't refuse and lay down to sleep. After days of traveling, she hadn't had a good rest. With Xie Xian's help, the women's problems were finally solved. Jia Jiu also breathed a sigh of relief. He personally taught Xie Chun and the others, hoping they could handle things on their own soon. On the third day, a large group of refugees arrived. Many of the slaves who hadn't caught the disease and had already been vaccinated volunteered to help. Everything was organized despite the chaos. The number of people was too many, so Gu Xianji had to ask Meng Qianqian for help. He listed the needed supplies and sent the list to Meng Qianqian. Seeing the quantities needed, Meng Qianqian added a few more items and placed an order in the marketplace. The delivery person was Xiao Nan. "Please check the items." Xiao Nan smiled happily. Meng Qianqian looked over the list, then handed a box to him. A New Year gift. Xiao Nan did not move but carefully looked at Meng Qianqian. His gaze was very strange, not bad but quite peculiar, with something Meng Qianqian couldn't understand. Meng Qianqian stood inside the warehouse, watching Xiao Nan outside, as if she didn't notice anything unusual. "It's just a New Year gift. You and your brother both have won." Meng Qianqian instinctively thought that Xiao Nan's flesh might have been eaten by Xiao Bei. Eating flesh with special abilities might help increase power, right? Could it be that he has broken through? Meng Qianqian handed over the item, quietly waiting for Xiao Nan to take it. Xiao Nan originally had many questions to ask, but now he didn't need to. The answer was right in front of him. He frowned and said, "This thing is too valuable. It's just a few pounds of meat. You have a big appetite, so this is just enough for one meal." Meng Qianqian seemed to say everything and nothing at the same time. "Given our relationship, you can come to me to buy some in the future and keep it with you." Xiao Nan's heart was shamefully moved. He quickly waved his hand. "That wouldn't be proper. My things, can I give them to my friends?" Meng Qianqian asked confidently. Xiao Nan muttered, "Are we friends?" He and his brother were not very old, only 21 this year, 3 years older than Meng Qianqian. They entered the apocalypse when they were 8. They had spent 15 years in the apocalypse and almost died there. They had no friends. Their comrades were people they met in this world, older than them. Meng Qianqian could be said to be the first friend of their brothers. He felt a bit uncomfortable and his mind was quite complicated.
Take it.
Don't be polite. Arm yourself well and become stronger. The future is long, and you'll see the end. Meng Qianqian pushed the item into his hand and urged him. "You don't need to think you're taking advantage of me. To me, this meat is just meat." Xiao Nan, he felt very rich. Every day, he was like a moving warehouse, seeing many things. But at this moment, he inexplicably felt envious of the wealthy. Yet he also felt a bit happy. This wealthy person who was well protected was his friend. He really wanted to tell the whole world. Meng Qianqian sent the supplies and didn't forget to write a letter to Gu Xuanji. "Gu Xuanji, do you have apple trees in your area? Go to the mountains and see if there is anything and see if you can plant more. When spring comes, I will give you some other fruit trees. Can you plant them on the mountain?" Gu Xuanji put the supplies in a warehouse, took the letter, and returned to the tent. Seeing Meng Qianqian's letter, he smiled as he replied, "Just tell me what you want to do directly, no need to ask me. Your matters are my matters. No matter how difficult, I will do it." Meng Qianqian saw the letter, blinked, and thought more highly of Gu Xuanji as a good person. Gu Xuanji is really kind. I've definitely decided on this big brother. Meng Qianqian kept the letter and was about to write back to Gu Xuanji when her phone suddenly rang. It was her personal phone, and only people who knew the number could call. Meng Qianqian leaned over and saw an unfamiliar number, but she didn't answer. The call automatically hung up. Then a message came in. "I know you're watching. If you don't want a friend to get hurt, answer the phone." Meng Qianqian smiled. She didn't have many friends. Her friends could be contacted easily, but outsiders might not know. Scam calls still use old tricks. Meng Qianqian put the phone aside and continued writing to Gu Xuanji. Right now, she was his main support, making up for what was missing. She wanted things, but couldn't remember exactly, as if time didn't allow her to get many things quickly. Meng Qianqian started to think. Could she use other methods to speed up the process? But Gu Xuanji was not in the city, he was on the grassland, and there was not enough food. He couldn't even exchange food easily. In a villa over 3,000 kilometers away, Gabriel stared at his phone for a long time, then walked to the window, handed the phone to the woman receiving for fluids. "Is she your friend? She doesn't care about you even at 10 o'clock. Look at her, not replying to messages is one thing, but she didn't even call to check on you." The woman lying on the bed had a fierce scar on her face. Her body, already not very fat, had become very thin in just 3 months. She couldn't eat anything now, and was only alive on nutrient fluids. Hearing the man's words, she didn't even have the strength to roll her eyes. The handsome man with deep features and fair skin frantically scratched his head, annoyed, and kicked the bedside table. "If she doesn't contact you soon, you will be in danger." The man looked outside cautiously. The villa was big and empty, and he felt very uneasy. Song, what should we do? If this keeps up, you'll be in trouble. Without healing powers, you'll get hurt. He was so worried that his eyes turned red. The woman changed so much, all because of him. If he hadn't been so eager to save his father and trusted those people too much, he wouldn't have let Song Qiao-yi become like this. "I don't know if they want to use you for experiments or what they want from your special abilities," he said. He didn't realize that those people had already targeted Song Qiao-yi. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed far away from them and never gotten close to Song Qiao-yi. There is no way to undo mistakes once they happen. Gabriel was very anxious. His eyes were red, but he tried to stay calm. He took out his phone and kept sending messages. "It's okay. Maybe she hasn't seen the message. I'll send it again." Meng Qianqian finished writing a letter to give to Gu Xianji. Just then, her phone rang again. It was a text message. Meng Qianqian casually unlocked her phone, and several new messages popped up. When she read the messages, her brow furrowed tightly. "Your friend is in danger. She needs you, comma, she might die. Are you really going to ignore this? Comma, he values you so much. You're her best friend, comma." She couldn't tell if her friend was a boy or a girl. But when she connected this message with the first one, she realized it wasn't a threat. It seemed more likely to be true. For some reason, her heart started pounding faster. She went into the flower room, opened the message, and added one more line. "Can I give you twice as much of what you need?" Meng Qianqian had a strange feeling. It seemed like she might have to leave for a few days. Gu Xianji received her message, and his brow twitched. He asked sharply, "Did something happen?" Meng Qianqian looked at Gu Xianji's reply and felt a little calmer. She took out her phone and dialed that number. But no one answered. Her anxiety grew worse. She urged the customer service, "Prepare 10 times the supplies." There was only a period. She would arrive on time. She hoped Song Qiaoyi could hold on too. When she was a child, Meng Qianqian and Song Qiaoyi watched movies together. The movie was about a little girl being bullied by her family. She felt hopeless and wanted to escape but couldn't. After suffering for decades, she died tragically in a small wooden house. The small wooden house was simple, but it was her home for most of her life, a prison she could never escape. The girl with the short bob haircut was very pretty. She hugged her best friend and whispered, "Qianqian, if one day you are bullied and want to ask me for help, just send a 66-foot. 66-foot upside down is 99. 99-foot means save me. I am dying. It's very dangerous. If you can't be sure, don't send it." The girl with shoulder-length hair was even more beautiful, like a princess from a fairy tale. Her voice was soft and gentle, and her pretty eyes showed confusion. "What about the 9? No need to send 9, because as long as I can resist, I will try everything to escape. If I send 666, it means goodbye to you." The girl with short hair reached out and pinched her cheek. "Qianqian, I hope we never have to use these signals in our lives. Then I will reply with a period, meaning I will come and definitely save you. You must hold on and not give up hope before I arrive. If I reply with a question mark, it means I can't come. If I send a comma, it means I won't say goodbye. I won't give you the chance to send a comma. I want you to send me a period." That's true friendship between girls. "When the time comes, I will scare you to death, so you see me dying and want to see me one last time. You're so mean trying to scare me." "Yeah. Because I want to see you one last time and have a beautiful funeral. I am afraid, but I think that when I die, my best friend will see me off and I won't be scared anymore. Please come quickly to save me. That will lessen my pain. I will come flying at the speed of light, overturn the whole city, and take you away." Wow, Meng Qianqian, you are so impressive.
I'm dreamin'. Ha ha ha.
Meng Qianqian never thought that the childish conversation in the family home theater would actually come true. She looked at the person walking from afar, wiped away her tears, and returned to her usual distant, cool appearance in front of others. "There's quite a lot of stuff," Xiao Nan said, pursing his lips, reminding Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian replied calmly, "It's okay. Its capacity always exceeds your imagination." Xiao Nan looked at her strangely, feeling that Meng Qianqian seemed different. He remembered the easygoing girl she used to be, but now she seemed more cold and commanding. This calm, imposing girl was her true self. She looked at Xiao Nan quietly as he went inside. After Xiao Nan finished unloading everything, she closed the warehouse door right in front of him. Xiao Nan was about to leave when he saw a helicopter appear in the distance, followed by fully armed personnel. When they saw Meng Qianqian, they respectfully asked, "Comrade Meng Qianqian, is there anything we can help you with?" "Help me locate this phone and bring me directly here," she said casually, then boarded the helicopter. Is she being too bossy? Xiao Nan doubted he had seen it wrong. The man walking behind Meng Qianqian, acting as her bodyguard, was actually the Special Forces captain codenamed Falcon. He was also their instructor. Seeing Falcon made Xiao Nan feel weak in the knees, reminding him of the nightmare training he had endured. And this incredible man was Meng Qianqian's bodyguard. "We will send you the location later. Our colleagues will head there immediately," said a woman dressed in black, wearing red-edged glasses. She nodded to Meng Qianqian and quickly relayed the order. The helicopter took off. Xiao Nan stood beside the woman, frowning and looking disapproving, asking, "Is it really okay to let her go like this? The pilot is a fighter jet pilot and Falcon is on board." The woman looked at Xiao Nan. "Are you questioning Falcon's ability?" "Of course not." Xiao Nan quickly stepped back without saying a word and disappeared from the woman's sight. He was afraid that if he stayed a moment longer, she would catch him and give him a stern lesson. The helicopter quickly flew away from the ranch and headed toward the airport. Meng Qianqian tightly held her phone, trying not to think too much, but she couldn't help but worry about Song Qiaoyi's situation. The number 99 meant trying to escape, working hard to get away, but ultimately failing. She was suffering greatly and was close to death. Tears welled up in Meng Qianqian's eyes. She closed her eyes, then opened them again, her expression calm but cold enough to make people shiver. The plane landed at the airport. The staff responsible for greeting quickly approached, guiding Meng Qianqian onto the plane and handing her a tablet. They explained, "We found the address. It's at Longshan Villa. The owner of this villa is a person named Long Zhumei. But according to our information, this person has already died." When Meng Qianqian heard the name, her face suddenly changed. She asked in shock, "You mean Long Zhumei is dead?" The person in charge nodded firmly, but saw Meng Qianqian's face turn pale instantly. She swayed slightly. The staff member worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Meng Qianqian looked at the location on the tablet, which also showed detailed pictures. It was very quiet inside, with no signs of anyone moving. Is Joey being kept inside? Meng Qianqian's face was as pale as if she might faint at any moment. The staff's heart was in their throat. Seeing her like this, she clearly looked like she was in serious trouble. If something really happened to her, the staff knew they would be doomed. "Do you need to rest for a bit?" the staff member softly asked. Meng Qianqian frowned, her voice cold. "No need. If it's not too much trouble, please let the plane take off quickly." "Understood. I'll arrange that immediately." Knowing how anxious Meng Qianqian was, the staff quickly communicated with the pilot, and then the plane took off. It would take about 3 or 4 hours to reach the destination. Those long 4 hours felt like forever to Meng Qianqian, a kind of torment. Finally, the plane landed. She immediately got into a car and headed straight for Longshan Villa. The person responsible for the response is a local team member, handsome and with sharp eyes. He looked at Meng Qianqian from head to toe, but his gaze was respectful and not offensive. He calmly explained Meng Qianqian's current situation. "There are many flies around the villa, but we have already dealt with them. We didn't disturb the people inside. As far as we know, there are 2 people in the villa, a man and a woman. The woman's condition is not very good." Meng Qianqian's heart sank instantly. "Please contact a doctor." The aura of authority emanating from Meng Qianqian was not very obvious, but still created a strong sense of pressure. The man was surprised but did not show any displeasure. He immediately replied, "Okay." He directly contacted the doctor in front of Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian wasn't sure if the person in front of her was part of the special abilities team. If they were, she wanted to ask if there was someone with healing powers. It would be best to have a healer come over. Luckily, she didn't speak, or she might have scared these people. The airport was some distance from Longshan Villa, in a remote area. The villa was not very expensive, with average property management, a quiet environment, and not a place where lovers would usually stay. This was also why Song Qiaoyi chose this place as her last stronghold. Her mother had died, and her inheritance was transferred to her. Only this villa was not transferred before her mother's death, as her mother insisted. "Keep this place. It will be useful one day." The place was fully equipped with medicines, food, and enough water and electricity. Most importantly, it was close to the mountains, making it easy to escape or hide if needed. It was also convenient to handle any unexpected events. Song Qiaoyi looked weakly at the man in front of her. The man was anxious and busy, but he saw Song Qiaoyi smiling. "Miss, what's so funny? She is not your friend at all." She just replied with a period. "Do you know what that means?" It's speechless, like saying, "Fool, stay away." How can you smile at a time like this? Gabriel was almost going crazy. "No, I will take you away now. We will go to City A. Once we get there, and you are in the hospital, you'll be safe for a while." Song Qiaoyi couldn't speak. Her calm gaze made Gabriel feel like he was about to completely break down. She was saying, "So what if we go? How much safer will a few days be? After a few days, they will be back in those people's hands. It's all my fault, all my fault. Song, once this is over, you should run away, far away, and don't worry about me." He swore to create a way for Song Qiaoyi to escape from those monsters. But Song Qiaoyi was not afraid at all. She was just a little worried. Her body hurt so much that she felt numb. The pain was just like a small from a needle. In her hazy mind, she heard a beautiful little princess say to her, I will come to save you. Don't give up on living. Wait for me. Just wait for me. Song Qiao-yi seemed to hear the sound of a car. She struggled to turn her head, but saw nothing. She looked anxiously at Gabriel, wanting him to leave. But he didn't look at her. He was painfully holding his phone. He dared not send messages to others nor buy anything online. He knew very well that those people were watching him. Song Qiao-yi was very anxious. She couldn't speak, so she tried to make noise to attract Gabriel's attention. But he didn't pay any attention to her at all. She felt those people getting closer. When they reached the door, Song Qiao-yi finally dropped her things to the ground. What's wrong? Is it very painful? Can't you stand it? But you can't take any more painkillers now. If you do, you'll die, Gabriel said painfully, finally meeting her desperate eyes. Let's go. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Gabriel heard someone coming in. He bent down, picked up Song Qiao-yi and ran. Song Qiao-yi's face twisted in pain, but she didn't make a sound. Hold on, we need to escape. You have to recover quickly. If you really can't recover, I won't let you go. Gabriel truly didn't want to see her suffer. In the end of the world, she had been treated very cruelly. Their escape was almost impossible. If she died in this world, she wouldn't go to the end of the world again, nor would she endure those tortures. If she dies in the end of the world scenario, she will completely disappear from this world. Her body will still face very bad things. Don't ask how he knows this. Gabriel didn't take anything. He was already prepared. Everything he needed was with him. His only task was to take Song Qiao-yi away. People inside are moving. The person guarding outside is looking at a high-tech large screen. The people in the villa and what they are saying are not clear, but their general shapes can be seen. For example, if someone inside is moving, they can notice immediately. They would also notify Meng Qianqian right away. Meng Qianqian's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, "Stop the people. Don't let them leave. No matter what, do not hurt Song Qiao-yi." The person in charge immediately gave the order. Intercept them. Don't let anyone leave. Do not harm the women inside. Ensure her safety. If necessary, you may have to use lethal force. Meng Qianqian didn't hear this. She was being protected as she entered the villa, which was empty. Although it was covered in dust, it was clear that someone had lived there. Gabriel slipped out from behind the villa, carrying Song Qiao-yi, and ran very fast, faster than expected. He easily jumped down from the second floor of the villa, moving quietly without making a sound. He didn't realize that his every move had already been seen. We need to go through the back mountain now. Gabriel looked up at the back mountain. Going down that way wouldn't be noticed. There was a small boat hidden by the water. This was the escape route he and Song Qiao-yi had planned earlier. They thought they wouldn't need it, but unexpectedly, after going through the end of the world once, they were discovered. They escaped, and Gabriel was the first to bring Song Qiao-yi out. Gabriel had been to the end of the world before. He had experienced beginner mode. But he didn't expect Song Qiao-yi to be so unlucky. The second time he went in and came out, he was with Song Qiao-yi. They appeared at the airport looking very disheveled. He wanted to leave by plane, but those people had already been waiting at the airport. If they boarded the plane, many innocent people would be harmed. Song Qiao-yi gave him the address, and he escaped with her in a state of chaos. After returning from the end of the world, they only had 7 days to prepare food. After 7 days, no matter where they were, they would disappear from this world and go directly to the end of the world. Gabriel didn't want Song Qiao to suffer 15 more days of torment. He looked down at the woman in his arms, who was barely breathing, seeming ready to leave this world at any moment. He held her tightly, his voice deep and urgent. Song, don't be afraid. They haven't caught up. I will take you away by boat now. Once we reach a place with people, we will leave by car. Song, I promise to get you to your friend's place. Last time, you didn't get to say a proper goodbye to her before you left for that world. This time, you must have a good talk. Gabriel's voice was trembling. He kept talking to Song Qiao as he ran quickly, holding her. He was very scared that if he didn't keep going, Song Qiao might lose her will to live. If she died, what would he do then? He would live in regret forever. He blamed himself for what happened to Song Qiao. After running about 20 meters, Gabriel suddenly stopped. Not far ahead, there were over 20 men in camouflage uniforms. He couldn't see their faces clearly, but their fierce presence made him feel afraid. If he couldn't even protect himself, how could he guarantee he could escape? And now he was still holding on to Song Qiao. He felt someone pulling his sleeve. He looked down into cold, calm eyes, took out a rope, and while watching those men, he quickly tied Song Qiao to himself. He pulled the rope tightly, making her lie on his back. Don't be afraid. They can't stop us. Gabriel was a support-type psychic. He was preparing to bless himself. Even though his psychic power wasn't very strong, he was confident he could shake off these people. This was his biggest secret. His psychic ability could be used in this world, though it was much weaker now. Just as he was ready to break free from their blockade, he suddenly heard a cold voice behind him. "Leave the person, and I will let you go," Gabriel sneered. Was he the kind of person who would betray his friends? Just as he turned around and was about to speak, the captain's face appeared, a face he would never forget. That face was too striking. Even after 100 years, he would remember it. This woman is Song Joyce's good friend. She is also her only hope. Meng Qianqian is the only person Song Joyce cares about in this world. The shock in his eyes was very obvious. Only after careful observation did Meng Qianqian see that, although this person looked messy, he was determined to protect Song Joyce. "Are you hiding from someone with her?" Before Meng Qianqian finished speaking, she saw Gabriel excitedly say to the person behind him, Song, did you see? Your friend is here." She really came. Then Gabriel asked her, "How did you get here so quickly?" "I thought you were in the north. I received the message and left immediately, with a clear path all the way, reaching here as fast as possible." Meng Qianqian wanted to step forward, but the people behind her didn't let her. They all looked at Gabriel with suspicion. He clearly noticed too. "I'll give you the person."
Talk to her.
"She's about to give out," he said, then untied the rope. Somehow, Song Joyce was easily caught in his arms. Only then did Meng Qianqian see what Song Joyce looked like. Her face was pale, with no color at all, and she was barely holding on, quietly watching her. In that moment, Meng Qianqian felt as if her heart was clenched by something about to burst. She quickly walked over. What's wrong?" Meng Qianqian called out the childhood nickname, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to reach out and hold her, but didn't know how. "Put her on the stretcher first." The person protecting her stepped forward and took out a stretcher. Gabriel looked at the man who seemed just like an ordinary person with shock. His pupils trembled. They all guessed right. It turns out those crazy experiments were real. He instinctively hugged Song Joyce tighter and took a few steps back. Meng Qianqian looked sharply at the man, her eyes as cold as a blade. "What do you want to do?" Gabriel looked deeply at Meng Qianqian, distrust evident in his eyes.
Who are you?
He wasn't sure if giving Song Qiao to the woman in front of him was the right choice. If they just escaped danger and fell into another trap, Gabriel would hate himself forever. Although he might not live that long. "I'm her friend," Meng Qianqian said. She frowned and kept her eyes on Song Qiao's face. Soon, she noticed something was wrong. The life in Song Qiao seemed to be fading. She looked up at Gabriel, who was full of suspicion, and tried to control her emotions. She said in a calm voice, "If you put her down now, I won't hold you responsible. Hold me responsible." Gabriel laughed. What can she do? Is it just their laboratory? He wouldn't give Song Qiao to her. Gabriel kept a wary eye on Meng Qianqian. He didn't see her as an ordinary person. He activated his special power. But nothing happened. Why couldn't he use his power? It was clearly uncontrollable, and he should be able to use it. But he couldn't. Gabriel tried again, but still nothing. He frowned, not foolish enough to question Meng Qianqian directly. She didn't have time to argue with him. The people around her quickly moved forward, seizing Song Qiao while Gabriel was distracted. They placed her on a stretcher, carried her away, and quickly retreated. "Gabriel, who are these people? Why are they so fierce?"
He was no match for them.
"How is she?" Meng Qianqian asked as she retreated, checking on the person attending to Song Qiaoyi. The woman, who had her hair neatly tied back, shook her head with a serious expression. Not good. Her condition is dangerous. We need to go back and see the doctor. Meng Qianqian's face darkened. She quickly turned to leave, intending to take Song Qiaoyi away, ignoring Gabriel. Gabriel caught up and asked urgently, "Where are you taking her?" "He's coming too," Meng Qianqian said quietly. She narrowed her eyes and gave a firm order. The people behind her quickly grabbed Gabriel and took him away. They didn't stop. They headed straight to the airport, boarded a plane, and arrived in the city where Meng Qianqian was. Along the way, those people had already interrogated Gabriel and obtained a lot of information. Their serious expressions suggested that it was not good news. At least the woman sitting across from her kept making phone calls. Meng Qianqian didn't ask for the results and wouldn't speak up to inquire. That wasn't something an ordinary person like her needed to know. The only thing she cared about was whether Song Qiaoyi would be in trouble. After getting off the plane, Gabriel was taken away, but she didn't know where to. Song Qiaoyi was taken to the laboratory. Before parting, the person in charge knew Meng Qianqian was worried and said proactively, "You don't need to worry. The person has already returned and will definitely keep her safe. Thank you for your trouble." Meng Qianqian sincerely expressed her gratitude. Through the deep eyes of the person in charge, she seemed to see some other information. After sending the person away, Meng Qianqian walked toward the house. Many people were involved this time. Although it was a notice from above, it was still her personal matter. She felt a little guilty. Meng Qianqian was worried about Song Qiaoyi and didn't know what to prepare. She prepared a lot of milk, which she thought would be suitable for Song Qiaoyi. She also prepared modern milk, lamb, ancient-style lamb, goat milk, and more. There was enough to ensure everyone could get some. She sent a message to customer service. "Today has been really troublesome. Thank you all for spending the whole day with me. I prepared a small gift for everyone. Can you arrange for someone to come and pick it up?" Customer service. "That's what we're supposed to do." Meng Qianqian, "I'm just trying to show my appreciation." After a moment, the customer service replied. They probably went to ask their superiors. Customer service. "Okay, I'll send someone over right away." Xiaonan appeared again in front of Meng Qianqian. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is everything going smoothly?" Meng Qianqian smiled kindly, but didn't say much. Xiaonan just showed concern and didn't want to ask for details. He followed Meng Qianqian to a small storage room. The items were arranged inside. Meng Qianqian spent 3 hours preparing these things. Xiaonan simply took them away. The whole process took less than a second. It's so good to have space. Meng Qianqian envied it again. Meng Qianqian stood on the rooftop, looking through a clear glass cover at the starry sky, surrounded by loneliness and fear. Today, she didn't ask many questions, but she guessed that Song Qiaoyi had gone to the end of the world place. People who have been to the end of the world feel different. Gabriel's behavior was very obvious. Song Qiaoyi's condition was not good either. She could sense the smell of approaching death. She didn't dare ask or want to know how to treat her. The other person had promised her that people would be saved, so she just waited. In the laboratory, Song Qiaoyi lay on a pure white operating table, next to a thin man with an unhealthy pale skin tone. His fingers seemed to be pinching a lifeless object. Gabriel was very careful the whole time, afraid she might suddenly faint. But he showed no tenderness. His eyes were cold and chilling. "Doctor, is her condition okay?" The person in charge hadn't finished speaking before being met with the man's cold stare. The doctor replied coldly, "She won't die, but it's hard for her to stay alive." "What do you mean?" The person in charge felt a jolt in his heart. He hurriedly said, "This woman must not have any accidents." The doctor looked up, with a hint of doubt in his eyes.
Why?
"Is she very important?" The person in charge wouldn't reveal Meng Qianqian's identity. But the doctor was very smart. "She won't die, but she will suffer some pain. The crystal core of her mental ability has been taken out. Now she needs to have another crystal core implanted." The doctor spoke casually, but the person in charge was sweating coldly. This woman was almost as good as dead. Not doing the surgery, The person in charge asked nervously. The doctor said, "Without surgery in a few days, she will go to the end of the world and die there." The person in charge swallowed hard. "And if we do the surgery, after the surgery, she won't have to go to the end of the world to die. She will wait for death here." The doctor looked pleased. The person in charge was speechless. Can't she just not die? She was overwhelmed. Lying on the hospital bed, seemingly unconscious, Song Qiaoyi was actually listening carefully to everything the doctor and the person in charge said, moving her fingers slightly. The doctor smiled and asked, "Are you planning to write your will yourself? This device, when attached to your head, connects your brainwaves to the computer. This way, whatever you think will appear on the screen in front of you. Do you want to try it?" The person in charge looked shocked and tried to stop Dr. Foam from doing anything reckless. Song Qiaoyi used the last of her strength and gently nodded. The doctor was very pleased. Almost instantly, he linked the device in his hand to Song Qiaoyi. His cold eyes were full of excitement. The person in charge felt a shiver. She saw the doctor finish and quickly stepped forward, whispering, "Doctor, this person must not get hurt. Otherwise, your superiors won't be able to protect you." This sentence already explained the situation well. If the doctor wasn't crazy, he would surely understand her meaning. The doctor looked down, his cold eyes carrying a chilling sharpness. His eyes flickered with a frightening madness, making the person in charge sweat coldly. She had a feeling that this man might hurt her at any moment. Will there be big trouble if she dies? The doctor looked very excited. The person in charge suppressed her fear and tried to stay calm, not showing her panic. But the man in front of her was a top genius. I've always wondered who is hidden away by them, so carefully protected that no one can find out. Every word the doctor said made the person in charge feel more afraid. He looked down at the woman lying on the bed, her eyes closed, looking tortured and unrecognizable. Inside, she was just an empty shell. His cold voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. His voice was so soft it made the person in charge feel chills. "You say, what is her relationship with that treasure you're protecting? Don't do anything reckless." The person in charge finished speaking and knew she had made a mistake. She looked at the doctor with worry, her eyes full of pleading. The doctor's eyes showed teasing and more curiosity. "Looks like I guessed right." The person in charge felt hopeless. "I won't tell anyone about this. You can rest assured. I hope next time, when there's a chance, the higher-ups will give me an opportunity." The doctor's smile was as warm as spring, but the person in charge felt like she was falling into an icy pit. Her career was over. She wanted to cry, but couldn't. "I can't make the decision." The person in charge already understood her fate and remained very calm. Her eyes showed unprecedented determination, and she didn't give the doctor any face, decisively refusing. Of course, she was still somewhat polite. The crazy person in front of her was someone most people couldn't control. Dr. Feng turned away coldly. "I knew you people are the most boring." He looked down at the words displayed on the EEG and nonchalantly sent them to the person in charge. "Send them away." The person in charge politely took the things and left. She didn't say another word. The starry sky twinkled, quiet as if the whole world had disappeared. Meng Qianqian quietly closed her eyes, still not feeling sleepy. When the person in charge appeared in the pasture, she sharply opened her eyes, sat up, and looked down at her. "Here is your letter. I'm going down now, wait a moment." Meng Qianqian got up, stepped down from above, pushed open the door, took the letter and invited, "Come in for a cup of tea?" "No need. If you need anything, you can contact us directly." The person in charge handed over her ID card, showing sincerity. Meng Qianqian also took out her ID card and added her as a friend. She asked in surprise, "Can you still add friends like this?" "Yes, but it's better not to add randomly." The person in charge paused and warned, "This mainly concerns you. Her situation was special, so she should stay low-key." The person in charge left. Meng Qianqian held her ID card, returned to the living room, and opened the letter. Inside was her printed self, very long, densely packed. No format, just like a huge lump, making it uninteresting to read. She didn't know how Song Joyce managed to do it. Meng Qianqian could only force herself to keep reading. I'm doing well, don't worry about me. The person I am with, please don't hurt him. His name is Gabriel, and he told me the truth about my mother's disappearance. That day I came to find you, something suddenly happened. When we were about to board the plane, he sensed my abnormality and took me to hide. We quickly went to another world. That world is cruel and crazy, with no system. At least where I am, there are no laws. I have become who I am now because I participated in an experiment. It was passive. Those people captured me and forced me to do it. I couldn't resist, and he couldn't save me. I'm not sure if an accident happened, but I managed to escape from inside. When I first returned to the real world, we couldn't escape either. The second time, he was prepared and took me away from those people. That's when I had the chance to send you a message. I haven't forgotten our original promise.
My body is in bad shape.
If I can't be saved, there's no point in wasting effort. It's not worth it. I leave everything to you. Once I die, my lawyer will find you. I did not betray you. She never mentioned Meng Qianqian's name, whether it was subconscious or for some other reason. Meng Qianqian was so angry she wanted to find Song Qiaoyi. What is she doing? Knowing she's going to die, is she leaving a final message? It really makes her furious. Meng Qianqian didn't know who to talk to, so she wrote a letter to Gu Xuanji. She couldn't write to Song Qiaoyi, so she poured all her anger into her letter to Gu Xuanji. Do you know how unreasonable she is? We agreed not to hold on to the idea of forcing her to death, but she just wouldn't listen. Is she trying to make me so angry I can't take it? While writing, Meng Qianqian wiped her tears. I only have this one best friend. After going through such a terrible experience and barely surviving, she just wanted to leave me her final words completely. Is she trying to make me so angry I can't stand it? She just wants to make me so angry. Gu Xuanji saw her repeatedly thinking, is she trying to make me so angry? Unconsciously, her angry little face appeared in his mind. It seemed she was not just a little angry but very angry. But he could understand. Gu Xuanji picked up his pen and wrote. She kept her promise, came back, and tried every way to send you messages. Now that she's safe, she finally told you what was on her mind. She's actually very scared, afraid. She can't go on living. You said she experienced very painful things, even couldn't speak. While waiting for treatment, was she also worried that if she didn't say it now, she might never get the chance to tell you? I can't even imagine how painful it was for her at that time. Meng Qianqian asked Gu Xuanji about their current situation. Things are good now, but more and more refugees are coming. There are even more people here than in our tribe. Gu Xuanji knows that the plague on the grassland is very serious. He also knows many people are coming, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Materials are not enough. Just tell me if you need help. Be sure to do good quarantine work. Items used by people must be disinfected, and many things should be burned. Meng Qianqian replies seriously to Gu Xuanji. This helps her focus on something else. Even if your temporary shelter, dig a pit and bury the waste together. Gu Xuanji asks her, are you in a hurry to leave just to save your friends? Meng Qianqian responds, yes, I want to save her. I thought it would take a long time, but it went smoothly all the way. Song Haijun and Bai Tieshing have already arrived. Their work has doubled, and so has their pay. They earn 50,000 yuan a month. With so much money, Song Haijun can easily afford to send his children to school. He arrived earlier than before and is doing his work very well. Brother, you came so early. Have you eaten yet? Meng Qianqian hasn't eaten yet. She wears a brown knitted hat, a black short down jacket, black pants, and brown snow boots. She looks slim and tall. Her legs are very straight, and quite beautiful. Standing there lively, she is like a beautiful scene.
Song Haijun nods kindly. Yes, I ate.
Your sister-in-law made hot steamed buns, cooked porridge, stir-fried some cabbage, and made pork with vermicelli. It was delicious. Your brother ate 4 buns himself. His words are casual, but Meng Qianqian notices Bai Tiexing's reaction. Bai Tiexing looked over kindly with a simple smile, then reached into his hat and scratched his head. Later, when you go back, each of you should bring some milk. Although Meng Qianqian didn't know how to stop the merging of the two worlds, she understood that the authorities were doing everything possible to prevent ordinary people from crossing into the apocalypse. Untrained civilians who crossed over usually didn't have good outcomes. Even without knowing the exact death toll, Meng Qianqian knew many people had died. Probably a lot. People like Song Qiaoi, for example, must have lost many. No need, no need. We have cows at home. Bai Tiexing quickly waved his hand. Meng Qianqian knew they felt embarrassed, so she suggested, "Why don't you keep your cows here? It might be a bit troublesome. You'll need to come and milk them every day." "That wouldn't be polite," they replied. Bai Tiexing wasn't stupid. With so many investments here, and the ongoing appearance of many sheep and cattle, even buying more, it was clear Meng Qianqian was planning something big. Every day, professionals came to take the sheep away for slaughter. People in white coats came daily to milk the cows and conduct experiments. Some cows had strict feeding schedules. If they hadn't been lucky, they wouldn't have been able to work on the farm at all. Villagers often asked about the farm situation. It was obvious to anyone that Meng Qianqian had connections. "Just come every day and bring back a bucket of milk. Consider it employee benefits," she said. They agreed after hearing this. Meng Qianqian rode her motorcycle around for a check, then returned to her room and immediately sent a message to customer service with her ID card. "Will working on my farm affect anything?" Customer service provided some data and replied, "Bai Tiexing stays with his psychic dog every day." According to previous predictions, he was supposed to enter the apocalypse last month. But he got a job at your farm, which delayed the process. Many of our staff are in similar situations. They don't want to go into the apocalypse, so they are assigned to work at your farm. Now, none of them have entered the apocalypse. Was this person a mind reader? She asked a question, and those people seemed to guess what she was about to ask. Meng Qianqian didn't reply to the message. She was scrolling through her chat with customer service, and if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice she was using a commanding tone. Meng Qianqian slightly frowned, put away her ID card, and didn't carry it with her but kept it in a drawer. She opened her phone, which had a small app on it. The app featured beef, lamb, and milk, which sold very well. The prices were not affordable for everyone. Yet, many people still wanted to buy them. Almost as soon as they were listed, they sold out. And this was even with purchase limits. Meng Qianqian unconsciously went to the warehouse. She quietly looked at the seemingly ordinary warehouse, which secretly held many secrets. "You're growing and improving. Why can't you tell me what I should do to better change all this? Why can't you make things easier for me?" Meng Qianqian muttered, but the stubborn warehouse still didn't respond. Her brother-in-law's guess was right. Now, she needed to find a way to increase her reputation, both in this world and another. Only then could she gain more control. Meng Qianqian opened her social media account, which she hadn't used in a long time. Her little friend Fu Guang was really impressive, with followers growing so fast that it was enviable. But that had nothing to do with her. She originally just wanted to be a popular online personality, selling her family's cat and lamb meat. Who knew things would change so quickly? Meng Qianqian took Fu Guang for a walk, casually filmed a short video of him playing in the pasture, and let him enjoy himself. She felt inexplicably sad. She sensed there was a problem, but didn't know what to do. Meng Qianqian decided to go back and rest. As she reached the door, she saw her anxious manager waiting for her. The manager rushed over excitedly, not questioning where she had been, but speaking very quickly and seriously. "Something's happened." Sure enough, that bad feeling finally came true. "What is it?" The manager immediately said, "We detected a large-scale magnetic field explosion. Several cities experienced strong fluctuations. The local psychic team provided data showing many people are close to crossing over and are losing control. The manager's eyes were full of pleading. But she didn't pressure Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian knew very well that if she couldn't control these highly powerful people on the verge of crossing over, they would all end up crossing into the apocalypse at the same time. This would only make the merging of the two worlds worse. But didn't we say earlier that the merging had slowed down? Meng Qianqian asked, feeling confused. The person in charge explained in a deep voice, there have been huge changes in history, which caused the magnetic field to become chaotic. Meng Qianqian looked down and took out her phone. She saw a letter in the warehouse. She quickly walked to the warehouse, went inside, and picked up the letter. The content of the letter gave Meng Qianqian the answer. We killed Yuan Jie and captured tens of thousands of people. She recognized every word on the letter, but when she put them together, she realized she didn't understand it anymore. She needed to ask questions. The person in charge saw her standing there and didn't dare to ask her anything. Meng Qianqian came out of the warehouse, walked to the flower house nearby, and quickly said into her voice recorder, "Who is Yuan Jie? Is he the person I think he is? How did he die? Can you tell me in detail?" As she spoke, she walked outside, placed the recorder on the ground, and closed the door. She turned around and looked at the anxious look in the person in charge's eyes. Her cold expression disappeared in an instant. Wait a moment, I need to ask something. The person in charge stood nearby. She waited quietly, just like usual. Meng Qianqian lowered her eyes, thinking about her ID card in the room. She took out her phone and found that there were very few contacts saved, almost none she could reach. She put her phone on silent and even checked the surveillance camera. "Have you eaten?" Meng Qianqian asked the person in charge. The person in charge smiled bitterly and said, "We're all busy trying to find solutions now. There's no time to eat. He should be busy now, and it will take a long time for him to reply to my message. I'll order some food. What do you want to eat? I can't be healthy if I don't eat enough. Your body is the foundation of everything. If you don't eat now, you won't last long." The magnetic field disturbance this time might last a while. Meng Qianqian took out her phone and dialed. "Hello, sister-in-law. I want to order a bowl of hot and sour noodles. I don't have much appetite, so I want to eat hot and sour noodles. Can your family make it? Send it over immediately." She looked at the person in charge. "What do you want to eat? Do you want braised pork ribs? Garlic sprout shredded pork? Or spicy fried pork?" "Spicy fried pork," the person in charge said as he reached for his wallet. Meng Qianqian waved her hand and continued speaking on the phone. "One more spicy stir-fried pork. Yes, a large bowl of rice. And a soup? Tomato and egg soup? Seaweed and egg soup is fine too. Okay, I'll wait for it. Hurry up. I'm here in the flower house. Just bring it directly." She hung up and put her phone in her pocket. "Have you ever eaten sour and spicy noodles?" The person in charge nodded. "Are you from City C?" "No, I'm from City D." Meng Qianqian was surprised. "I've been to City Y, it's a third-tier city. They have a store on the shopping street. It's very popular. Hot dry noodles, sour and spicy noodles, and cold noodles, all with their own style. I ate the hot dry noodles and really wanted to try the sour and spicy noodles, but I couldn't eat much. But maybe I won't be able to eat them anymore in the future." The person in charge smiled slightly. "You can go whenever you want to eat. This is also a good chance. You can ask your superior to let you go." "No, I can't. I have so many cows and sheep on my farm, I really can't leave." Meng Qianqian took out her phone, saw a message, and casually swiped the screen. She avoided the surveillance and quickly looked at the message, then deleted it. It was just a brief moment. Meng Qianqian acted very naturally. "You can ask someone else to take care of them," the person in charge said. When she saw Meng Qianqian's doubtful look, her heart skipped a beat, realizing she might have said the wrong thing. She hurriedly added, "I mean, you can let others help. If you go out for a few days now, and then it should be fine. My brother-in-law doesn't allow me to go out casually." Meng Qianqian looked down at her toes, but her eyes actually fell on the black screen of her phone. "You should know why I came back, right?" The person in charge didn't know, but nodded anyway. The authorities had blocked Meng Qianqian's information. They only served her and didn't know how important she really was. Everyone had been told to keep quiet and not reveal her identity. She had made a big mistake. She was probably going to be punished from above. She didn't want to go to the end of the world. It was cruel and harsh, and many people died there. Her sister had died inside, not even surviving the beginner stage, just gone. From an ordinary person to this position, the woman had worked very hard. She just wanted to live like this for the rest of her life. My mother has passed away. My father showed me a paternity test report, proving I am not her biological daughter. He started to mistreat me and took all my belongings. I have no money and had to come back. If I didn't, I might not have enough to eat in a few days. The person in charge looked at me strangely. Did she make a mistake? You are doing very well now. The lamb meat on your farm sells for 3,000 to 4,000 yuan per gene, and it sells out as soon as it's put on the shelves. Your achievements are now comparable to his, she said with envy. She wished she could own such a farm. There are tens of thousands of sheep and cattle on the farm. Thinking about the prices of the milk, beef, and lamb, she felt dizzy. How much money would that be? Lamb costs over 4,000 yuan, and beef can reach 5 figures. Milk usually sells for 998 yuan per cup. She admitted she was jealous. But even with such high prices, many people still can't buy them, and they often rush to get supplies. Just pretend I'm useless. I don't want to prove anything. I just want to live peacefully on my small farm, Meng Qianqian said. She took out her phone and suddenly stood up. Oh, my friend just messaged me. I'll go see what's up. Wait for me. As she was about to leave, the person in charge saw her walking toward the warehouse. She opened the warehouse door, went inside, picked up a voice recorder from the ground, and quietly watched the woman. The person in charge sensed something was wrong. When she turned around, she was suddenly restrained. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? The woman struggled angrily and nervously. She looked up and saw Meng Qianqian's calm eyes, as if she wasn't surprised at all. That's when she realized she had been tricked. When exactly did Meng Qianqian notice? Where did she slip up? Dressed in a black night suit, he calmly ordered his team. They quickly took the woman away. He came over and said in a deep voice, "There was an accident today, which caused her to fall into a trap. Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to protect you here. You don't need to worry." Is it a serious matter? Meng Qianqian asked without fear. She found herself much braver than before. The security guard frowned and looked fierce. There are magnetic field disturbances in many places. After the local Special Abilities Bureau checked, they found many people might be crossing over. And it's on a large scale. So, we're short-staffed. If Meng Qianqian hadn't been quick-witted, the consequences could have been terrible. It turns out that the magnetic field was really disturbed. Meng Qianqian thought the person was lying to her. It was not a lie. Everything was true. And then looked at Meng Qianqian hesitantly. In his eyes, the same expression as when the person in charge first arrived could be seen. They needed help. And they knew she could help. If you need help, just ask. You can take the sheep and milk from the farm to use. If it's not enough, I will buy more to keep. This problem was probably caused by her and Gu Xuanji. Meng Qianqian felt responsible to help, and then immediately stood straight and saluted Meng Qianqian, his serious eyes showing respect. Comrade Meng Qianqian, I will pass your ideas to the higher-ups. If needed, a dedicated person will contact you. Meng Qianqian. Okay. Annan didn't leave right away. He took people to patrol around the farm, increasing security checks. Before, Meng Yanzi and Meng Qianqian handled things directly. Now, another person was assigned to communicate directly with Meng Qianqian. When Meng Yanzi was not around, this new person would step in to contact her. The new person was also a woman, with neat long hair tied back, smooth features, and a strong, heroic look. She was probably in her early 30s. Comrade Meng Qianqian, hello. My name is Long Chan. I was responsible for the handover with Comrade Meng Yanzi before. You can call me Sister Chan or Aunt Long. It's fine to call me by my name. Long Chan was not nervous. She had a strong presence. But when facing Meng Qianqian, she was a bit cautious. Although we are a bit older, many of your ideas are different from mine. If there's any misunderstanding in our communication, you can point it out directly. I am here to serve you in all ways. Meng Qianqian felt the sincerity from above and also sensed the friendly kindness from this new contact. Great. You can call me Qianqian or Xiaomeng. It's okay to use my full name too. When Long Chan smiled, she was straightforward. Her serious face softened, and she looked very friendly. Meng Qianqian suddenly liked this contact person. Long Chan was not sitting upright with perfect posture. She tried to act naturally so as not to make Meng Qianqian feel uncomfortable. May I ask why you could tell right away that Jiang Shua had a problem? This question wasn't because Long Chan was curious, but because those above needed to know the answer. Meng Qianqian asked back, "Do you know what she said when she first met me?" Meng Qianqian smiled casually, with a hint of coldness. She told me that there was a magnetic field explosion and problems appeared in many places. She was hinting, openly and secretly, that I should give her all the cattle and sheep so she could take them away. She thought she was hiding it well, but that was actually her biggest mistake. She thought I could easily decide about these cattle and sheep, Meng Qianqian said with a smirk. I even deliberately showed her a flaw in front of her, but she didn't realize what my biggest secret was. She was so focused on hiding her own problems and gaining my trust that she wanted to give me all the cattle and sheep. Long Chan silently lit a candle for Jiang Shuyue. Probably Jiang Shuyue didn't even realize she had revealed her flaw right at the first meeting. She has been spending more time with me these past 2 days. Maybe she thinks I will believe her identity easily, Meng Qianqian said clearly. For small matters, she wouldn't go to Meng Yanxi. For buying things, she just needed to tell customer service her requirements. The person in charge was bold enough to contact her directly. She underestimated the control from above and also underestimated her own intelligence. She also underestimated her brother-in-law's protection. During the time when Director Meng is away, I will be responsible for contacting you, Long Chan said softly. Not many people have met me. You can tell others that I am someone you hired. She was not only Meng Qianqian's contact person but also her nanny and bodyguard. They didn't arrange this before because they were worried Meng Qianqian would resist. Now they had to do it this way. Meng Qianqian's safety was the most important. She didn't ask about Jiang Shiyue's fate. Betraying the country meant she should be prepared to face punishment. If you need a lot of cattle and sheep meat, you can take all the cattle and sheep away. But after that, you need to buy new ones. Living on the farm longer will make the meat more effective. After finishing, Meng Qianqian suddenly remembered that her phone was on silent. She took out her phone and saw that Gu Xianji had indeed sent the items. She stood up and went to the warehouse to get the voice recorder, then quietly listened to Gu Xianji tell a story. The story was simple. It was all about chance and luck. Thanks to the arrival of Xie Chun and Xie Xian, Gu Xianji was greatly helped. Some of the female slaves were managed and cared for by others, so Gu Xianji didn't have to waste extra energy. But more and more people arrived. Suddenly, a small tribe appeared. Jia Wu, feeling nervous, said, "Luckily, the Lord is wise, or there would be nowhere for so many people to stay." Jia Ju looked at the queue of refugees and couldn't stay optimistic. I asked around, "I heard there's a big tribe behind them." "What?" Jia was shocked. Jia Ju frowned and said worriedly, "Tomorrow, a large group of people will arrive. They are all refugees." Inside the tent, a dusty guard placed a letter on the table. "Sir, this is a letter from Mr. Morong for you." So Morong Su had written back? "Bring it here." Gu Xianji spoke, and Zhao quickly took the letter, respectfully handing it to him. The letter was written in divine script, so no one could easily read it. Morong Su wrote in the letter, "Lord, the Yuan tribe is suffering from a severe plague, and many have contracted smallpox. Yuan Guangda ordered his eldest son, Yuan Jie, to lead the troops to drive those people into the Morong tribe's territory. We encountered them on the road and followed secretly. Your Highness, there are over 10,000 slaves. We can save some, but should we act?" Gu Xianji chuckled coldly. "Is this a question? This kid clearly plans to act first and report later. He only brought 100 men. What could they do?" But deep down, Gu Xianji couldn't deny he was tempted. He had been working on this for days. The tribe had only a few people, yet Yuan Guangda had sent so many over. Although the Yuan tribe had hundreds of thousands of people, these 10,000 were not insignificant to him. Gu Xianji made a quick decision. Called Jia Yi. Jia Yi came in quickly, bowing. Sir, prepare the troops. We leave in 15 minutes. Gu Xianji sharpened his sword, ready to take on these 10,000 people. Jia Yi didn't ask questions and turned to organize the troops. After a short while, everyone gathered and stood neatly in the open space outside. Xie Xian heard the noise and came out. Watching their actions, she knew Gu Xianji was about to make a big move. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then turned to find Gu Xianji. Leader, Xie Xian requests to fight. Gu Xianji had already changed into his gear, which included a padded coat and an improved bulletproof vest. Meng Qianqian had specially prepared these for them to reduce their losses as much as possible. This outfit was sent along with the last supply shipment. It was their first time wearing it for battle. Gu Xianji looked at Xie Xian calmly. How many soldiers do you have? Xie Xian was stunned. She was prepared to be refused, but didn't expect Gu Xianji to ask this. She was so excited she forgot where she was and proudly said loudly, I have 500 soldiers. It's no wonder Gu Xianji was shocked. Xie Xian had just arrived, bringing only a few people with her. Leader, I want to form a women's army, not just talk about it. I am actually doing it. I left 300 women in the Tianyuan tribe. They will keep training and guarding our tribe. They are also protecting those women. Xie Xian's eyes shone brightly, very different from the women trapped in the back courtyard. She was brave and even more daring, not inferior to men. Although I brought only a few people when I arrived, I am confident I can double the size of my women's army. Many women haven't caught the smallpox on purpose, trying to escape from that cannibal tribe. They have nowhere to go, so I took them in. I know our current fighting strength isn't enough, and we haven't had special training. But in these 2 days, they've learned to follow orders. They're not afraid of death. They just don't want to die humiliated or without dignity. Xie Xian spoke quickly and clearly. She knew this was a chance, and she had to seize it to gain Gu Xianji's trust and truly lead her female soldiers to carve out a path through blood. Leader, we will prove to you that we can do it. The desire in Xie Xian's eyes almost overflowed. Her fighting spirit was stronger than anyone else's. She wanted to break the restrictions and challenge people's thoughts. She aimed to be a fearless and determined female general who would be remembered forever. You don't have any weapons or equipment. We do, Xie Xian was excited to say. Gu Xianji initially wanted to say, I will prepare everything you need. Just tell me what you want. But he was interrupted by Xie Xian. Give us 15 minutes. Xie Xian widened her eyes. Yes, sir. Before she finished speaking, she rushed out of the tent. She was afraid that if she was a step too slow, Gu Xianji would change his mind. Gu Xianji stepped out of the tent and saw the fully armed soldiers outside, along with women dressed neatly but holding wooden sticks. He paused silently. All mounted. Let's go. The male soldiers mounted their horses in perfect order. The women tightened their grip on their sticks, their eyes shining with determination, waiting calmly for orders. Gu Xianji had no extra horses at this moment. He sat on his horse, looking down at more than 500 women soldiers, and said in a deep voice, If you can keep up with us, you will get your own horses, armor, and weapons. Can you do it? Xie Xian led the call, but only she responded. Gu Xianji did not underestimate them, and the others showed no disdain. Only the refugees hiding in the tent sneered at the women. Are these women going to the battlefield? Are they just here to be cannon fodder? The men on the battlefield won't kill women. They'll just take the women back. Women should stay in the tent, waiting for the men to come back and serve them. These malicious words kept echoing around. The women looked thin and fragile, but their eyes were especially firm. Xie Xian heard this and glared back angrily, but it was useless. Gu Xianji sat on his horse and asked again, Can you do it? This time, all the women responded in unison. Yes. Gu Xianji did not bring Jia Jiao. Although Jia Jiao was not very good at fighting, he had medicine that could defeat everyone in the tribe. With him and Jia Wu guarding the home, Gu Xianji felt no worry. He led 600 people toward the agreed location. They rode ahead on their horses, with the women soldiers running behind. Originally, Xie Xian and her selected guards could all ride horses. She brought her horse, along with some dry food, and ran with the main army. They watched Gu Xianji and his men quickly disappear from sight, but no one stopped. The women soldiers gritted their teeth and kept going. Xie Xian shouted loudly, "Don't rush, keep your pace. As long as we don't stop, we will catch up." This was the training method given to Xie Xian by Jia, Yi, and others. After receiving the instructions, Xie Xian immediately started training her people. The training was short but effective. So far, no one had given up. Everyone was exhausted but still gritting their teeth and following, with no one falling behind. Xie Xian was also very tired, but she wasn't afraid of exhaustion. What is a little hardship? She wanted to prove to everyone that the Xie family had not fallen. As long as there was still a breath in their bloodline, they would stand up and appear on the battlefield, making enemies fear them. Behind a hill, Gu Xianji and his men stopped to rest. Jia Qi came to report, "Master, Lady Xie. Call her Lady General Xie." Before Jia Qi finished speaking, Gu Xianji interrupted him. Everyone looked at each other with subtle expressions. Jia Qi remained calm and said, "Lady General Xie is leading 500 soldiers, about 8 kilometers away from us. Wait here for her." Gu Xianji handed out a prepared note, and the worry on his face gradually eased. Meng Qianqian received the news and said emotionally, "Who says women are not as good as men? It's just that history hasn't recorded it." Even so, the respected female general and priestess from over 3,000 years ago was already a revered figure. The female general who fought for her father over 1,000 years ago is also remembered forever. Long Chan heard this and her eyes softened. Nowadays, there are many female generals. Many of them have made great contributions to the progress and development of the country, so we must support them. Meng Qianqian smiled as she stood up, came out of the flower house, and reached out to open and close the storage door. The gift she prepared for Xie Xian was already in the warehouse. With Long Chan around, Meng Qianqian didn't need to do everything herself. Long Chan placed the items in the warehouse, and Meng Qianqian only needed to send them over when needed. Of course, before that, she also picked up the note Gu Xianji had sent. Seeing the note at the door, Meng Qianqian snorted softly. "You are just not lively enough to stand in front of me. If you had any face or eyes, I could see your flattering expression. Such a sycophant, Long Chan, that after all this time I realize this little ancestor communicates with the warehouse master like this." The items in the warehouse are not only weapons and equipment prepared by Meng Qianqian for Xie Xian, but also their lunch. "Master, what is this?" Jia Yi asked curiously. He looked at the small black object. It seemed unremarkable, but it was carefully prepared by the goddess for Xie Xian and others. Gu Xuanji looked at the contents in his mind and said in a deep voice, "Taser." "What is a taser?" "Self-defense weapon," Gu Xuanji replied with a complex expression. Jia Yi was very confused. Can this small thing defend against wolves? How does it work? Could we have some too? There are many wolves on the plains. Not that kind of wolf. Gu Xuanji's expression was complicated, and his gaze at Jia Yi was like looking at a fool. Jia Yi looked surprised. "Are there other wolves?" "But we haven't seen any other wolves on the plains. However, since the goddess sent the items over, it must mean there are other wolves on the plains." Jia Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He decided to reorganize everything to make sure the master wouldn't face any danger. Gu Xuanji saw a lot from Jia Yi's unpredictable expression. Suddenly, he didn't want to explain anymore. "Go call General Xie here." "Yes, I will go now." Jia Yi reluctantly put down the small black self-defense weapon and turned to leave the tent. Only after leaving the tent did he realize something was wrong. "Wait, General Xie and the others haven't arrived yet." At that moment, he heard the sound of coordinated running. A few horses followed behind, and the woman leading the group was slim, dressed in black, running toward them with her team. The pace was steady, maintaining a constant speed. When they entered, Jia Yi saw that they were soaked through, with pale faces, but no one fell behind. The expressions of those women were different from what he saw in the morning. Their eyes were firm, ready to draw their sharp swords. Besides never having seen blood, she could even bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh on the battlefield. Jia Yi still frowned. Women should not die. If women die, there will be no one left in this country. He still hopes women won't go to war. But now, not only men but women are also scarce. Those who are capable are very few. Jia Yi admires Sister Xia. She came here only a few days ago but quickly gathered a group of girls to join her female army. Although the fighting strength of the 500 women is not as good as their 50 men, who can say they won't be hurt when fighting these women. 5 women against 1 man, someone will definitely be injured in the chaos of arrows. When Sister Xia approached, Jia Yi respectfully said, "Young General Xia, the Lord commands you to go over." Is he calling her? Xia Xian's eyes reddened. She didn't expect Gu Xianji to easily admit their identity. She forced herself to stay calm and said, "I will go now." Xia Xian, ignoring her sweat-soaked clothes, quickly entered the tent. As soon as she stepped inside, she knelt on one knee and loudly said, "Xia Xian greets the Lord." Gu Xianji's hand trembled slightly, and he raised his eyelids. "Get up, Lord Xia." Xia Xian was full of excitement. She had been running all morning without stopping, but she felt energetic and not tired at all. "Your equipment has arrived. Later, you can distribute it to them. Also, this is a weapon given to you by the 3 goddesses." Gu Xianji looked at the weapon, stroked it for a while, then motioned for Xia Xian to come forward and take it. Hearing this, Xia Xian's eyes immediately lit up. She excitedly said, "The goddesses have given us equipment again?" She knew the goddesses would not discriminate against them and supported them very much. "This is a letter from the goddess to you." Gu Xianji's tone was slightly low. Meng Qianqian only wrote a few words to him, but she wrote so much to Xia Xian. He took a deep breath, not wanting to see Xia Xian's excited expression. "Did the goddess also write me a letter?" Xia Xian couldn't believe it. She walked over carefully, took the letter, and opened it, then carefully read the contents. It clearly explained how to use the anti-attack weapons. Xia Xian learned how to use them first before continuing to read. The goddess said that this is a weapon to prevent wolf attacks. We can use it on the battlefield or for self-defense in daily life. She explained that on the battlefield, we will definitely live with male soldiers. Even if not in the same tent, we will be nearby. If anyone tries to bully us, we can use this to fight back against those rude men. Xia Xian is married, and a young wife. She naturally understands the unspoken meaning behind the goddess's words. "Master, the goddess is really kind. She is thinking about us and our reputation. She doesn't want us to have no reputation after leaving the battlefield." Xia Xian chose this path because she didn't want to marry again. But many of the women following her are still young girls who haven't come of age. Their eyes show both hatred and hope. They are not afraid of death. They just want to live differently and not be looked down upon by anyone. However, the goddess sensed their feelings and specially brought this. The goddess also said that when the batteries run out, there will be a light to remind us. She asked us to send the items to you again, and you should pass them to her. She will replace them with new ones. She also told us to practice archery hard and not forget to train escape techniques to increase our strength. We will leave a bright mark in history. Xia Xian was already crying uncontrollably. But no one would mock her. Jia Yi, standing outside the tent, looked stunned. He finally understood what a weapon to prevent wolf attacks was. It turns out women see them as wolves, dangerous people. Xia Xian called some guards over, and they took everything away. She then taught those women how to use the weapons. After eating, everyone continued their journey. They traveled for 2 days and a night before stopping. Jia Qi had already contacted Murong Su's people. There are at least 10,000 of them. We are facing them directly, and there's only a path to death. Jia Yi didn't know how to fight this battle. But the place they were in was not suitable for ambushes. Jia Yi had checked 10 miles ahead and behind, but couldn't find a good spot. Could they really have to fight head-on? Jia Yi was just a guard, skilled in combat but only good at charging forward. He had no idea how to command a battle. Gu Xianji sat at the head, silent. He quietly watched the people inside the tent, hoping to see who could come up with a better plan. He urgently needed talented people. He couldn't do everything himself. As long as someone had the ability, Gu Xianji would train them carefully. Unfortunately, it seemed there was no one right now. At that moment, a very special voice spoke up. Lord, I have a plan. Everyone looked at Xie Xian at the same time. Xie Xian was very nervous but stayed calm. She told herself that in times like this, she must stay steady. Gu Xianji didn't hesitate because she spoke. He asked, Young General Xie, what is your good idea? Xie Xian was very excited and felt even more grateful to Gu Xianji. A talented horse is common, but a good judge of talent is rare. The Lord was willing to break the rules and use her, which showed he was a wise, kind, and fair ruler. She stood up in the middle of the tent, confident and respectful, and said, Lord, we are women. Someone sneered. We're not blind. Of course we know you're women. But what good does that do? Do you expect us women to kill those people? Even if the slaves don't fight, Yuan Jie has over 1,000 cavalry. They're like eagles of the grasslands. If all of you attack, killing 4 might be a good result. Xie Xian's expression didn't change despite the mockery. She didn't argue but loudly shared her plan. Lord, many tribes on the grasslands are nomadic. There are big tribes and small tribes. When a plague hits a tribe, it's natural for female slaves to escape, right? Xie Xian even asked back. Gu Xianji frowned and said, You are doing this. Wouldn't that disappoint Meng Qianqian's good intentions? But Xie Xian said, Lord, great things don't need to follow small rules. Besides, no one said we will suffer now. We have the protection of the goddess. That was her confidence. She felt a little regretful that Jiajio wasn't here. If Jiajio were here, with her medicine, the effect would be doubled. Gu Xianji was worried about Xie Xian's reputation. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Lord, all I want in my life is to follow you and fight across the world. As for everything else, I don't care. One day, when I succeed and become famous, will I worry about having no one to serve me? Why can men have multiple wives and concubines? If Xie Xian became a great general with outstanding achievements, wouldn't she also have several companions? Perhaps those noble families would eagerly send their children to the general's residence, hoping for a good future for their other sons. A spark of determination flashed in Xie Xian's eyes. Anyway, their reputation was already bad. Most people looked down on them. Why should they care about societal opinions? They should just live according to their own ideas. Moreover, this was their chance. A rare opportunity that could disappear in an instant. She knew Gu Xianji must have a good plan. The reason he hadn't spoken was probably because it would cost many lives. He felt pity for the soldiers in his hands. This was Xie Xian's opportunity. She had only lost her reputation, but she would gain a victory with no injuries. Thinking of this, a thrill lit up in Xie Xian's eyes. She was eager and impatient. You need to tell your soldiers clearly, if one person has a problem, all of you will die. Those people won't give you a break. You'll be tortured to death. Gu Xianji also knew that Xie Xian's plan was the best. It would cause the least damage. He couldn't say no. And if Xie Xian and her team succeeded, her female army would become famous. No one in the Tianyuan tribe would look down on them anymore. Gu Xianji could only try his best to reduce the chance of failure for Xie Xian and her team. Understood. I'll ask now. If anyone refuses, they don't have to go, Xie Xian said, then turned and left confidently, looking nothing like a young lady from a noble family. As soon as she left, someone stood up and asked, Lord, are you just going to let her do as she pleases? Gu Xianji's eyes turned cold. He looked quietly at the man speaking. Isn't that so? Women on the battlefield can do little. They're just causing trouble. They can't help much. Even if they go to the front, they won't hold back a few enemies, the man said excitedly. Gu Xianji looked at the others. Do you all think the same? No one dared to speak. Do you know what she plans to do? Gu Xianji sneered at the people inside the tent. None of you have a good plan. Yet you look down on Xie Xian. Where do you get the nerve to look down on her? Gu Xianji scolded them so harshly that they couldn't lift their heads. All you need to do is come up with a plan better than Xie Xian's, and I will ensure that Xie Xian never goes to the battlefield, he said confidently, looking down at everyone present. If you can't think of one, from now on, whenever you see the young General Xie, you must respectfully greet him as General Xie. Gu Xianji was very angry. Xie Xian left the tent and went to a nearby open space to find the women. The women sat in groups of 100, forming 500 in a circle. Xie Xian stepped in and stood in the middle. She looked at the 500 women and asked loudly, "Do you know why we are here today?" The women answered together, "To fight the enemy." "Yes, we are here to fight the enemy," Xie Xian said loudly. "Now, there is an opportunity in front of us. If you don't want to go, just step back. If you don't want to go, I won't blame you. But I want those who truly want to follow me, who won't betray me or abandon this plan." The women looked at Xie Xian nervously. Suddenly, one woman said, "General Xie, I will go with you. Even if I have to face danger, I am willing. I only have this one life, and if it weren't for your help that day, I might have died. I want to go with you. I am not afraid of death, and I will never betray you." One woman stepped forward, and then another. "I won't betray you, General. I won't." "Me neither." "We all won't." All the women immediately stood up. Hearing this, Xie Xian's eyes filled with emotion. She choked up and said, "Sit down, listen to me." The women sat back down. Xie Xian then revealed her plan. "This time, our enemy is a group of nobles. They expelled infected slaves from Broly, afraid they would return, and even drove them hundreds of miles away. Our goal is to kill those nobles and free the slaves. We have fewer than 800 people. Among them, 500 are these women soldiers. Our true fighting strength is not enough to match those nobles. But we are women and we have natural advantages. That is, we can use our strengths to gain their trust. As long as we can get close to them and use the Divine Lady's magical tool, we can easily eliminate those people." The Divine Lady said that as long as this item is placed on someone, that person will be instantly controlled and fall to the ground within moments. "I also told you that when we use the magical tool, we must not touch them. Our group of 500 can attack at the same time. Even if the enemies have more than 1,000, 2,000, or even 3,000 people, as long as we act quickly enough, we will defeat them all." Here, Xie Xian paused, her eyes slightly red. She said softly, "We might face some humiliation, but we must find our own chances to quietly take everyone out. Only then can we win this battle without losing a single person. We will be remembered in history, though our names might not sound nice." As soon as Xie Xian finished speaking, a woman stood up in front of her. "So what? The things we've faced before are nothing. If we get scolded a few times, we might as well be dead. Isn't that what those people want? Yes, we want to stay alive. We also want to be officials like the general. Once we become officials, we can take any man we want. Why should we care about what others say? Exactly, we women don't need to care so much. If we like someone, we just take him back. We're not afraid of rumors. General, we are the women's army of Tianyuan. We are different from ordinary people. We want to follow you. Just tell us what to do. We all want to go." All the women soldiers shouted in unison. Tears welled up in Xie Xian's eyes. She felt sure she hadn't made a mistake, nor was she wrong. They are women. But so what? They are no worse than men, even stronger. Some things men can't do, they can do just as well. With red eyes, Xie Xian said, "We need to pretend to be hidden, so we'll hide in the mountain valleys, wait for those people to pass, and then..." A group of people appeared at the foot of the mountain. The ones leading the group looked like slaves. Their faces were covered with boils, their clothes ragged, and their expressions numb, like sheep being driven forward. Most of the slaves were men. There were few women. They had been out for more than 10 days. However, these useless people are walking too slowly and haven't reached Morong Xianbei's territory yet. A strong man riding a horse comes from afar and stops in front of the leading man, excitedly reporting, "Prince, we found a group of women ahead, about 400 or 500 of them. Yuan Jia is dressed in fine clothes and naturally doesn't follow the slaves. They're still a few kilometers away from the slaves, worried that these slaves might spread the disease to them. Originally, Yuan Jia wasn't supposed to come here, but he had just slept with his father's favorite. The old man almost killed him with a knife. He used this as an excuse to go out, and the old man, soft-hearted, even gave him that woman. Now, the woman is riding behind him. At first, he was interested, but now that she is his, he doesn't even want to look at her. If it weren't for the fact that there are hardly any women on this plain, he wouldn't want to keep her around. When Yuan Jia heard there were hundreds of women ahead, he instinctively thought it was a trap. Are there no other tribes nearby? Although Yuan Jia is lustful, he's not foolish. He is arrogant but cautious. The man still looks excited. We've checked, and there are no other tribes nearby. Those women are hiding in a mountain hollow ahead. They are very alert. We didn't dare get close. It seems they don't want anyone to find them. All women, not a single man in sight. Yuan Jia feels something is strange. It looks like they are deliberately waiting for him here. We didn't see anyone else. The women have clay pots and are cooking. The flames are small, and we don't know what kind of food they are eating, the man says with good eyesight, noticing that some women have skin as white as a baby's, making him drool. They are not in their tribe, and there are no female slaves around to relieve their frustration. They are almost unable to hold back. Prince, I found that among those women, there is a woman from Daqing. This sentence immediately catches Yuan Jia's attention. He squints and licks his lips, asking, You mean there's a woman from Daqing among those women? Yes, just one. She looks very beautiful, different from the others. The man still reminisces. Yuan Jia really likes women from Daqing. He originally wanted to get the woman who was close to his father. That woman was capable, which is why he captured her to vent his anger. Because of this, the old man didn't really kill him. Send more people to watch and see what those women are doing. Better yet, send someone to test them, Yuan Jia said proudly. If these women are not traps, bring them all back. Except for that woman from Daqing, you can share the others among yourselves. I'll send someone right away. The man turned and went to make arrangements. Half an hour later, the people sent out returned. Prince, we sent people to contact those women. They said men from a nearby tribe are hiding here. The tribe had a plague, and the leader sent all the healthy women here immediately. They regularly send food to these women. The women are reluctant to eat, and in the tense clay pots, they hide rice. They worry that after everyone in the tribe dies, no one will take care of them. Is there any tribe nearby? Yuan Jia seemed unaware of any nearby tribes. I heard it's a small tribe from the west, with only about 5,000 people, the man said dismissively. A tribe of 5,000 is no match for our prince. Not just 5,000, even 50,000 people, seeing our prince, would willingly send all their women over. Even though the prince was only accompanied by 1,000 men this time, this is Yuan's territory. Those people are desperate and want to cause trouble for our prince. Send people to bring all those women here. Yuan Jia was eager to taste the charm of that woman from Daqing. The woman from Daqing. Thinking of her shy look, so different from the wild women of the plains, Yuan Jia was excited and rode his horse quickly forward. His guards were shocked. Prince, someone scolded, hurry up and follow. Yuan Jia led the way, running ahead, with his guards chasing behind. From a distance, they could see the figures of the slaves. Yuan Jia stopped at the foot of the mountain. He saw the women hiding in the windless hollow on the sunny hillside and immediately recognized the delicate, gentle woman with a soft body. It was indeed the woman from Daqing. The woman from Daqing was completely different from the women of the plains. Their temperaments were different. It was easy to tell their identities at a glance. Let's go up. Yuan Jia no longer hurried. He dismounted and headed up the mountain. His guards quickly stepped forward to stop him. Your Highness, it might not be safe to go up like this. Why not? Yuan Jia didn't pay much attention to the women. They were just weak women. He could easily overpower 3 of them with one hand. What if this is a trap? Although this place is close to the Morong tribe, my Yuan family is not weak. Do you think they can reach this far? Even if they do, how could they guess I would take this route? This is a Daqing woman, and a woman from a good family. As far as I know, the Morong tribe doesn't have a Daqing woman. Yuan Jie wouldn't risk his life for nothing. He was not impulsive. He continued climbing the mountain, and his guards had no choice but to follow. Xie Xian calmly gave an order. She didn't speak, just made a hand gesture. Gu Xianji had told her that Yuan Jie was not an ordinary man. He might become the next leader. His only flaw was being lustful, especially for women from Daqing. Yuan Jie was also very ambitious. He had tried several times to take a Daqing princess. For others, this might be a secret. For Gu Xianji, it was just a small piece of information. Although this was old news, a person's nature doesn't change easily. But it could change. That was one reason Gu Xianji agreed with Xie Xian's plan. Before leaving, Gu Xianji warned her. Yuan Jie is very strong and skilled in martial arts. Even if you use weapons, he might still fight back and kill you quickly. If you don't want to die, it's best to strike him when he's most unguarded. Otherwise, don't attack easily. You might fail, but you must not die. Grandmother is still waiting for you to return. Xie Xian nodded heavily, but she had already made up her mind. She was determined to kill Yuan Jie. She wouldn't let the goddess down. She would make sure Gu Xianji achieve her goal. From the moment Yuan Jie appeared, Xie Xian saw him. She looked at the tall, handsome, yet gentle-looking man and signaled everyone to start the second plan. The first plan was to act again after they were taken down the mountain. Now she feels that Yuan Jie is unlikely to come down the mountain easily. They probably need to stay on the mountain to act. Take care of yourself. Xie Xian pretended to be cautious and stood up quickly, panicking as she ran into the mountains. She told the other female soldiers, "Be careful." She was already suspicious about why Yuan Jie liked the Daqing women. As she turned to run away, she was sure that Yuan Jie's target was her. Xie Xian was not confident she could completely kill Yuan Jie. She remembered Gu Xuanji's words, "When his target is really you, run up the mountain. I will help you kill him." Xie Xian knew that those people had come to check a few times. They even sent someone to test her. She didn't know where Gu Xuanji was hiding, but she knew she had to kill Yuan Jie no matter what. When she did, it was best if no one else was nearby. Even if Yuan Jie could fight back, she was willing to die with him. Xie Xian had long decided she would die, if necessary. She quickly ran up the mountain. The other women also dropped what they were holding and started running all over the mountain. Yuan Jie saw that the Daqing woman was completely captivated by the other woman. The woman was very beautiful, more beautiful than any Daqing woman he had seen. Her panicked look made him feel very excited. "Catch her. Bring all of them back to me." The female soldiers disappeared into the mountain. But they were wearing thin clothes, and since they were all women, they couldn't run fast. Soon, some of them were caught. A woman begged, "No, please let me go." The man grabbed her and moved to a flat place, then threw her to the ground. The woman screamed and tried to run, but the man sneered and chased after her. Before he could catch her, she suddenly stopped, turned around behind him, and moved to his back. She pushed his hand away and used her strength to press against his waist. In one breath, the man fell to the ground with a thud. The woman was very scared but kept her action until the man was down. She really knocked him out. The woman regained her composure and remembered what the general had warned her. Once you knock someone out, you must find a way to knock out a second person. Remember, each of us needs to knock out 2 or 3 people to get through this crisis. This person absolutely could not be discovered by others. The woman crouched down, grabbed the man's back leg, and threw him into the nearby bushes. The bushes were about shin-high, hiding her figure. She pretended to hide and looked like she wanted to change position, walking in another direction. It seemed she didn't realize she had become prey. "Wasn't that girl just here a moment ago? How did she disappear so quickly?" The man said in a language she understood. She accidentally made a small noise. Turning her head, she saw a tall man with a sinister smile walking toward her. "I advise you to behave. I can still be gentle with you." The woman slowly backed away. "Don't come closer, please, I beg you, don't come." The more fragile she seemed, the more the man's evil intentions grew. He lunged at her, but she flashed a cold smile in her eyes. If he looked carefully, he would see her calmness was frightening. As he pounced, she quickly dodged and sat up, pressing her self-defense weapon against him. The man trembled violently and quickly fainted. Do you think you can do anything to me? Don't you see what kind of person you are? Humph. From now on, I plan to be with a scholar. The woman untied the man's belt, bound him up, then dragged him to meet another man, tying him up as well. She then sneaked away to tie up other sisters. Xie Xian kept running, trying to lead Yuan Jie to the designated spot, but he was too fast. He quickly caught up and grabbed her clothes. Xie Xian wasn't sure if fighting back after her clothes were grabbed would hurt her, so she instinctively took off her clothes to avoid Yuan Jie's grasp. Little lady, you have something. Why not submit to me? I can give you wealth and honor. Yuan Jie looked at Xie Xian, who was panting, her fair cheeks flushed with a tempting pink, making her even more alluring. If she were a bit smarter, he could spoil her for a while and even let her have a few more children. I have a fiancé. My fiancé will come to save me, Xie Xian said through clenched teeth, turning and continuing to run up the mountain. Yuan Jie grabbed a tree, used it to quickly reach Xie Xian's side. Xie Xian bent her body to dodge his hand, then immediately knelt on the ground and pressed her self-defense weapon firmly against his foot. But he showed no reaction. At that moment, Xie Xian became completely panicked. She quickly hugged Yuan Jie's leg. Please, let me go. My fiancé is still waiting for me. Xie Xian moved so fast that Yuan Jie didn't see her action. He kicked her away with his foot, but with little force. Xie Xian fell to the ground in a sorry state, lying there quietly watching Yuan Jie. Her eyes were red and she stubbornly asked, Are you still going to force me to marry you? Marry? Do you think you deserve it? Yulen yes miled. Xie Xian stubbornly said, If you dare to force me, I will die right in front of you. Die? Are you really going to die? Yuan Jie thought that women from Daqing were really naive. He hadn't even caught his prey yet, so how could he let her die so easily? Xie Xian knew she was probably going to die soon. The man was wearing leather clothes. She wanted to kill him, but only at that moment. She knew she couldn't reach the agreed place, but she could show weakness and directly deal with Yuan Jie. With a desperate resolve, Xie Xian kept retreating. Yuan Jie moved forward little by little, threw his cloak on the ground, bent down to grab Xie Xian's foot, and pulled her back. It's too cold. Warm me up. Xie Xian wasn't a naive girl. She endured nausea to kick the man. She wasn't acting. She was truly resisting. The more she struggled, the more excited Yuan Jie became. Xie Xian was no match for him. Just as she was about to despair and endure his insult, Yuan Jie's body paused, then pressed down on her. Xie Xian was shocked and looked up, seeing the black arrow on Yuan Jie's forehead, and immediately burst into tears. She used all her strength to push Yuan Jie away, stood up, tidied her clothes, and wiped away her tears. In less than half an hour, everyone following Yuan Jie up the mountain was dead. Several of the women soldiers were injured. Fortunately, only minor injuries. Gu Xian, a well-known person, was cleaning up the battlefield. Yuan Jie's men had taken many good things: badges, clothes, videos, and even shoes. The items were organized and stacked together. Everyone else was taken care of. Gu Xian set up camp at the foot of the mountain. Xie Xian and her female soldiers were also accepted by everyone. This time, we managed to resolve over 1,000 guards without injury, thanks to General Xie and all the soldiers. This toast is for you, said the leading man, who was exiled before and was once a minor official. He was somewhat proud and traditional, looking down on women who behaved out of line. But this time, he sincerely acknowledged Xie Xian and her team. Xie Xian raised her cup and said, Master Su, please. Xie Xian wasn't good at drinking. The wine in front of her was plum wine, which was low in alcohol and suitable for women. The men's drinks were all strong spirits. In winter, a sip of strong alcohol could warm the body. The female soldiers inside the tent were lively, eating hot pot and rice, feeling warm and happy. Gu Xian saw everyone getting along well and decided not to stay inside the tent. He went outside and asked in a deep voice, Are the clothes all sorted? Yes, everything is sorted. Some were too dirty, so we threw them away as you instructed. These were the spoils meant to be sent to Meng Qianqian. Although he knew Meng Qianqian would like these things, not everything could be given to her. Gu Xian personally checked and found that, besides traditional ethnic clothing and new inner garments taken from Yuan Jie's horse, all other clothes were discarded. He moved his mind slightly, and those items instantly disappeared from his sight. Meng Qianqian received these items, but didn't even touch them. Long Chan immediately notified the people above to come and collect them. Don't you think about the value of these items? Long Chan felt Meng Qianqian was being a bit too generous. Meng Qianqian thought Long Chan was overestimating her. She knew her place well. These items are for the country's research. To them, they are history, priceless treasures with great research value. But to me, they are just old clothes. I saw them by the roadside, and even wondered if some ghostly thing was blocking the way, something unclean. I would definitely go around and avoid them, wouldn't even touch them. So, she believed that the country would reward her with enough merit points, and she trusted her country's system not to cheat her. Long Chan understood her meaning, and gave a thumbs up. You are very insightful. I just do things according to my heart. Meng Qianqian was not proud at all. After receiving a big gift, Meng Qianqian also wrote a letter to Gu Xuanji, asking about the casualties. Because of the sudden accident, they hadn't been able to communicate properly. Gu Xuanji replied, there were no injuries or deaths. That's good. Meng Qianqian thought of something else. She wanted to tell Gu Xuanji clearly, but didn't know how to say it. I have something I want to tell you. Meng Qianqian sat at the warehouse door, opened the small door, threw a note inside, and waited for Gu Xuanji's reply. It felt like secretly passing notes to a neighbor boy through a door. Soon, the note was delivered. What's the matter? Just say it. Meng Qianqian couldn't see Gu Xuanji's message, so she organized her words and wrote on the paper, you should know that there is some connection between our worlds. The death of Yu Wenjie caused some bad things to happen. It requires a price, and the price might be that what you sent this time isn't enough to settle the account. Gu Xuanji was already very nervous. After waiting a long time, he saw her reply and relaxed. He carefully wrote on the paper, Miss Qianqian, if it's not enough, what do you need? I can prepare more for you. I'm just telling you that everything sent this time was given freely. Meng Qianqian felt like this man was trying to comfort her. Gu Xuanji seemed to see her expression as she wrote this, and his stern brows softened, showing gentle affection. Those things are not valuable to us. The grain you send every day is something we still can't afford. He didn't have much to give now. But whatever he had, he wanted to give her. The next day, Gu Xuanji returned with people. There were enough horses. In fact, there were even 500 more. Gu Xuanji and his men rode after the slaves. They rode over, and the soldiers chasing the slaves were so frightened they scattered in all directions. Jia Yi led people to chase, injuring most of them, and then returned. The slaves didn't run away. They knew their fate was near death, and running was useless. They are just barely holding on, so after those who went to do their tasks ran away, everyone else stayed in place. Do you want to live? Gu Xianji sat on his horse, looking down at the slaves and asking. The slaves, with lifeless eyes, looked at Gu Xianji in disbelief, then lowered their heads and stopped looking at him. They didn't believe what he said. The nobles didn't care about the slaves' lives. Their lives weren't really theirs, not even worth more than sheep. Some people couldn't hold on and fainted. The others around looked numb, as if they hadn't seen anything, showing no concern for whether the slaves lived or died. Anyway, they would die soon enough. If you want to live, listen to me. I will give you a way to survive, Gu Xianji said again, quietly waiting. He knew these people were still holding on because they didn't want to die. One man staggered to his feet and asked confusedly, if I just listen to you, can I stay alive? What will you make us do? Someone else asked, and then another followed. Gu Xianji was guiding these slaves. He didn't want slaves who only worked without thinking. He wanted them to have their own ideas, to care about the city of Tianyuan, and to be united. Protect our city. When Gu Xianji said this, the slaves all froze. Aren't the nobles supposed to treat them like animals? Our city? The slaves didn't understand this. They were owned by the nobles, with no personal belongings. They didn't have the idea of ours or mine. If they did, it would be their master's property. But at this moment, when they heard our city, their eyes flickered with something unfamiliar. They didn't quite understand. Gu Xianji said directly, "Inside the city, there are no slaves. If you want anything, you must earn it through your own work. You must follow the rules of the city. If someone makes a mistake, they will be expelled."
He gave the slaves time to think.
After making sure they understood what he just said, he continued, "Now, those who want to survive, who never want to be slaves again, and who will never betray Tianyuan City, come over here." Gu Xuanji felt a sense of emotion. He raised his hand, and large, open-sided carriages suddenly appeared in the open space, instantly intimidating the slaves. Slaves are not all bad. Many slaves are cruel and unkind, especially those who are not bound by rules. He needed to scare them. The slaves who had been hesitant and unsure immediately knelt down, speaking no words, trembling with fear and begging for mercy. Their eyes looked at Gu Xuanji, as if he were a deity. Gu Xuanji entered the tent, and the slaves still did not get up. These people need medicine first. After taking the medicine, let them come to get it themselves. You don't need to give it to them. Tell them that eating too much of this medicine can be deadly, so they must follow the instructions. Among the women who came with him, a few were medical maids learning from Xie Chun. With these medical maids, there was no need to worry about the over 10,000 slaves' illnesses going untreated. Gu Xuanji was just worried that some might not hold on and could die. "Those who want to live, come and line up for treatment." Jia Yi stood outside the tent with his people, calling out 3 times. The slaves, feeling anxious, hurriedly got up and tentatively moved toward the tent. When they saw that the healer was a young girl, they dared not complain and quietly queued up. "Get the medicine, prepare water cups, and serve hot water. No drinking cold water privately. If they get sick and die, it will be impossible to save them." The girl speaking was very delicate-looking, about 13 or 14 years old. Her voice was crisp and clear, and she was quite pretty. Her small face and delicate features made her look unlike a girl from the grasslands. But no one dared to underestimate her. "Next, everyone behind, listen up. If anyone disobeys and they die, they will be taken away and not saved a second time." Xie Mingyue was very stern, and her commanding presence was beyond what most girls could compare to. She was the legitimate daughter of the second branch of the Xie family and the youngest girl. When she was exiled, her mother wanted to go with her to die. The young girl refused to die. She said, "Mother, exile is hard, but so what if it's hard? I haven't avenged my father yet. If I die, who will avenge them?" Her brothers had all died. Her uncles from the eldest uncle's family had also died. Only her third brother remained. The older sisters were sent back home after getting married, and their lives were even worse than hers. She didn't want to die, and she couldn't die. Living was the only hope, so she had to keep going. She stayed in prison with her tribe for 3 months. Finally, the Xie family betrayed the exile and escaped to the frontier. Women worked as camp prostitutes. Men did forced labor. But so what? They were still alive. She didn't expect the crown prince to be alive and to have helped them escape. She understood why the soldiers at the border didn't chase after them. If the general had ordered to pursue, they wouldn't have survived.
Because those people thought about themselves.
The Xie family shouldn't have ended up like this. Xie Mingyue and her group saw hope. No one was watching over them. She learned medicine with her sisters and went to the battlefield with them. She found out she was good at medicine, so she secretly followed Xie Xian when Xie Chun wasn't paying attention. She even comforted Xie Xian, saying, "Second sister, you will lead many people to fight in the future. You won't be safe like now. The army needs doctors the most. I will become a good doctor and a good medic for your women's army. Please don't send me back." Xie Xian only felt sad for her sister. But seeing the bright light in her sister's eyes, she couldn't bring herself to send her away. Xie Xian stood outside the tent, watching Mingyue take charge, feeling a little proud. If grandmother saw this, she would be proud. "Mingyue is really amazing, even more than I thought." Gu Xuanji looked at Xie Xian, who was secretly wiping tears, and said, "You are also very talented." Meng Qianqian had everyone take away all the sheep they could, leaving the beef for those who couldn't eat lamb. The first batch of sheep was moved away, and more sheep were brought in afterward. Suddenly, Meng Qianqian had an idea. What animals grow quickly and have lots of meat? And there was another type of animal that was even more suitable. Big sister, can you help me buy some chickens, ducks, and geese? Long Chan didn't ask why, only asked, how many? Over 10,000 of each. 10,000? Long Chan was shocked. Can you take care of that many? Meng Qianqian had already contacted customer service on her ID card, asking them to find people to build chicken coops, duck pens, and places for the geese to stay. Chickens, ducks, and geese are a bit messy, but their droppings are the best fertilizer. They can still catch insects and return to their nests on their own after dark. We just need to feed them and provide water every day. We should also prepare more nesting areas for the chickens. Sometimes the big geese lay eggs randomly, and then we need to call someone to come and collect the eggs from the chickens, ducks, and geese daily. Milk is very valuable, but cows are large animals. Chickens, ducks, and geese are smaller, so they might produce eggs faster. Meng Qianqian wants to raise pigs, but it's too hard to do so. Only free-range pigs, a few at a time, are manageable and can be kept for personal use. Long Chan has never raised chickens, ducks, or geese, so she doesn't know much about it. She was surprised how Miss Meng Qianqian, a young lady from a wealthy family, knew so much. My grandparents raised these animals. When I was young, our chickens were free-range, and they laid a few eggs every day. They kept some for me to eat, Meng Qianqian said, feeling a bit homesick. As people get older, they tend to think more about their childhood. Especially when alone, they miss home more easily. Meng Qianqian, who has experienced life and death, no longer finds separation from her family unbearable. Not being able to see them is okay. As long as they are alive and she knows they are safe, that is the best. Long Chan remembers that Meng Qianqian's family is quite well off. They might not have hundreds of billions, but they have several billion. The news also said her mother left her an inheritance of 3 billion. Selling something cheaply, they managed to gather 3 billion quickly. Who would have thought that children from wealthy families also know how to raise chickens, ducks, and geese like ordinary kids? I hope it will happen soon. Meng Qianqian politely expressed her hope. Long Chan waved her phone and said, very soon. Meng Qianqian also believed it would be soon. But who knew that the next morning, 10,000 chickens, 10,000 ducks, and 10,000 geese were delivered. These chickens, ducks, and geese were selected from the Research Institute. There is a dedicated breeding farm. This time, we chose 10,000 adult chickens, ducks, and geese, and they are now being bred at the farm. When spring comes and it's time to raise young chicks, they will send over the little ones. Regarding the other person's idea, she relayed it to Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian nodded repeatedly after hearing it. That's a good idea. I think it's quite nice. I also want to see the difference between freshly laid chicks and the ones from our farm. The farm's fence was expanded again, but this time, there was no need to dismantle the existing fence. Instead, they added a large fence to create an exit. On the other side, they expanded the area to form a pasture. Meng Qianqian named this pasture Area 2. The size of Area 2 is similar to Area 1. First, they put the chicks and ducklings in Area 2 and raised them for a while. Later, they could open the big gate in the middle to connect the two pastures completely. When the second batch of chicks, ducks, and geese arrived, they could be separated from the older ones. Because of the expanded breeding area, the farm started hiring more people. This time, they brought researchers, all of whom are family members capable of traveling to the end-of-the-world scenario with high-level abilities. These researchers are not only raising animals but also conducting research. They're busier than Meng Qianqian every day. Unknowingly, a week passed. Long Chan came over with data, her eyes showing obvious excitement. Meng Qianqian was exercising, her clothes soaked with sweat. She saw Long Chan come in, wiping sweat with a towel, and asked, "Any good news?" "Not just good news, it's the best news ever. The chickens on the farm are more effective than beef and mutton. Our chickens are well-fed and lay eggs. Here's a comparison of the eggs over the past 7 days. You can clearly see the value of the eggs increasing. To put it simply, The eggs you ate today are ordinary eggs, but the eggs you'll eat tomorrow could be worth 100 times more. Someone would even fight to buy these eggs at 1,000 yuan each. And the eggs 7 days from now could sell for a sky-high price. It's not necessary for them to be so expensive. Since they are daily food, you can eat several without side effects. They can be sold at a lower price. Long Chan frowned. 100 yuan per egg, is that too expensive? Then I'd be losing a lot. Let's sell them for 1,000 yuan each. Meng Qianqian thought for a moment. I think 1,000 per egg is already very humane. Eggs have a shelf life, after all. The eggs from earlier can be sent to disaster areas. In the coming days, let's see how the eggs are selling. If the value of eggs increases later, all eggs will be sold at 1,000 yuan each. If ducks and geese also lay eggs, their prices can double that of chicken eggs. Meng Qianqian thinks that such prices should be acceptable to wealthy people. Which is better, a chicken or a pound of lamb? Meng Qianqian asked Long Chan. Just look at the effect. A month of lamb can't compare to a week of chickens, ducks, and geese. The effect of chickens, ducks, and geese is better, Long Chan thought quickly. She had seen people make quick money, but Meng Qianqian's business was earning money very fast. For now, I won't sell chickens. If someone insists, they have to pay 500,000 yuan per chicken. Wow, is this just quick money? Meng Qianqian saw through Long Chan's thoughts and calmly said, right now, I only raise a few thousand people, but in the future, I want to support a whole country. She took out her computer, found some information, and showed it to Long Chan. During the Little Ice Age, over 100 years, there were many disasters like plagues, floods, earthquakes, locusts, and droughts, thousands in total. Many ordinary people couldn't afford food and starved to death. In ancient times, the biggest shortage was people, and after disasters, instead of hope, there were plagues. After the plagues, there would be cold winters, and many couldn't survive the first natural disaster. If they couldn't survive the first, how could they make it to spring? Long Chan was silent. She didn't expect this seemingly naive young girl to think so far ahead. Do you really believe Gu Xuanji? Long Chan was one of the few who knew the truth. Meng Qianqian's eyes were firm. It's not about believing him, but about supporting and trusting him, because I have to. He managed to leave a significant mark in history despite being forced to death by his father. That shows he's not an ordinary person. He just lacked some luck. Now, I am here to make up for that luck. Why can't he succeed? Meng Qianqian suddenly turned to look at Long Chan and said the last sentence. Long Chan saw an indescribable aura in her, an aura of someone in power. If she could be like a cultivator, with a mysterious divine eye, maybe she could see a faint purple energy gathering around Meng Qianqian. Her words truly shocked Long Chan. She felt a deep respect. She no longer saw this young girl as just a simple girl. He can communicate with you, which shows he is the true dragon emperor chosen by heaven. If he doesn't succeed, who will? Meng Qianqian smiled confidently. Choose a batch of cold-resistant chicks, ducklings, and geese. When spring comes, I want to send these to Gu Xuanji as a celebration of their success. Also, buy some broiler chickens outside, and when spring arrives, process and send them directly to Gu Xuanji. Ideally, send about 30,000, so everyone can enjoy a good meal. Only when they eat well can they work hard. Are the silk and fabrics ready? Their first celebration over there should also start preparing. Long Chan listened and nodded repeatedly. Everything is ready. You can send them whenever you want. I've already arranged the chickens. Also, should we slaughter a few geese? I think you could kill some geese from the farm and send them to Gu Xuanji. The things raised on your farm seem to be better than those outside. Really? Meng Qianqian hadn't thought about this before. Long Chan only guessed. Why not try? Think of it as a special treat, like medicine or nourishment for patients, pregnant women, or the elderly. Wouldn't that be better? Look, the things the professors took away aren't as good as what you raise here. Even though they raise things more scientifically and carefully, you have a point. All right, you help me keep some aside, and I will supply Gu Xuanji's side separately. Sick people shouldn't eat pork, so I won't raise pigs. But can I plant some fruit on my farm's mountain? Apples, peaches, plums, pears, chestnuts, hazelnuts, walnuts. Aren't all these possible? Meng Qianqian smiled like a naive girl. Long Chan felt a chill run down her spine. As expected of Meng Yanzi and that family's child, though young, her presence is strong and a bit intimidating. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. Can I plant some vegetables on this land? My farm is different from others. Can the fruits and vegetables from other regions also be grown here? Anyway, I'm not being very scientific anymore. My farm isn't scientific either. Why not take a big risk and try? Meng Qianqian just shared her wild ideas. Long Chan had to start making arrangements. Annoyingly, she actually thought Meng Qianqian's ideas made a lot of sense. The farm has great potential. Why not explore it further? So, the next day, many fish were released into the still frozen river. Even though it wasn't the usual season for planting trees, some people had already started transplanting various fruit trees. Even in a small 1-acre private plot, planting was underway. Different professors, along with their students, were planting soybeans, wheat, corn, and rice. There were even more types of vegetables. Each section was clearly marked with colorful signs and contact information. Overall, this was no ordinary land. It had become an experimental farm. Don't go over there if you're not doing anything. If you want something to eat, I'll get it for you myself, Long Chan warned, worried that Meng Qianqian might go there every day. Meng Qianqian looked at the barren land, which had no green at all, and silently asked, "Sister, when do you think I can eat something?" "Maybe very soon." Her hesitant tone was quiet. Meng Qianqian turned to leave. "That land is within my farm, but there are many checkpoints to get here. Those people can't come in, and I won't just go out for no reason." Meng Qianqian knew most of the villagers were locals, but many had quietly moved away. Those living there were mostly relatives of other mutants. She rode her electric scooter, planning to visit the supermarket. Long Chan sat behind, feeling like she was already living an old person's life. "Your old scooter is pretty fast. It can go even faster." Meng Qianqian shifted gears and the scooter sped up. The cold wind hit her face, almost freezing Long Chan. "We're here. I'm going in to buy an ice cream." Long Chan doubted her ears. "Huh? In the middle of winter, buying an ice cream?" She staggered off the scooter and followed Meng Qianqian into the store. After entering, Meng Qianqian took off her helmet. The shop owner looked at her and clearly remembered her. "Have you finished your salt?" "Not yet." Meng Qianqian saw the ice creams and popsicles inside, thinking Gu Xianji and the others hadn't tried these, and said, "Boss, can you take out the good stuff from your fridge for me?" The boss, chewing on a lollipop, came over and asked, "What's up? You ate too much salt and got a sore throat. Do you want something sweet? You're not afraid this might freeze your teeth?" "That might be a bit difficult. Our house is 27 degrees Celsius, and the heating works really well. I don't feel comfortable without something cold to eat." When Meng Qianqian said this, she tightened her down jacket. The boss put the ice cream into the car. When he got home, he started the stove and added a scoop of coal. He doesn't believe their heating isn't warm enough. Long Chan saw the boxes of ice cream nearby and felt her teeth chattering from the cold. She wondered how Meng Qianqian dared to buy so much. Can girls eat so much cold food? Meng Qianqian smiled. "I don't plan to get married or have children, so cold doesn't bother me. Besides, I'm very healthy and never avoid certain foods during special times." Long Chan couldn't envy her. When they got home, the small warm shed nearby was also set up. Inside the simple warm shed, all the equipment was automatic. They were growing watermelons, melons, and some delicate fruits. "I want to eat cherry tomatoes." Meng Qianqian rarely said what she wanted. Long Chan didn't hesitate and passed the message along. Soon experts came to supervise the planting. Maybe the farm really changed. The vegetables grew very quickly. Before they knew it, the year was ending. Before bed, Meng Qianqian wrote a letter to Gu Xuanji. She handed over the letter and sat in the flower house, looking at the sky outside. The stars and the Milky Way were shining brightly. Long Chan said the crisis was over. The few tens of thousands of eggs she sent had solved a big problem. It seemed that with the new year approaching, all crises had been resolved. What made Meng Qianqian uneasy was that her little brother-in-law hadn't returned as expected. She wanted to ask but didn't dare. It seemed that if she didn't ask, her little brother-in-law would be safe. Everything would be fine. Her little brother-in-law was so capable. Still, she wrote her worries in the letter. A big outbreak of the plague happened. Gu Xuanji was rescuing more and more people. Many infected with the plague, after noticing something was wrong, all headed in the direction pointed out by Morong Su and Xiaowang Chao. The Morong tribe also had some infected people, but they handled it quickly. They found the infected and expelled them. This effectively controlled the spread of the plague. Many people from the Yuan tribe died, and many were driven away. For such a large tribe with hundreds of thousands of people, this was not a big deal. Let's leave now and go back. Gu Xianji and the others had stayed here too long. The Yuan tribe would return sooner or later, so they had to leave quickly. Morong Su returned as planned, bringing good news. The Goguryeo people traded with them and gained a lot. Morong Su brought several doctors, enough vaccines, and medicines to Goguryeo. He also cleaned up the traces left by Gu Xianji and the others. Gu Xianji and his group also returned to the city. When they arrived, there were only 100 people. But when they left, nearly 20 or 30,000 people traveled together. The Lord has returned. The Lord has returned. The Lord has returned. The cheers came one after another. People in the tribe heard the news and rushed outside. Where is he? Where are they now? Madam, take it slow. A large crowd appeared on the distant horizon. Bringing tens of thousands of people was not just shocking but also gave hope. People thrived to become strong, to grow, and to return south to seek revenge and fight the Central Plains. The people in the tribe now were no longer the same as before, but compared to those Gu Xianji brought back, they were still few. Lord, we have arrived. Jia Yi was riding his horse, looking excitedly at the distant tribe. We've reached Tianyuan City. The slaves, full of hope, saw the figures ahead and the tents, but looked around in confusion. Why didn't they see the city? But no one dared to ask. Gu Xianji rode his horse to Madame Xie, jumped down and said, "Grandmother, we're back." Madame Xie looked at Gu Xianji with tears in her eyes and stepped forward. After confirming he was uninjured, she said excitedly, "Good, you're back. You're back." Gu Xianji and Madame Xie headed toward the tents. Madame Xie didn't stay long and told Gu Xianji to go wash up first. Inside the tent, hot water was prepared. Gu Xianji took off his clothes and sat in a bath bucket. There was a faint fragrance in the water. He hadn't enjoyed such a refined life in a long time. Tonight, there will be a grand bonfire dinner. The people who arrived later have also settled in designated areas. Xie Qinghe stood outside the screen, excitedly reporting to Gu Xuanji about the tribe's affairs. The two tribes that came later still want to stay together. Of course, I won't allow that. They're already following one tribe leader, and once they come here, such tribes shouldn't exist. If they gather, they could form a large power, which is not allowed. So, when I made the arrangements, I only gave the leader's family slightly better treatment. Xie Qinghe was very proud. Everyone else is treated the same. Soon they'll see that if you have the skills, you can move up, but if not, you'll just have to get by. Now, those people are all behaving well. They are busy making mud bricks and preparing to build a fire pit. Cousin, have you also dispersed all the people who came later? After finishing the tribe's affairs, Xie Qinghe asked Gu Xuanji about the others' arrangements. Let them stay on the other side, near the main square. Spring has arrived. In a few days, the ground will thaw. At that time, the water won't freeze, and as the ice melts, construction will begin. There will be a big bonfire party, delicious food, and strong wine. Everyone will be free from their burdens, singing and dancing together. Gu Xuanji didn't stay outside for long. He felt uncomfortable among others. Back in his tent, Gu Xuanji sat on the kong, a traditional bed, where many official documents were stacked. He picked up the top one and opened it. It was written by Xie Qinghe. Xie Qinghe needed to count the household registration, but lacked suitable notebooks. He hoped to get some. Gu Xuanji took a pen and wrote Xie Qinghe's request in a letter, then picked up the second document to read. The second document was from jail. The well was finished, but every household lacked buckets and carrying poles. To ensure future generations could be self-sufficient, jail didn't just want buckets and poles, but also the tools to make them. Many talented people in the tribe could do different jobs. Some were carpenters, others blacksmiths. They could do a lot, but they lacked the tools. This was a good suggestion. Gu Xuanji wrote on the paper, "You are responsible for this. Please take an inventory of what everyone needs. If it is not possible to obtain it from the goddess, then when the merchant team leaves, have them bring it back from inside the pass." Gu Xuanji already had an idea about selecting the members of the merchant team. Once the fort is built, not everything will be delivered at once. Instead, supplies will be sent in batches according to a schedule. This means he cannot leave. They need to finish building the fort before winter. Gu Xuanji continued reading the official reports. Every report made him think deeply. The rules within the tribe are also being organized. They don't need to create new rules. They just adopt the systems from the Great Celebration. Many unreasonable or outdated rules have already been revised by Xie Qinghe and his team, and now they are presented for Gu Xuanji to decide. Gu Xuanji added a few points and made some changes before continuing to read the reports. The tribe is developing steadily. One report after another is sent in, and Gu Xuanji organizes them into long letters, planning to send them to Meng Qianqian. Unexpectedly, he received a letter from Meng Qianqian first. "My family went to a very dangerous place and didn't return on time. Asked others, and they told me he's fine. But I have a feeling something happened. No one is telling me, and I feel helpless." After reading the letter, Gu Xuanji looked at it back and forth twice. He remembered every word clearly, but he still looked at it again, as if punishing himself. She already has a family. He doesn't know what dangerous task he was on, but he didn't contact her. Does he not know that Meng Qianqian would worry? Gu Xuanji took out a new sheet of paper and hesitated for a long time before almost impulsively writing his feelings on it. Maybe he's injured and doesn't want you to see, so he's pretending he didn't come back. He is also worried about you and doesn't want you to worry. Gu Xuanji wrote a few plain words, feeling like he lacked sincerity, then silently added a few comforting words for Meng Qianqian. When he finished the letter, he suddenly let out a long breath. He was given a chance by heaven, but he didn't seize it, and now he regrets it deeply. But what could he do if he had seized it? Meng Qianqian cannot come over, and he cannot go there either. The two are destined not to meet. That faint feeling of affection is also unlikely to cause any waves. It can only be quietly remembered during midnight dreams, as he silently heals his wounds. Gu Xuanji currently has no right to think about romantic affairs. He must bear the lives and hatred of tens of thousands of people. Gu Xuanji looked at the letter in his hand, hesitating for a long time, then made a decision and sent the letter away. The moment he sent the letter, he regretted it. But the mysterious god of space did not give him a chance to regret. Meng Qianqian leaned on the sofa, covered with a light pink blanket, basking in the sunlight, with a gentle smile on her face. Spring planting has begun. For Gu Xuanji and his group, this is like starting a new venture. Starting a new venture needs machines. Without machines, they can only work by hand. Even if they have tractors, they might not know how to operate them, although learning to drive tractors is quite simple. There are tens of thousands of people, and the land to be cultivated is not just one area. The land will definitely be large. They mainly grow grains such as wheat, rice, and also corn. Corn stalks can be stored and used to feed cattle and sheep. Meng Qianqian was thinking about something and recorded it in her notebook. Unconsciously, several hours passed. Long Chan was holding 2 ice creams at the door and asked her, "Do you want one?" She put down what she was holding and sat up. Long Chan came inside, handed her an ice cream, and then sat on the sofa nearby. "What are you busy with?" Meng Qianqian handed over her things and said, "I just want to think about whether I can send these things to Gu Xuanji and his group. Why not ask the people above for help?" Long Chan looked at her, then returned the tablet. "You should know, the people above are eager for you to go. My intuition tells me I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't be a person who always relies on others. I need to think carefully. The most correct way is to figure out how to help that world." She asked Long Chan about the progress. "How is the effect after putting the eggs on the shelves?" The response is pretty good. Some people think it's expensive. God knows, it's all membership-based and each person can only buy one, no multiple purchases allowed. Also, not everyone can register. However, according to your request, minors can receive one for free. Long Chan was very confused. Actually, you don't have to do this. Kids from wealthy families can afford it. This little amount of money isn't even as expensive as the shoes they wear. Not all children from rich families can afford to buy it. Meng Qianqian was browsing the app, where all buyers' names were real names. She could also see detailed information about the other person. Suddenly, her gaze stopped, and she clicked on a name, directly opening that person's detailed profile. What's wrong? Noticing her face looked upset, Long Chan leaned over and asked. Meng Qianqian didn't speak, but let her see. After looking, Long Chan frowned deeply. This child's mother is a time traveler from the end-of-world group and has special abilities. She requested to die as the original wife, cutting all ties with her ex-husband. Her regret was naturally left to her son. But now, this child's appearance doesn't match his mother. After saying this, Meng Qianqian stopped worrying about it. She just didn't want her small action to completely crush a child's hope. Long Chan pushed up her pink-rimmed glasses and said, Don't worry, this will be resolved soon. Investigate thoroughly, secretly. Don't let children in trouble lose hope. Meng Qianqian thought about the rain she had been caught in and wanted to help others. Life is tough enough, and some have to struggle in the end of world. In stories, going to the end of world is cool, but only those who experience it know how hopeless it can be. Until now, Meng Qianqian still didn't dare to ask if Song Qiaoyi was doing better. She wasn't even concerned about her friend's situation. Sometimes, Meng Qianqian felt she was very cold-hearted. She had the ability to help but chose to watch coldly. She treated Gu Xuanji as a pen pal, with a desire to confide, rich fantasies and girlhood feelings, but only in the early stages. She enjoyed the current feeling, but was also calm enough not to let it develop wildly. She seemed caring but was actually very cold. She seemed soft-hearted, but had a very hard heart. Long Chan was an action-oriented person. When she knew something was wrong, she immediately went to fix it. In the room, only Meng Qianqian was left. She was eating ice cream and finishing reading the remaining letter. Her delicate, fair fingers explored the dense lines of the letter for a while, then pressed it down, extracted the text, copied the needed parts, and organized them into a file to send to Long Chan. With Long Chan involved, Meng Qianqian didn't even want to use her ID card. She instinctively isolated herself from everything. Behind her in the villa, Meng Yanxi lay on the big bed with his eyes closed. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, and his handsome face looked thinner than before. A tall man pushed the door open, reached out to feel his forehead, and checked his temperature. Seeing it was still rising, he took an ice pack wrapped in several layers of gauze and placed it under his armpit and in the crook of his leg. Qin Wang took a towel, soaked it in a basin, and gently wiped his body. Your niece has already asked about you. You haven't gone back. She didn't show it, but her mood is very off. And it's almost New Year. Do you really want to leave her alone during the holiday? If you don't wake up soon, no one will give her red envelopes. When you come back, it will be after the New Year, and it will be too late. Are you sure you want her to have a bad holiday? Qin Wang had been talking to Meng Yanxi nonstop these days. But Meng Yanxi remained unconscious the whole time. Suddenly, his phone rang. Qin Wang picked it up, saw the number, and said, I'm out now. I'll come over. Without wasting words, Qin Wang hung up. This place was the base. A place even satellites couldn't find. There was no security risk. Soon, someone knocked on the door. Qin Wang, upstairs, pressed a switch, and the door downstairs automatically opened. A man entered from outside and went straight upstairs. Qin Wang looked at the man and noticed his aura had changed. He raised his eyes and asked, Have you advanced? Yes. I advanced the night we went to the end of world. I heard they detected it here, but by the time they arrived, I had already left, said Xiao Bei. He walked to the window, looked at Meng Yanxi with his eyes closed, his whole body red, and frowned as he looked at Qin Wang. Is Director Meng about to advance? Qin Wang hoped so. After saying this important thing, Xiao Bei became very reserved with his words. Then, he probably won't wake up here. The energy here isn't enough for his upgrade. Xiao Bei-chen is not afraid of silence, but the man in front of him seems like thunder rolling under dark clouds, ready to explode at any moment. Qin Wang raised his sharp, cold eyes and said, "But if he goes over, he will die." At that time, the situation was urgent, and our team had lost their fighting ability. They knew clearly that if they held on just a little longer, they could go home. Getting back to the base would be safe. Waiting at the base for 7 days was enough for them to recover and continue fighting. So, when everyone exhausted their special powers, they felt at ease. But they never expected that they had already destroyed the biggest mutant plant, only to find out it was just a scout. The real boss was still behind. To protect everyone, Meng Yanxi stepped forward. He ate a lot of food prepared by Meng Qianqian and shared it with everyone to help them regain strength. However, the enemy was too powerful. Before they could recover, they were beaten badly. Meng Yanxi led the charge. His water shield broke, and his abdomen was pierced by a giant tree. He bought time for their team to retreat. At a critical moment, he used his special power to strike the mutant plant with lightning. In that moment, all of them returned to this world. After returning, he requested that the rarely seen woman come to save Meng Yanxi. Healing powers are much less effective in this world, only speeding up happiness and assisting healing. After a few days, his wounds healed a lot, but he still hadn't woken up. If Meng Yanxi cannot level up in this world, he will definitely face danger after the apocalypse. Our people have already gone to help. Xiao Bei also knew this and comforted Qin Wang. Qin Wang said seriously, "Go find Meng Qianqian and buy some milk from her." "Okay, I'll go right now." Xiao Bei didn't go directly but contacted Long Chan. Long Chan learned his purpose and said, "Come with me." Xiao Bei replied flatly. Long Chan snorted. "What's there to thank? When the truth comes out, I won't have a good ending either. Meng Qianqian wouldn't be happy if she found out."
Xiao Bei luoket inosang.
Long Chan rolled her eyes and led him to find Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian has finished organizing the list. When she saw Long Chan come in, she handed her the computer directly. "These are the items I need to send over there. I also sent you another list. Did you see it?" "Yes, I saw it. That's why I came to find you. The tractor is still being modified, and it will be ready to deliver 3 units tomorrow. The training videos are also being recorded." After seeing the list in her hand, she sent it to her assistant. The costumes from last time made those professors very happy. Now, the professors at the Agricultural Science Institute only have one request. They hope to get more plants from over there in spring. "I will talk to Gu Xuanji about it. There's one more thing. I need your help." Long Chan spoke carefully. Meng Qianqian asked suspiciously, "What is it?" "Just tell me. It's a personal matter." "Well, I have a friend who wants to buy some milk. The milk from over there." Long Chan hesitated and looked guilty. After she finished, she didn't dare to look at Meng Qianqian. To her surprise, Meng Qianqian said, "Just that?" Long Chan didn't dare say another word. "How much do you need?" "I can go get it for you now," Meng Qianqian said as she stood up, put on her coat, and prepared to go out fully armed. Thinking about Meng Yanxi's health, Long Chan said, "I want a bit more." Meng Qianqian went over, and after a while, someone followed her. That person was someone Long Chan recognized. He wasn't a space-type ability user, but a close relative of one, and a rare person who can use space accessories. His main job here was to transport milk, mutton, and other products from Meng Qianqian's farm. 20 barrels of milk. After Meng Qianqian finished speaking, the milk appeared on the ground. "That's too much. 2 barrels are enough. You can take the rest back." Long Chan knew these items were very valuable. In ancient times, there weren't many dairy cows and milk production was low. 20 barrels of milk was a significant amount. Usually this milk was prioritized for injured people. And these barrels were probably all the stock Meng Qianqian had. Saving lives is more important. "Just take it all." After saying this, Meng Qianqian went inside. Long Chan felt cold all over. Xiao Bei came out from the shadows and loaded the milk. "I don't feel at ease if I don't take her." I'm leaving now. Dragon Chan tiredly waved her hand. She hesitated for a moment but decided to go and explain to Meng Qianqian. However, she found that Meng Qianqian had already closed the door and seemed to be asleep. Dragon Chan didn't want to knock. Meng Qianqian was not asleep. She sat by the bay window, quietly looking outside. The view was really beautiful. The stars in the sky seemed close enough to reach out and pick. Because stars can explode, disappear, and turn into energy of the universe. Why does this world have so many different times and places? Why do stars and worlds all tend to end? Meng Qianqian had too many questions she couldn't understand. She sat all night and even made breakfast herself in the morning. Dragon Chan came out of her room and was surprised to see breakfast on the table. Qianqian, why did you make breakfast yourself? Sometimes, eating homemade breakfast makes me feel good, Meng Qianqian said, placing millet porridge on the table and ready to serve a bowl to Dragon Chan. Dragon Chan quickly reached out to take it. Let me do it, let me. Her current role was like Meng Qianqian's assistant, nanny, and bodyguard. She couldn't let Meng Qianqian serve her. Meng Qianqian didn't refuse and sat down to start eating breakfast. Dragon Chan glanced at Meng Qianqian, knowing both of them understood the situation, but no one brought up that topic. We've already checked about the free eggs. A few children's eggs were eaten by other kids at home. One child is allergic to eggs and was trying to set a trap for another kid. But after eating our eggs, he wasn't allergic anymore. The child was so excited that he told his family. Meng Qianqian said calmly, "Are you trying to persuade me to sell those eggs to the child who is allergic?" Not exactly. Dragon Chan knew eggs were expensive. Do you get a runny nose when you eat spicy food? Do you think that eating medium spicy peppers doesn't make your nose run, but when you eat super spicy ones, it does? Is that a problem with your nose? No, it's an allergy. Wanting to eat eggs is just a matter of trying slowly. As long as the allergy isn't severe or life-threatening, just try a small bite to satisfy your craving. Why fight over such important supplies? If in the future, he thinks my ancient milk is delicious, will he insist on drinking it? Everyone else spoils their children just like this kid's parents. Do I have to satisfy them all? That's not logical. Having money doesn't mean you can do everything. Meng Qianqian's small face was very serious. Long Chan noticed that this young girl had a very strong presence. She seemed to have a bit of the aura of someone in power. Bloodline truly is an indescribable thing. Meng Qianqian had little appetite. She ate a few bites of food and then sat on the sofa, lost in thought. She took out her ID card from the drawer and looked at it quietly for a long time, without contacting customer service. Long Chan was even a little afraid and didn't dare to go forward. Just then her phone rang. Long Chan looked at her phone and silently took it outside, whispering, "Does the milk work? How is she now? I suspect she's just waiting for me to tell the truth. But I haven't confessed yet, so she's probably about to lose her temper. Maybe I should tell her at least. She could see her one last time and leave no regrets." Xiao Bei looked down at the man sitting on the bed and silently handed him the phone. Qin Wang answered the call and said in a deep voice, "He will be fine, just can't go back this time. Don't worry so much. With this time, you should take good care of the person." After saying that, he coldly hung up. Long Chan. She had never been scolded so harshly by anyone before. This person was one of them. Long Chan knew she was in the wrong and honestly put away the phone, but she didn't see Meng Qianqian. Where did she go? How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? Long Chan felt panicked and started to look for her. She searched the house but couldn't find her. She grabbed her coat and went outside. Seeing someone standing outside, she changed from her usual neighborly sister look and asked in a serious tone, "Did you see her?" She went to the warehouse. Got it. Long Chan sighed in relief and headed toward the warehouse. Before she reached it, she saw Meng Qianqian sitting at the door of the warehouse. "Why are you sitting here? Aren't you cold?" Long Chan stood outside the door. The north wind blew, making her shiver. But Meng Qianqian didn't react at all, as if she didn't feel the cold wind. Long Chan's breath caught. She quietly observed her. Meng Qianqian was sitting on the ground at the warehouse door, wearing thin clothes. She could feel the north wind blowing, making her ears hurt. Imagine turning around and feeling the wind rush into your mouth. Meanwhile, Meng Qianqian's cheeks are rosy, and she looks as if she's trapped inside a clear bubble. After speaking, Meng Qianqian doesn't get up, but calls Long Chan over to sit with her. Long Chan hesitates for a moment, then sits beside her and jokes, "If you close the door, can I be teleported over too?" "No proof, just a feeling." "I can't teleport adult pigs, but I can teleport little chicks," Meng Qianqian says. She thinks she hasn't teleported any adult cattle or sheep from the modern world. They've all been brought here by Gu Xuanji. Everything seems to happen naturally. Looking back now, it feels quite strange. That's good then. Long Chan tries to liven up the mood, but doesn't succeed. She forces a laugh and doesn't know what to say next. "I want to go out for a walk." This statement is like a bomb. Long Chan frowns and asks, "Isn't it better to stay here?" "Why do you think birds fly out of their cages?" Meng Qianqian finishes, and Long Chan feels a cold chill, sensing something bad is about to happen. She desperately curses Meng Yanzi in her mind. She knew that no one in this family was easy to fool. What about the seemingly innocent girl? It's all just an illusion. Why does Meng Yanzi have to get hurt now, when he's perfectly fine? He is the only support Meng Qianqian has in this space. Now that the support is gone, she can't be held back. "It's dangerous for you to go out alone." "It's not dangerous at all. I'm just an ordinary person. Besides, you won't really let me go alone. I just want to experience the beautiful scenery of our country and see the future that people in the end times have never seen. I have a feeling that I will soon say goodbye to everything here. If I don't see it now, I might never have the chance." Meng Qianqian isn't trying to scare anyone. After the cattle and sheep are all sold and the eggs are gone for the day, Meng Qianqian suddenly feels that something is different. But spring is coming soon and they will start building the city over there and… Long Chan anxiously looks for an excuse to keep her at the base, but finds Meng Qianqian's calm gaze as if she has already seen her purpose, making it impossible to continue. "Actually, bringing things here is quite troublesome. Instead of doing that, I might as well go directly to pick them up myself." Meng Qianqian didn't care about how her words might shock Long Chan. She stood up and left the warehouse. "I'm going to check on Fu Guang. I might not see this little guy for a while." She rode her motorcycle toward the ranch to find her horse, worth over $1 billion. After about 10 minutes, Long Chan sat in a serious office. No one else was there, only 4 video call icons. One of them, after hearing Long Chan, spoke sternly. "Are you saying she wants to leave here and told you she plans to go get building materials and machines herself?" "Yes, that's exactly what she meant." She said it just like that. Long Chan uploaded the voice message, which only contained a few lines from the warehouse conversation. The others were silent for a long time after listening. "It seems we can't keep her here." The gentle-looking old man didn't mind and even smiled kindly. "Why try to keep the young girl? She's right. She wants to see the world, explore the beautiful mountains and rivers of our country, and keep all these memories."
Why?
"Because she might already feel that soon she may not have the chance to see all this. She wants to see it and she can go anytime. No one is stopping her. Isn't it okay for her to have some regrets? Even if she really went to ancient times, that would be her reason to return without hesitation." The gentle-looking old man shook his head with a smile and criticized, "You can't think like that. Anyway, we should respect her. Put yourself in her shoes. Your precious daughter, only 10-something years old, is kept in a small pasture, unable to go anywhere. Would you be willing? Would you be happy? She is a child cherished by the whole family, protected and not allowed to suffer any hardship. It's all because of a mistake that this happened. She is special. Is she the same as others? Exactly because she's different, we should be more tolerant of her. Don't always treat her like just a child." That was a bit harsh, but it was the truth. The others were silent for a moment and said nothing more. This was a silent approval of the old man's decision. Meng Qianqian didn't say this casually. She truly felt that staying here, controlled by the country, made her feel less like a person and more like a machine. It's not that the country treated her badly, but she sensed something was wrong with her own state. She wasn't actually that fragile. But if she stayed here any longer, she was afraid she might go crazy. The next day, Meng Qianqian packed her bag and boarded a plane. Long Chan was frantic and went to find Qin Wang. She left, she's gone from the base. Qin Wang looked up and scoffed. Good riddance. What do you mean? Am I wrong? Aren't you the useless one? The mess you left behind, I shouldn't have to clean up for you. Qin Wang's words were sharp and biting, but every sentence hit Long Chan's weak spots. Long Chan had no way to fight back. Without going into details, she didn't dare imagine what would happen when Meng Yanxi woke up. Get lost, don't come back. Qin Wang didn't want to kill her directly. He was a powerful electric type, and you didn't want to mess with him. This crazy person and Meng Yanxi were a perfect match. If they worked together, the world would be turned upside down. Why did things go from good to this in just a few days? Through the airplane window, Meng Qianqian watched the city below gradually shrink. She didn't feel like a bird flying out of a cage, but rather a poor child about to leave home, perhaps never to return. The plane landed in the distant Ji province. This place had the most comprehensive factories in the world. There was nothing here that couldn't be found. She rented a car at a dealership and drove straight to the factory. The factory director heard a big client was coming and went to his office. When he saw who it was, he was surprised to find it was a young girl. He wasn't sure if she was an adult yet. She looked very young. But the director didn't underestimate Meng Qianqian. These days, only kids had money. Fools were generous. Do you want to buy blankets and quilts? Yes, the kind used in student dormitories, single and double. I want both. How much stock do you have? Although Gu Xuanji didn't say it outright, Meng Qianqian knew he was short on resources. They had only sent tents and stoves last time. They hadn't prepared anything else. Meng Qianqian didn't know how they had managed to get through these 2 days. She guessed it was probably because her last words made Gu Xuanji too embarrassed to speak up. She really wanted to show the account book to Gu Xianji. The clothes, jewelry, and weapons he sent later are all priceless treasures. Those old men were very happy, working hard in the laboratory every day. These items just covered the losses caused by their attempt to change history. But the previous accounts haven't been fully calculated yet. Not to mention, the value of the cattle and sheep could fully support building a strong fortress with an inner gear ring. How much do you want? The factory director sat on a mahogany chair, drinking tea, and was thinking about how much money he could make this time. It's a bit much. Your bedding is very thin, so it will be uncomfortable to sleep. And Meng Qianqian pointed out their shortcomings without hesitation. Therefore, I am asking for double the amount. Here is the list and the prices I can offer. The factory director looked at it, full of question marks. She looked at Meng Qianqian suspiciously, then lowered her head to look at the paper in front of her. After seeing the final numbers, she hesitated and asked, "How old are you this year?" Almost 19 in nominal age. In fact, she had just celebrated her 18th birthday a few months ago. 18-year-old coming-of-age ceremonies are truly impressive. Seeing the factory director's face with emotion, Meng Qianqian maintained a calm expression. Her cold eyes carried a faint doubt, as if saying, "Is what I offered not enough? Did I hit your bottom line? I clearly left some room, so why are you making that face?" Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. "Are you trying to cheat me, and when you realize you can't, you find it hard to accept?" The factory director saw her beautiful face and felt a tightness in his chest. "This makes things difficult for me." He still wanted to bargain. Meng Qianqian was not short of money now, but she wanted to spend it wisely and not waste it easily. She was responsible not just for one country or one world, but for 3 worlds: the ancient world, the post-apocalyptic world, and their home where they lived. Meng Qianqian would not back down. "That's easy. Just take a little less from home," she said. She also wanted to see if this boss was capable. If he was, she would consider working with him again. Although she didn't take much this time. It's just a mattress worth 150,000 yuan and a quilt worth 150,000 yuan. In the future, it will definitely be more than this. She also plans to rent a large warehouse in a remote area to store goods. If she can buy one, that would be even better. This price is not acceptable. The factory director still wanted to negotiate, when suddenly someone pushed the door open. The woman leading the group wore a red dress and crystal sandals. She slapped the factory director's bald head and started hitting him. "Lee Deming, you're really something. You play around so openly. That girl looks even younger than your own daughter, and you dare to sleep with her. I told you to stop hurting girls, to stop bullying them. Just wait, I'll beat you to death." "What are you talking about?" "Don't pull my hair. Do I need to tell you what you did?" The woman was not gentle at all, slapping the factory director several times in the face. Meng Qianqian had never seen such a scene before and was stunned, feeling so impressed she wanted to clap. The woman was tired from hitting. She kicked the factory director to the ground and, panting, walked over to Meng Qianqian, looking unhappy as she said, "Little girl, you should look ahead in life. Don't wait until you're older and look back on this time feeling upset. Since you want to cut ties with Li Mingde, I support you. If he's unwilling to give you money, I will. Just tell me how much you need. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree." Meng Qianqian's expression changed several times, and finally, she looked stunned. She picked up the list on the ground and handed it to the woman. "Sister, do you think this is too much?" "Not bad. At least you wrote it clearly in black and white. You have some brains." The woman took the paper, but before reading it, she stared at Meng Qianqian's face, feeling more and more regretful. Such a beautiful girl. How could Li Mingde, that scoundrel, ruin her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Meng Qianqian didn't know how to respond to this. She smiled and said, "Sister, maybe you should look at it first." "Okay, I'll look." The woman suddenly coughed violently, looked at Meng Qianqian in shock, and received her apologetic smile. She then turned to look at Li Mingde. He, who already had little hair, sat on the ground with a swollen face, looking at her with resentment. "I told you, but you didn't believe me." Li Mingde finally dared to stand up. He sat in the chair, and for a moment, his face twisted in pain. "Oh, next time speak louder. Sometimes my ears don't work well," the woman said. She looked down at the numbers on the list and silently did some quick calculations. She sincerely said, "Big sister, the price you offered is quite reasonable, but this is a small business for us. Could you possibly add a little more? I will come often in the future. How much are you willing to pay?" Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "A deal worth a few million should bring us many visits. But I suggest your mattress be a bit thicker, and I will also try to negotiate the price a little." The woman didn't expect the young girl to be so ambitious. She thought for a moment and quickly agreed, "Sister, I might not be able to accept all your big plans, but since you're not picky, let's go ahead with this deal. My name is Dong Yuhong. Call me Sister Yuhong, and let's consider ourselves friends. Sister Yuhong, my surname is Meng, and my name is Qianqian." "Qianqian means lush grass," Meng Qianqian said. She liked this cheerful woman very much. Dong Yuhong said, "Your name sounds nice. My family has a ranch. When my grandfather named me, he said Qianqian means abundant grass and trees. He hoped I could be as resilient as grass, with strong life force." Dong Yuhong looked at her with admiration and said, "It's clear that your elders only wish you well. They already knew what the future held. Worried she might face difficulties in the end times, they hoped she would stay calm in tough situations, like grass that grows strong wherever it lands." Meng Qianqian lowered her eyes and smiled softly, her face full of warm memories of her family. Dong Yuhong was a warm-hearted woman. She insisted on inviting Meng Qianqian to a meal. Meng Qianqian couldn't refuse her kindness and shared a delicious, hearty seafood dinner with Dong Yuhong. The bill was quite expensive. Meng Qianqian kept this kindness in her heart. Not long after placing her order, Dong Yuhong and her husband received many more orders from schools. Compared to their previous orders, it was several times more. To handle the increased business, they added another production line and hired more workers. Their business was booming. Dong Yuhong was overjoyed. "Little Qianqian is truly a lucky star. Ever since we started working with her, our factory's business has been thriving. Looks like that big lobster dinner was worth it. This girl is really something." "How do you know that?" Li Mingde, wearing a wig, looked younger and more handsome. Dong Yuhong scolded him. "Do you know how much the bracelet on that young girl's wrist is worth?" "Several million." I suspect she's from a wealthy family, just here to do some charity work and check things out. When she saw our good attitude, she made some unreasonable demands, but we didn't refuse. That's why she placed an order with us. Li Mingde suddenly understood. Husband, it's a good thing you came in time, or this wealth would have gone to someone else. So I should love my wife and listen to her. Yes, listening to your wife will bring success. The bedding was purchased. Meng Qianqian went out again to buy daily necessities. Buying water bottles and such items wasn't easy. After talking to several shops, she finally found suitable ones. She ordered 100,000 hot water bottles. Then she went to another factory to buy shoes. Old brand cotton shoes definitely wouldn't do. Not because they weren't warm enough, but because they didn't last long. She drew a question mark on the shoes and put them aside for now. First, she bought all the autumn clothes and thermal underwear. There are many factories making autumn clothes and thermal underwear, but quality varies. These clothes usually need to be replaced once a year. Meng Qianqian didn't choose big brands because they are expensive. She just wanted good quality at a fair price. She visited several underwear factories. She ordered 50,000 sets of autumn clothes, thermal underwear, and underwear in various sizes. The factory manager was a charming woman in her 40s, with a captivating aura. Sui Jiao Jiao, despite being over 40, still had an alluring presence and figure. Seeing Meng Qianqian ordering so much and not just one style, she put down the contract and said sincerely, "Young lady, I don't know what kind of business you're doing, but you can't buy like this. If you do, you'll end up losing everything. There are still many good people in the world." Meng Qianqian smiled and said, "Follow my sister's lead. I am doing charity." Charity. Sui Jiao Jiao paused, looking at the sincere young girl, smiling faintly. She patted her chest and said, "Don't worry. My autumn clothes, thermal underwear, and pure cotton underwear are a bit old-fashioned, but they are very comfortable to wear. Our fabrics are safe and hygienic, and there will be no problems. Just buy with confidence." Sui Jiao Jiao would never earn money unethically, nor would she do anything dishonest. "Thank you, sister." "Oh, what are you saying? I should be thanking you. This time, I earned more than I did in the past year. I want to thank Meng Qianqian for taking care of my business." Meng Qianqian went back to the old brand factory to buy laundry detergent. "I want to pack the clothes in boxes like these, not plastic bags. Money is not a problem. I will cover any extra costs." The manager saw that Meng Qianqian was young but confident, and without hesitation, he agreed. They signed a contract. All the necessary items were purchased. Meng Qianqian flew directly to F Province. F Province is famous for shoes. Their shoes are stylish, affordable, and of good quality. Meng Qianqian found a well-reviewed factory, discussed with the owner, and selected styles, sizes, and colors. "My requirements are warmth, durability, and strength. I can give you some time, but the quality and quantity must be guaranteed. Initially, I want to order 50,000 pairs of shoes. Later, the shoes can be ordered more slowly. Then, there are cotton shoes, followed by summer shoes. If you can accept orders and meet quality standards, I will keep placing orders in the future. Other products can be a bit lower in quality, but shoes must meet high standards." Meng Qianqian's demands were strict and written into the contract. She warned the factory manager, "If I find the shoes don't meet quality standards during inspection, you will need to compensate me 10 times the loss. Don't think you can pressure me with power. You won't like the outcome." She made her point clear to avoid trouble later. The factory manager, who was responsible for hosting Meng Qianqian, didn't expect this young girl to be so tough. "We do business based on honesty. If we break trust, we won't survive in this industry." Meng Qianqian signed the contract. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After Meng Qianqian left, the factory staff came in. The factory manager suspected that this was a warning from the young girl. Fortunately, he was an honest businessman and never sold inferior products. Otherwise, this inspection would have ruined him. His competitor would have been finished. The factory manager had a strong feeling that Meng Qianqian was likely responsible for this. Meng Qianqian returned to Ji Province. The warehouse she asked the agent to find had been successfully secured. She thought it would be safer to buy the warehouse herself. So, she spent a lot of money to purchase it. After the warehouse was organized, she sent the address to several factory managers, waiting for the deliveries. Many factories already had stock, so they sent the goods directly. For those without stock, they sent some first. Meng Qianqian immediately transferred money, and the factory managers all smiled happily, saying, "Ms. Meng, if you need anything else, just contact me." The thermos bottle had a wooden cap with a plastic exterior. It was labeled with a number. She wrote a letter to Gu Xuanji. "The thermos bottles are ready. I can deliver them to you anytime. Is it convenient for you now?" Gu Xuanji looked at the note and replied with a gentle smile. "So, I can send them over." Seeing the words on the note, Meng Qianqian skillfully placed it into a special folder. Gu Xuanji was very particular. Every piece of paper was the same size, except for special messages. Sometimes, they would write replies on the same sheet of paper. They had a good understanding. She left one sheet and he left one. Meng Qianqian looked at the black on her thumb. She had an idea, and all the thermos bottles disappeared from the warehouse. Then other items also vanished. Only Meng Qianqian knew that the cotton, bed sheets, and blankets were still in the warehouse. The warehouse was like a one-dimensional space, filled with many things. She could also control how much of these items were transported inside. That was her confidence. It was her reason for being able to leave the farm. As for whether the cows and sheep on the farm still had that effect after she left, they definitely did. Just the effect was a little weaker. Meng Qianqian bought some local specialties and returned to the farm. When she arrived, Long Chan was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. "Ancestor, you're finally back. Do you want to eat something?" Long Chan rolled up her sleeves. "I'll cook for you. Let you cooking skills." Meng Qianqian looked up at her. "You can cook? Why didn't you make me a meal before?" "Previously, I thought the chef's cooking was better than mine. Now, why do I understand differently?" Meng Qianqian was very curious. Long Chan was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "I think we will be together for a long time, and our way of getting along shouldn't be like this. Even if my cooking isn't perfect, it has a flavor that the cafeteria's master chef can't make." As Meng Qianqian listened, she suddenly took out a paper bag and handed it over like a magic trick. "Wow, a gift? For me?" Long Chan was a little surprised. "It's a New Year gift." Long Chan's eyes welled up with tears. She held the gift for a while, without speaking. Meng Qianqian also stayed silent. After a moment, Long Chan looked up, her eyes full of tears, and said, "You know I'm not someone who cries easily, but this time, I can't control myself. I feel like we won't see each other often in the future." Meng Qianqian didn't expect Long Chan to have such a strong feeling. "How could we not see each other often? We will see each other often. This is her home. Her parents are here. How could she not come back?" She just didn't know when she could return. Meng Qianqian casually asked, "When will my uncle come back?" Before, Long Chan wouldn't have been able to answer, but this time she excitedly said, "Mengju is fine. He will definitely come back to celebrate the Lantern Festival with you. It seems my little uncle's injury is healed." Long Chan was surprised. She really wanted to slap herself. "Is it very serious?" Meng Qianqian also wondered if she could wait until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Long Chan no longer hid anything and told Meng Yanxi about Meng Qianqian's situation. He was injured while saving someone. Thanks to the milk and other things you gave, he managed to avoid a fatal. When he returned, he was unconscious and had a high fever. This is a sign of progression. But progression is very dangerous, just like awakening special abilities. If he can't endure it, there's a risk to his life, I know, Meng Qianqian said. Actually, it means he could turn into a zombie. Meng Qianqian had read similar books before, so she understood naturally. Qin Wang sent someone to bring that milk. The milk took a long time to prepare, and its power was strong. After a few days, Meng Ju's energy was fully restored. When he arrived there, he immediately advanced and directly eliminated the mutated plants. Now her body is fully recovered, and I promise that when you see him, he will look completely different. Meng Qianqian turned around, wiped her tears, and took out imported ingredients from abroad. Long Chan was amazed. Is it finished? Of course it is, Meng Qianqian said. It's the new year. Things we usually don't eat often we should enjoy during the holidays. That makes sense. High-quality ingredients are often prepared in simple ways. The two of them had a hearty meal. You seem to have bought a lot of things. Long Chan didn't ask about Meng Qianqian's privacy. Even though she was curious and wanted to know more, she showed respect. Meng Qianqian nodded gently. Actually, during these days of traveling, I feel that people are busy to make their lives more comfortable. I think I've reached a point in life where I want to enjoy it more. Kids should go out and experience things. For example, explore underwater, go surfing, see the northern lights, visit Antarctica to see cute penguins, or the Arctic to see polar bears. Our national treasures like white peacocks, green peacocks, and so on. And try fresh lychees. As she spoke, a few dewy lychees appeared in front of her. Sticky rice balls. Concubine smile. With a string of lychees brought out, Long Chan's eyes widened. No way. Are these all fresh? Meng Qianqian smiled with her eyes squinting. Do you like them? She lazily leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching Long Chan's surprised face. Of course I like them. I love them, Long Chan asked in surprise. I remember it's not the season for lychees now, Meng Qianqian smiled. It doesn't matter. The important thing is you're eating fresh lychees. Long Chan didn't finish them all. She was a bit reluctant. Eat up. There's plenty, Long Chan. Suddenly, she felt lychees weren't worth much. Meng Qianqian and Long Chan pasted couplets, written by Gu Xuanji. When Professor Wei came over, he drooled over the couplets, insisting and persuading until Meng Qianqian handed him a few. The one in the warehouse wasn't taken. It had to be put up. Otherwise, the warehouse spirits would get upset. After hanging the curtains, Meng Qianqian started making dumpling fillings, and together they made dumplings. Meng Qianqian kept some and let Long Chan take the rest home. What are you doing? Big sister, you should go home and celebrate the new year with your family. Long Chan, feeling worried, wanted to hug the young girl. I want to stay here and celebrate the holiday with you. No need. I'll just cook some dumplings and then go to sleep, Meng Qianqian said before Long Chan interrupted. I will stay here and celebrate the new year with you today. My family doesn't need me to go back. If I do, they'll start pressuring me to get married. Now Meng Qianqian found it hard to ask her to leave. It was almost midnight. Firecrackers sounded, and fireworks lit up the sky. So beautiful. The dumplings were ready. Meng Qianqian and Long Chan sat at the table, smiling and looking at each other. Qianqian, Happy New Year. Chan, Happy New Year. They looked at each other and both started eating dumplings with chopsticks. The first bite Meng Qianqian took had a coin inside. She was so surprised she widened her eyes. Long Chan immediately said, Congratulations on your wealth and good luck. Suddenly, she noticed the figure in front of her moved. The smile on Long Chan's face disappeared instantly. Where did that big person go? Long Chan, experienced and quick-thinking, almost mechanically took out her ID card and dialed an emergency number. Commander, number 0 is missing. In an instant, an urgent alarm sounded inside the base, and everyone who received the message appeared in the meeting room. This year, I will definitely get rich. Meng Qianqian hadn't finished speaking when she found herself in the cold wind. She instinctively blocked the cold. But she was only wearing a home sweater, underneath which was a specially made thermal suit. She gradually realized that the suit was warming up and could block the cold wind. She only felt her ears and face freezing. Meng Qianqian wanted to take out her hat to wear, but suddenly stopped. She looked around in confusion. Not to mention the endless grassland, she could see distant hills. The flat ground was covered with dry grass and white snow, with no lights in sight. Even though she had mentally prepared for this day, she still worried it was just her illusion. The lei foam had kept the wind out, but the north wind at night made her eyes hurt. Any exposed skin felt like it was being cut by a knife. Is this where Gu Xianji lives? She thought it would be very cold, but this place is probably minus 50 degrees Celsius. Meng Qianqian is still wearing slippers without socks. In just a short while, her ankles are about to freeze. She takes out some socks, but as she is about to put them on, She stares thoughtfully at the wooden bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet is made from peach pits. It's not very big, and it looks natural and simple. The string inside is not ordinary. It's a strong, unbreakable type. There are 10 beads on the bracelet. Each bead contains a small space created with special crystal cores. The space isn't large, but it holds different items. No matter if Meng Qianqian appears in a city, on the grassland, or in the mountains, the supplies inside are enough for her to survive 50 years. The bracelet is an upgraded version after research. Her earrings and the Buddha pendant she wears are also special space accessories. She instinctively takes out her hat and socks, which are stored inside the bracelet space. Meng Qianqian is now more certain that she has traveled back to ancient times over 2,000 years ago. She puts on thick socks, winter clothes, and heated snow boots. She doesn't know what clothes would be suitable. After hesitating, she decides to wear the clothing of the Xianbei women. Based on the temperature, she is probably in the northeast region, where only the Xianbei people live nearby. Meng Qianqian takes out the Xianbei clothes prepared for her by the country and puts them on. She looks down at her snow boots, hesitates, but doesn't take them off. Just a woman alone in the wilderness is already strange enough. Showing a little flaw might actually make others feel more at ease. Meng Qianqian changes into a Xianbei-style hat and takes out a compass from the space. She also pulls out a modern device. Beep, starting detection. Beep, detection complete. 5 kilometers south, there are signs of human habitation. There are wolves in the mountains, which is dangerous. It is recommended to carry a torch, weapons such as a pistol, bow and arrow, or a 1-meter-long electric baton. It is best to choose a torch, firewood, and gasoline. 5 kilometers south, Meng Qianqian looks southward. That area is a plain, but in the dark night, she can't see anything clearly. Without hesitation, she turns and walks in the opposite direction. Shout song, let's discuss. Tell me, is Gu Xianji in the south or the east? There was no response from the warehouse. Meng Qianqian just asked casually. She walked behind a small dirt hill, took out a tiny tent, hung a white light bulb, and laid down a moisture-proof mat. Meng Qianqian took out a large portable power bank and started inflating the air mattress. After it was full, she laid wool felt on it, added several thick mats, then took out an electric blanket and covered it with a blanket. Finally, she added a warm silk quilt. After setting everything up, she crawled into the quilt, plugged it in the electric blanket, and got inside. Meng Qianqian took out a small camera and started recording. Today is February 13th, 2029, at 12:38 a.m. It's also the first day of the Chinese New Year. I just finished my first bite of New Year's dinner and suddenly appeared in a strange wilderness. The time of my crossing should be exactly midnight. When I was watching the Spring Festival Gala, the clock struck 12. I was having New Year's dinner with Long Chan. Just as we were greeting the new year, I crossed over. I remember clearly after the countdown shouted 1, I arrived in this unfamiliar wilderness. This should be from over 2,000 years ago, in ancient times, but I'm not sure exactly when. Just now, I tested and found traces of human activity about 5 kilometers south of my location. I don't know who they are, so I plan to rest well and observe quietly for a while. I'm going to rest now. From now on, it will record automatically. Meng Qianqian hid the camera, aimed it at the tent entrance. She dimmed the light, put on an eye mask, and closed her eyes. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but soon after closing her eyes, she fell asleep. The more tense and difficult the moments, the more important it is to stay calm. Outside the tent, she sprinkled 3 circles of earth-colored powder, turned on the lights and alarm system. If anyone approaches, the alarm will sound. Meng Qianqian slept peacefully. In the morning, she opened her eyes, instinctively reached for the camera, and said, I am awake. The alarm didn't go off, so it seems no one has discovered my location for now. I need to wash up and have breakfast. I will record again when I leave later. Meng Qianqian turned off the camera, took out a water bottle, poured some into a basin, and started brushing her teeth near the tent. The north wind is really cold. It stings her face and forehead. After brushing her teeth, Meng Qianqian returned fully armed and thought for a moment before packing up the entire tent. She didn't put it into the space. Instead, she kept the supplies neatly arranged inside. She carefully placed the tent intact into the storage space, which felt like another dimension, huge and incredible, able to hold an enormous amount of items. Meng Qianqian didn't foolishly leave it as decoration, but stored it properly. Since the storage was upgraded unexpectedly, she had filled it with many things. She traveled to different places to collect various farm products and bought many of her favorite snacks to keep inside. The storage space looked very high-end, with one wall resembling supermarket shelves, much neater and more organized than any store. Each small compartment held a different item. Whatever she put in, it came out exactly the same. She instantly loved it. So, she used all her money to buy whatever she saw, buying a lot of everything. White rabbit candies, milk powder in different stages, stockpiling them all. She also bought fever medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and pet deworming medicine. Why pet deworming medicine? She heard that it could treat cancer. Whether it's true or not, she didn't know, but she knew she had to bring it along. It's used to save her warhorse. Meng Qianqian even called her old classmate's father to buy many veterinary medicines from him. She bought vaccines in bulk. You're buying so much stuff. Aren't you worried about being checked? Her old classmate, Qi Xingchen, was a handsome guy with dark skin. He had a high nose bridge, was 1.88 meters tall, and looked very stylish. Meng Qianqian was very familiar with him. She reached out and patted his arm to comfort him. Don't worry. If they check, just tell the truth and mention my name. If it gets difficult, you can also use my name. Maybe it will help. Qi Xingchen snorted and rubbed her head. Miss, you're talking nonsense. Also, don't always make yourself so busy and take on everything. You're a girl, be more relaxed. No one will say anything. Girls can be just as strong as boys. Yes, you're not weak, but you could live more easily. Qi Xingchen handed her a bag of pickled vegetables. This is pickled cabbage made from baby bok choy. It's quite tasty. You can use it for dumplings or cooking noodles. Please thank Annie for me. Why thank you? No need to thank me. If you want to eat something, just call, and I'll have someone deliver it to you. Qi Xingchen personally saw Meng Qianqian off. Meng Qianqian headed south to buy embroidery from Shu, rough cloth, lots of cotton fabric, and many brocades. These things cost money.
She needed to buy a lot.
She also bought plenty of salt and grains, all stored in the warehouse. She felt a strong urgency at the time, so she kept buying more. Among these, she bought the most toilet paper. After shopping, Meng Qianqian realized she couldn't buy any more hygiene products. She wasn't even sure if she could go back and where to put all this stuff. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. She couldn't handle it, couldn't accept it. Meng Qianqian shook her head, holding a testing device, wearing Bluetooth earbuds, and carefully walking up the mountain. Last night, she didn't see clearly, but today she realized she had to cross this mountain to reach where humans live. Can it be something simpler? She crossed a mountain that wasn't too tall but was rarely visited, and there were wolves in the woods. Of course, Meng Qianqian was afraid. She chatted with her silent warehouse companion. Little warehouse, if there are wolves on the mountain, would you give me a safe place to stay? I think you're capable. When I say go in, just let me in, okay? You say you've upgraded, so why do you still act like a little useless thing? Why not just come out confidently in front of your master? Why leave me stranded in this wild mountain? I also need to check if the closest humans are your master. What if I can't see him? Right now, he has thousands of people under his control. Meeting him won't be easy. Can you help me send a message? Or maybe I write a letter, and you deliver it. Meng Qianqian was about to write a letter when she suddenly sensed something was wrong. She looked back and saw an animal nearby. Her pounding heart immediately calmed. You look so silly, no wonder you scare people. Meng Qianqian looked at the silly roe deer in the distance, really wanting to catch it and eat meat. Braised roe deer would be delicious. She touched the non-existent stream and kept running up the mountain. The mountain didn't seem very tall, but getting up was quite tiring. Meng Qianqian didn't go to a rarely visited place. She deliberately chose paths where people or animals had passed, slowly climbing toward the mountaintop. When she reached the top, she just happened to see the sunset. Meng Qianqian stood on the mountaintop, looking at the beautiful view, feeling like shouting out loud. Suddenly, she looked into the distance and saw a large tribe nearby. Meng Qianqian was excited. She took out her binoculars and saw the clothes the people in the tribe were wearing, almost crying with happiness. Little Tsong, I found your father.
He's down the mountain.
Can't you throw me a little closer? Do I have to travel on New Year's Day? No, it's almost the second day of the new year. Climbing up was slow, but coming down was much faster. Someone seemed to be walking nearby, so Meng Qianqian's descent was much quicker. It got dark very fast. By 4:30 p.m., it was already night. Meng Qianqian spoke to her camera. It's dark now, and the path down the mountain isn't easy. I need to get down quickly and find a good place to sleep. The here isn't as steep as over there. Many people have passed by, so I think I can reach the foot of the mountain when I can't see anything anymore. When I get to the bottom, I want to surprise Gu Xuanji. If I don't see anyone, I will send a letter to Gu Xuanji. Maybe she would see her support in this world. So Meng Qianqian's steps became happier. She wore a headlamp that clearly lit her path. The path down the mountain became wider and smoother. Meng Qianqian walked faster and faster. Suddenly, someone appeared beside her, holding a sharp dagger against her back. Stop. Who are you? February 14th, 2029, the second day of the new year. I thought I wouldn't see Gu Xuanji until tomorrow, but I didn't expect us to meet so soon. I took out a letter and handed it to the cold-looking guard, asking him to pass it to Gu Xuanji. I don't know when Gu Xuanji will come. I'm a little excited but also a bit scared to meet him. After saying this, Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and decided to turn off her camera. When she handed over the letter, the guard looked surprised. When she suddenly appeared with a tent out of nowhere, the guard immediately panicked. Then he said in a serious voice, "Stay alert. It is not about watching, but about guarding." Meng Qianqian knew she was no longer in danger this time. She woke up in the morning, had breakfast, and then started climbing the mountain. On the way down, she ate a piece of chocolate and drank some hot water. Now, waiting for Gu Xuanji, Meng Qianqian plans to eat something. She wants something warm and soupy, so she takes out a bowl of seafood noodles. After taking a sip of the broth, she feels completely relaxed. Meng Qianqian has a good appetite and eats quite a lot. After finishing the bowl of noodles and drinking all the broth, she feels she could eat another steamed egg. Just then, she hears the sound of horses running, getting closer and closer. Meng Qianqian wipes her mouth, puts on her hat, and gets out of the tent. When she looks up, she makes eye contact with the person sitting on the horse. The group accompanying Gu Xuanji isn't large, about 40 or 50 people. They all wear matching clothes, and in the dark, only black can be seen. A small lamp in front of the tent lights up a clear area ahead. The man on the horse wears a black down jacket, with long hair held in place by a wooden hairpin. At first glance, Meng Qianqian feels this person is very tall. He must be at least 2 meters tall. The light isn't very bright, so she can't see his face clearly, but she feels that his face doesn't look old. When he gets off the horse and walks toward her, Meng Qianqian's gaze is naturally drawn to his face. He is handsome and has a good expression. She can tell at a glance that this person is Gu Xuanji. No wonder he is a man recorded in history during the Daqing dynasty. Even with just a few words, you can see his true nature. Now, standing in front of her, Meng Qianqian doesn't know how to describe the shock he brings her. Gu Xuanji is not only very handsome but also has an extraordinary aura. Even if his clothes are mismatched, he still exudes a sense of authority that cannot be ignored, his innate dignity and commanding presence. Meng Qianqian watches him walk toward her. His deep, cold eyes, like the depths of the sea, sweep over her with a hint of cool scrutiny, making her feel a little nervous. Her aura is very special, different from everyone here. She's like a naive, harmless little lamb, arriving in this world for the first time, vulnerable enough for anyone to easily cause her harm. Clean, gentle, untouched by the cruelty of the world. Her lively eyes are full of curiosity about him. Gu Xianji looks at her dressed in Xianbei clothing but forgets to disguise herself completely. Xianbei women wouldn't wear shoes like that. Their headpieces are also different from what she's wearing. Most importantly, even if a Xianbei woman is stunning enough to captivate a nation, the most noticeable thing is the ambition in her eyes. But none of that can be seen in her eyes. He looks very serious, a bit intimidating. It's completely different from what she imagined, but she's not disappointed. In fact, she feels more happy. Should she say something to break this silent atmosphere? Hello, I am your pen pal, the one you call the goddess. I am Meng Qianqian. She can't do it. She can't bring herself to say it. Meng Qianqian thinks Gu Xianji probably can't guess her true identity either. Suddenly, the handsome man in front of her makes a move to step back, lowering his stance. Meng Qianqian is quicker than her mind and steps forward to hold him back softly, saying, Gu Xianji, don't reveal my identity. A hint of a smile flashes in Gu Xianji's serious eyes. He raises his hand, and the person quickly steps back, leaving enough space for both of them. Why would the goddess appear here? Has something happened in the divine realm? He was just guessing, not wanting his guess to come true. The goddess actually came. She is even more beautiful and pure than he imagined, fitting perfectly with his hopes. But she came here suddenly, and that might be dangerous. Maybe I should go back. Before Meng Qianqian can answer, Gu Xianji asks with concern. Hearing the word, goddess, Meng Qianqian feels so embarrassed she could almost build a mansion. Don't call me goddess. I don't want anyone to know my true identity. Just call me Qianqian. Everything is fine on my side. I just had a premonition and decided to come. It's my first time here, so I'm not very familiar, which caused some delay. Next time, I should do better. Meng Qianqian doesn't reveal everything. She and Gu Xianji have built trust, but at this moment of real meeting, she can't help but be cautious. Across time and space, she can be the goddess he speaks of. In the same space, she is considered an outsider. Those who are not of our kind must be eliminated. Meng Qianqian must be careful. Her long eyelashes flutter gently, and her gentle gaze looks at Gu Xianji, causing his heart to flutter slightly. How could there be such a wonderful woman in the world? A strong north wind blew, and Meng Qianqian instinctively shrank her neck. Gu Xuanji softly said, Miss Meng, could you please pack up this tent and come back with me to rest first? Oh, okay. She originally came to find Gu Xuanji. Meng Qianqian thought quickly, and her delicate, small tent disappeared from Gu Xuanji's sight. Gu Xuanji had done this many times before, but he always just passed things along. He knew that Meng Qianqian only put things away. Miss Meng, get on the horse first. Meng Qianqian hesitated, then quickly put on a friendly smile. Thank you. She mounted the horse, looked down at Gu Xuanji, and was about to ask what to do next when she heard him say, Sorry for the trouble. Then he swung onto the horse, sat behind her, and wrapped her in a large cloak. Lower your head, don't look forward. We'll arrive soon. The unfamiliar man scent was not unpleasant. She smelled laundry detergent. Meng Qianqian instinctively hid in his arms to avoid the north wind blowing on her face. Suddenly, the man behind her stiffened. Her heart pounded loudly, louder than the howling wind. At first, Meng Qianqian was nervous, but then she slowly smiled, realizing she wasn't the only one feeling tense. She relaxed suddenly. Meng Qianqian leaned back against the man's chest, and when the cloak was blown open, a large hand pressed down on her. She wasn't blown by the wind at all. This person was quite kind. In the chaos of the end times, at this moment, she found a sense of peace. Meng Qianqian's heart was surprisingly calm. The steady sound of hooves, almost perfectly synchronized, as if all the horses were in harmony. Living in ancient times for a lifetime might not be impossible to endure. But she wondered, if her little uncle crawled out of the underworld and returned home to find she was gone, would he be so angry he'd up the bass? She silently thought, Little Tsong, for the sake of world peace, please don't keep me trapped here forever. She couldn't speak, couldn't communicate, silent and mute. Are you a chatterbox? Talking all day long. Can't you just shut up and go with the flow? Unfortunately, no matter how frustrating it was, Meng Qianqian couldn't hear it. Suddenly, the horses stopped. Meng Qianqian simply fainted and arrived at the place. "Shall we go to my tent first?" Gu Xuanji asked Meng Qianqian for her opinion. Her identity was too special. He didn't trust leaving her elsewhere. Meng Qianqian readily agreed. Sure. Gu Xuanji rode his horse to the tent, carrying her with one hand as he dismounted. Before she could react, she was already taken inside the tent. The tent was warm, and everything inside looked familiar to her. For a moment, she felt like she had returned to her childhood, playing in the Mongolian yurt her grandfather had made for her. Tears welled up in Meng Qianqian's eyes, and her face grew hot. Gu Xuanji was startled and immediately knelt down, speaking seriously, "If I have offended the goddess, I deserve to die. Please punish me." Meng Qianqian looked at Gu Xuanji in confusion, her small feet shifting aside as she tentatively asked, "Excuse me, what did I do to offend you?" Gu Xuanji replied solemnly, "I don't know. Please, goddess, punish me." Meng Qianqian silently moved closer to Gu Xuanji, gently touching his shoulder. "Can you get up first? We can't communicate properly like this." It wasn't like this during their previous conversations. Why, after meeting in person, did he suddenly treat her with such respect, as if she were a divine being? Hadn't she made it clear to him? She was not a goddess, just an ordinary person. Gu Xuanji looked up at her. Meng Qianqian instinctively smiled at him, then quietly took a step back, waiting for him to stand up. But Gu Xuanji didn't move. His gaze was firm, as if determined to join the party. What had she done to offend him? Meng Qianqian recalled everything that had happened on the way here. She thought about how he had suddenly carried her off the horse into the tent. She didn't expect that just a small mistake would cause him to misunderstand her, and she felt a bit embarrassed as she explained.
You misunderstood.
I was just missing my family a little, so I lost my composure. It has nothing to do with you." Gu Xuanji listened to her explanation before standing up. His tall figure rose, and a sense of pressure filled the air. Meng Qianqian felt she wasn't short, but now she only reached his shoulders. To talk to him, she had to look up. If she didn't, she couldn't see his face clearly. "All right, when I look up, I can only see his perfect jawline and can't see his face clearly." Meng Qianqian quietly took a few steps back. When she looked up, she found it was still a bit difficult, so she stepped back a few more times. Anyone who marries a man like this probably won't suffer from neck problems in the future. Gu Xuanji, although expressionless, had changing eyes that eventually settled into a smile. "Hi, finally we meet. I'm Meng Qianqian." Meng Qianqian smiled and reached out her hand. Remembering that in ancient times handshakes weren't common, she quickly lowered her hand. "I'm Gu Xuanji." The smile in the man's eyes didn't fade. He pointed to the heated brick bed and said, "Want to sit on the bed and keep warm?" Meng Qianqian didn't think there was anything wrong with sitting on the bed. She took off her shoes and got onto the bed, habitually pulling off her outer coat. She didn't notice the man behind her, whose pupils suddenly widened in shock, and he awkwardly turned around. "I'll go out first," Meng Qianqian asked curiously. "Do you have something urgent? How long will you be gone?" Gu Xuanji, with his back to Meng Qianqian, hesitated and couldn't say a word. "Oh, then hurry back. I want you to taste the flavor of milk tea." Seeing Gu Xuanji, Meng Qianqian knew this was his territory, so she didn't hide anything. She changed out of her xianbei clothes, revealing the sweater underneath, sat cross-legged on the bed, and skillfully took out 2 cups of milk tea. Gu Xuanji quickly left the tent, speaking in a low voice to the person outside. "Don't let others know about tonight. Rest assured, Lord. Tonight, Jia Yi personally led people to follow Gu Xuanji. The people chosen weren't slaves, but former guards who had sworn to follow Gu Xuanji to the death." Gu Xuanji stepped outside and felt a cold breeze. He turned back into the tent. As soon as he entered, he saw a woman sitting on the bed, wearing a white sweater, with long black hair naturally falling and delicate features, with respect and a subtle tenderness in her eyes. Meng Qianqian heard the noise and waved at Gu Xuanji. "Come quickly, let you try our local specialty. I didn't understand the situation before, so I couldn't secretly prepare for you." Now you can eat a lot. At that moment when she smiled, Gu Xuanji felt something explode in his mind. He couldn't hear any sound, only felt that the girl in front of him was as beautiful as mist, and with a breeze, she would vanish. Gu Xianji walked over and, before sitting down, saw Meng Qianqian suddenly produce a cup of milk tea. She skillfully inserted the straw, took away the outer packaging, and happily handed it to him.
Try it.
It's very tasty. Both boys and girls over here like to drink it. Thank you, goddess. Gu Xianji's eyes flickered slightly, carefully avoiding her soft, white hand. You don't need to thank me. Actually, I should thank you too, Meng Qianqian said while drinking her milk tea. She looked at Gu Xianji with big eyes and, after taking a sip, asked him with a smile, is it good? This was Gu Xianji's first time trying milk tea, and it was indeed very delicious. As long as you like it. It's true that handsome guys like sweet things, but they usually eat less to keep up their image. Meng Qianqian then took out some snacks, placing them on the table for Gu Xianji to eat. I'm not just being polite when I thank you, she said, bringing herself closer to him by sharing a bit of her story. When I was writing to you, I was going through a tough time. My mother passed away, and my father took my inheritance and betrayed me. Maybe he felt guilty, so he didn't leave me in debt. When I was at my worst, I happened to meet you. Meng Qianqian looked up, her eyes shining brightly, without a trace of sadness. No one could tell she had been through so much. She seemed to glow, radiating warmth that could touch everyone's heart. You helped us even more, Gu Xianji said with intense eyes. The prairie is very cold, and there's no food. We ran away, without stopping. Just when we saw hope, we faced new despair. At that moment, we all thought we would die there. Then, a white object suddenly appeared in front of us. When we learned it was rice, we all knew we could survive. Even in a storm, we didn't give up. It was you who gave us hope. Meng Qianqian's mind vividly recalled the bamboo slips from that time. She couldn't imagine how difficult it was for the man in front of her back then. Now, everything is better. We've made it through. Gu Xianji, we will have a brighter tomorrow, and your dreams will come true, Meng Qianqian said, reaching out her hand with firm resolve. Even if she could never go back, even if she had no help from her country's father. She stored plenty of good things like salt, honey, toilet paper, fabrics, and more, enough to help Gu Xianji dominate the world. Not to mention, she also had a large number of seeds, neatly arranged in the warehouse. She secretly upgraded the warehouse without telling anyone. After leaving the base, she went around buying seeds and other supplies. After a long trip, bringing everything back, she was no longer the girl who waited for others to bring her supplies. She was now Qianqian, the wealthy lady. Gu Xianji tentatively reached out his hand. Qianqian extended her hand forward, and they high-fived. We will unify the world and become rulers. Gu Xianji asked cautiously. Qianqian said seriously, of course we want to dominate the world. Don't you know? Our ancestors traveled all over the world thousands of years ago. That's why the classic of mountains and seas exists. Why did our ancestors choose this land to settle? Why do later generations call the East ancient and mysterious? Isn't it because this land was carefully chosen by our ancestors? Gu Xianji listened quietly and nodded obediently. Okay, we will conquer the world. Why was he so obedient and strange? It was a bit odd, but also kind of cute, making people want to pat his head. Yeah, conquer the world. Qianqian felt a bit awkward because her enthusiasm didn't quite work out. She realized she wasn't suited for this kind of thing. Qianqian entered the warehouse, searching through the shelves. She pulled out duck necks, duck tongues, duck paws, duck collarbones, duck wings, lotus roots, and dried vegetables. Want to try some? The nightlife hasn't started yet, so let's have a snack first. I also have some good wine, rare outside. I'll pour some into this wine jug. She poured the wine into the jug and warmed it up. Then she took out 2 beautiful small wine cups and placed them in front of him. This isn't enough. I also have peanuts and sliced cucumbers, real good snacks to go with wine. I tell you, only the barbecue places make sliced cucumbers that taste right. but not every place is good. This one was recommended by my good friend. I ate there during college. I even asked the owner to make a lot of it last time. She was worried she might not be able to get it later, so she learned a few tricks from the owner. Unfortunately, the dishes made by the boss are quite different from what I prepared. Meng Qianqian brought out a plate of sliced cucumbers, then a skewer of grilled meat, and a bunch of grilled corn. When she realized it, Gu Xuanji's desk was already full of food she had arranged. It seems a bit too much. We can't finish it all. Maybe we should share some. Meng Qianqian just didn't want to waste food. Gu Xuanji called out to the outside. Jiawu. Jiawu hurried in quickly, walking with small steps, and respectfully stood at the lower end of the table, clearly very curious, but too afraid to look up. Share some of these. You all should try some, Gu Xuanji said. Jiawu was about to go get a plate, but suddenly, a basin appeared in front of him. Meng Qianqian didn't say anything. She placed the basin there and called Jiawu over. Use this, no need to go out. Jiawu paused, looking terrified. What is going on with this person? Meng Qianqian looked at Gu Xuanji with a puzzled and slightly annoyed expression. Why is your person so dull? She was truly straightforward and adorable. Jiawu looked like he was about to faint from fright, but she didn't seem to notice at all. Gu Xuanji's eyes held a smile, and he spoke casually. You should thank the goddess. Servant thanks the goddess and the lord for the gift. Jiawu quickly stepped forward, only daring to take a little of each item, showing good restraint. Meng Qianqian directly picked up the plate and pushed most of the food aside. It's too much. We can't eat that much. Jiawu's sweat dripped down. The food that the noble guests couldn't finish was not allowed for others to touch. Jiawu was used to the eccentric prince, but now another eccentric person had appeared. Could it be that the reason the goddess favors the prince is because of this? Jiawu felt like he had uncovered a huge secret. He carried the food and left. Meng Qianqian urged Gu Xuanji to try quickly. This is a very famous snack from our place, known both domestically and internationally. Very special. You should try it. Gu Xuanji was about to pick up chopsticks when a pair of disposable gloves appeared in front of him. He didn't recognize them and looked at Meng Qianqian with a puzzled expression. Meng Qianqian skillfully put on the gloves and explained, these are disposable gloves. Just for convenience, to prevent your hands from getting too greasy. It seems easy, but actually causes a lot of environmental pollution. But everyone uses them. There's nothing we can do. Even I know it's like this, but I can't change it. After all, this thing is really useful. You should try it too. I don't have much, but I can let you experience it a few times. Gu Xuanji's eyes showed a smile. He imitated her and blew a breath on the glove, then easily put his hand inside. It's easier to hold and eat like this. You can also use chopsticks if you want. Oh, you don't call them chopsticks, but we do. Meng Qianqian grabbed a piece of duck neck. This duck neck is spicy and very tasty. Gu Xuanji followed Meng Qianqian's example. Whatever she did, he did the same. The meat on the duck neck isn't much, but it tastes very good. He enjoyed eating it. The duck wings are also delicious, but his favorite is actually duck paws. The flavor of duck paws is amazing, tough and chewy, which he loves most. Seeing he liked it, Meng Qianqian took out a small box of duck paws. Want a sip of wine? Or some cola? Meng Qianqian took out her secret stash, chilled cola. Gu Xuanji saw the ice inside and asked quietly, why does it have to be cold? She poured him a big glass and strongly recommended he try a sip. Gu Xuanji looked at the warm wine, paused, and politely said, isn't this supposed to be warm? How could it be warm? Meng Qianqian quickly put away the wine and the warm drinkware, happily telling Gu Xuanji, next time, you won't need to warm the wine anymore. Gu Xuanji. No wonder she's a divine maiden. Her skills are unmatched. Come on, have a sip of happy water. It'll make you feel happy. Gu Xuanji knew he couldn't refuse, so he took a sip of the cold cola. The strange feeling increased again. A few minutes later, Meng Qianqian poured him another glass. The first sip is strange, but after that, you'll find it's really irresistible. Even though you know drinking too much isn't good, you just can't stop. Gu Xuanji thought that made sense. Meng Qianqian watched the elegant young nobleman, sitting with her, nibbling on duck neck and drinking cold cola, an unbelievable scene. She took out her camera and took a picture. Gu Xuanji suddenly looked up. Meng Qianqian didn't notice the sudden fierce look in his eyes. She handed him the camera. Look, if you upload this photo online, no one will believe you're the legendary emperor who rules the world. Gu Xuanji. This pressure is really intense. He currently has no city and all his subordinates are slaves. He doesn't have any capable officials, and the few people he can rely on are very limited. With such a situation, how can he have the ability to advance into central China? Moreover, he is far from being a legendary emperor. Dreams are still worth having. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and a salted fish? Meng Qianqian seemed to be inside his mind. Gu Xuanji, you still have me. I have everything you need. You don't have to rush to become king or gather a lot of grain. Just keep moving forward. Gu Xuanji's eyes flickered slightly, his expression calm, as if he wasn't tempted by the tempting offer in front of him. He was too calm. Let's do an experiment. Meng Qianqian suddenly remembered something. She got up and walked to the other side of the bed, then said to Gu Xuanji, I want to try if I can send things to you now, and if you can pass messages back to me. Gu Xuanji immediately understood her meaning. He was about to take out some paper when Meng Qianqian said, I'll do it. Before she finished speaking, Gu Xuanji sensed something. He looked at the food on the table, instinctively raised his hand, and suddenly a bouquet of roses appeared in his hand. Meng Qianqian saw the flowers and instantly felt awkward. She cursed loudly in her mind. Are you crazy? I wanted something simple, and you give me this? A persimmon is so different from a flower. Why did you give him a flower? Forget the other things, but this is a rose. She was about to die. Meng Qianqian was relieved that Gu Xuanji knew what roses symbolized. Otherwise, she would have been so angry she might have exploded. All right, pass it to me, she said seriously. Gu Xuanji stretched out his slender finger, plucked a rose, and the flower in his hand disappeared again. Meng Qianqian received the remaining roses. She looked at the single rose Gu Xuanji was playing with, took a deep breath, and tried to ignore the flower, even completely avoiding thinking about it. Flowers were not suitable to mention between them. Didn't you say you wanted to build a trading team? The trading teams to the western regions make a lot of money every year. Our identities won't allow us to go there, so you definitely can't go to the western regions. But we can go inland. I know you'll go inland too. But your status isn't enough, so I will go. Meng Qianqian didn't know how long she would stay here. She just wanted to freeze the project for now. Gu Xuanji's brow twitched. He couldn't let Meng Qianqian go on the dangerous journey. But Meng Qianqian said, If I don't go, who will? It can only be you. You're their king, and you can't leave. If you go, people's hearts will be lost. If others carry priceless items, do you think they can survive? Gu Xuanji didn't want others to form a trading team heading south into the pass because he was worried about their identities. Once they went in, they might not come out alive. But Meng Qianqian was different. She had the ability to protect herself. Gu Xuanji knew that if she didn't show her valuables, she wouldn't disturb the balance. But if she needed to use them once to save her life, that was okay. My time is limited, and I don't know how long I can stay here. So, I want to help you. At least, I want to help you find a trading route. Next time, they can carry goods themselves without me. Gu Xuanji hesitated. Meng Qianqian didn't rush him. She felt the coldness from eating sliced cucumbers and took out a hot water bag, placing it on her stomach, then continued eating. It was delicious, but her stomach felt a little cold. Meng Qianqian ate very carefully. She had just eaten noodles earlier. Have you decided yet? Meng Qianqian put down her chopsticks, holding the hot water bag, and said, It's more convenient for me to go, and my identity won't be easily exposed. If you're worried, you can send 300 or 500 people with me. She was really brave. She was determined to go on this trip. Gu Xuanji needed her too. He had no one reliable by his side. To truly stand on his own and find a way to make money, he needed a strong trading team. Currently, besides him, Meng Qianqian was the most suitable person. An outpost will be built soon. I will leave some materials there in advance. I also brought the machines, and I will teach you how to use them. In 7 days, I will set out with my people. Gu Xuanji, we don't have much time. This place will be your base, your starting point for wealth. Once the outpost is built, you will lead people to conquer the grasslands. Wait for the right moment to go south. I can't fight in battles, but I can trade. I am more suitable than you for this. I will help you bring people out, and one day, even after losing contact with me, you will still have a steady source of income. Having a steady income means having strong capital. And with capital, you can have the confidence to conquer the world. Gu Xianji frowned hard. Meng Qianqian thought he was unwilling and didn't believe her. She was about to persuade him when Gu Xianji said, "You want to cut off contact with me? When? Is there a way to stay in touch?" Meng Qianqian was confused. Is this the main point? Is there something wrong with what he's focusing on? I'm just giving an example. What if? What if we can't contact each other? You would have a backup plan, just a little slower. Meng Qianqian didn't know when Xiao Tsong might get cramps, so she had to quickly carry out her plan. An emperor who fights across the world sounds much better than an emperor who just does business. After eating and drinking enough, it was time to wash up and sleep. Meng Qianqian stood up to go out, and Gu Xianji asked hurriedly, "Where are you going?" "To sleep, of course." Meng Qianqian thought she would set up a tent later, heat some water quickly, and take a good bath. There is a heated brick bed here. If you don't mind, you can stay here. I will go somewhere else. Gu Xianji wanted to leave the best for Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian was surprised. Are you going to squeeze with your subordinates? We used to do that before. Gu Xianji didn't care much about his status. Living was more important than anything. He was very open-minded, otherwise, he would have died long ago. Meng Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed. This isn't a good way to go on, she thought for a moment and said, "How about this? We separate the heated bed into 2 rooms. You sleep over there, I sleep here." Gu Xianji thought that was too disrespectful to Meng Qianqian. But if not, do you have a better idea? Meng Qianqian's identity didn't allow her to go out and squeeze with others, at least for now. She needed a proper identity. And this identity had to be noble. Once she revealed her divine girl identity, it would only bring her trouble. Gu Xianji had many people with hidden intentions. He didn't dare to gamble with Meng Qianqian's safety. Then I apologize for the inconvenience. Meng Qianqian didn't think it was a big deal. It was just sharing a place with someone else. No inconvenience. Meng Qianqian took out a portable charger and placed it on the open ground. She also took out a bath bucket and set it down. She wasn't so luxurious as to use a bucket of water for bathing, so she looked back at Gu Xianji for help. "I want to take a bath." Gu Xuanji's body suddenly shook, almost falling off the bed. He quickly got up and walked outside, saying as he went, "I'll go get someone to bring you water right now. Isn't there snow? Just have them bring the snow directly. I can boil water myself." "I do it very quickly," Meng Qianqian said, then took out a large water bucket and placed it beside her. "There's also snow in here." Gu Xuanji took a deep breath and said in a calm voice, "Okay." He quickly left the tent. When he returned, he found the tent had changed a lot. The original tent had a screen that separated a space during the day. Now, a cabinet divides the middle of the bed, and along the cabinet, a silvery fabric-like material surrounds it, completely splitting the tent into 2 parts. Meng Qianqian heard the noise and came out, smiling at Gu Xuanji. "Look, how is it? Now we are roommates. If you feel uncomfortable, I can also help you set up a separate space." Gu Xuanji quickly refused. "No need, just a screen is fine." He used the screen to block the space and rested inside, so he wouldn't disturb Meng Qianqian. The large hot water heater boiled water quickly. Meng Qianqian saw a water jar in the corner and thought that the dull, grayish jar didn't match Gu Xuanji's status. She waved her hand, and a pair of delicate, elegant water jars appeared where the water jar was. This suits Gu Xuanji's status better, Meng Qianqian thought for a moment, and then placed 2 buckets engraved with 5-clawed golden dragons beside them. Without asking, it was obvious they were for Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji. From shock and confusion to numbness, it all happened in an instant. Meng Qianqian was still not satisfied. She looked left and right, always feeling that Gu Xuanji's sleeping place was very simple and didn't match the status of an emperor. What is this bedding?
And straw?
Is this a mat? Shouldn't there be a fur blanket on top? Suddenly, she paused and looked sharply at Gu Xianji. Gu Xianji looked down at his resting place and casually said, "This is already very good. The bedding you sent last time was very helpful." Meng Qianqian saw the rolled-up bedding with simple patterns and suddenly felt a lump in her throat. This person had given her everything he had received. He only wanted more food, warmer supplies, so that the people in the tribe could eat well and stay warm, avoiding hunger and cold. Even the cattle and sheep in the tribe were not many. Meng Qianqian stayed silent. She quietly cleared a space for the food and stored it in the warehouse. Gu Xianji watched the food appear and disappear repeatedly, his eyelids twitching. Meng Qianqian cleared a space, tidied up the things on the bed, and said to Gu Xianji, "These are used items, not good for others. I'll keep them for you. Later, they can be displayed in a museum as collectibles." As she spoke, a beautiful mat appeared on the bed. Meng Qianqian bent down, and Gu Xianji, regaining his composure, reached out to smooth it together with her. "Actually, these things can still be used. Everyone is like this. You are different from others. You can share hardships with them on the battlefield, but you can't let them forget your status. Gu Xianji, you used to be the most respected crown prince of Daqing. Now you are the king of Tianyuan City. In the future, you'll be the king of the grasslands, the emperor of this world. You've already shared hardships with them. Now you need to establish your identity. You are the king, the most noble being. All good things should be used by you first." Meng Qianqian placed a beautiful felt mat embroidered with a golden dragon on the bed. Then she laid a large quilt made of golden brocade on top, followed by a matching silk quilt embroidered with a golden dragon. Gu Xianji thought even his father, the emperor, never had such fine bedding. "This is a silk quilt, worth a lot. I was planning to give it to you as a gift when you ascended the throne, but I didn't expect to give it to you early." Meng Qianqian took out several more quilts, folded them, and placed them in the cabinet she just brought out. She pointed to the wall on the bed and said, "Inside are cabinets that can hold many things. I'll also make you a bookshelf to put here." Meng Qianqian had many belongings. She seemed like a treasure chest, gradually decorating Gu Xianji's tent bit by bit. After setting up the tent, Meng Qianqian felt very proud. She looked at the solar lamp with some dissatisfaction. "We were in such a hurry earlier. We should have ordered a dragon-shaped lamp." She wasn't sure if they could go back in the future. If they could, she would have someone make a huge, very cool lamp. This lamp was still quite dim. If she hadn't seen it herself, Gu Xianji wouldn't believe it was his own tent. Inside, there were flowers, green plants, and beautiful decorations on the table. The bookshelf was neatly organized with different types of paper, various brushes, inkstones, and famous calligraphy brushes. Although the space was small, it was the best that Meng Qianqian could give Gu Xianji. Gu Xianji felt living here was better than living in the palace. The prince's palace was oppressive and cold. Here, although small, it was warm and cozy. He felt more at peace than ever before. Meng Qianqian spent a long time fussing and then hung the clothes she chose for Gu Xianji in the wardrobe. "I've arranged your clothes and shoes here. They've been washed, disinfected, and sterilized. You can wear them directly. Also, your clothing here, including your formal robes and dragon robes, will have to wait until I go inside the city to have them made. But I need a sample of your imperial uniform and dragon robe, so I can have someone make them." She was very confident in her plans. It seemed like he had already won the world and was just waiting to become emperor. "Okay, I will have someone draw the designs and give you the sketches later," Gu Xianji said slowly. "That's good." The water boiled, and Meng Qianqian was about to take a bath. Gu Xianji planned to avoid her. He softly said, "I'll have someone come in to serve you." Before Meng Qianqian could speak, he left. He stood outside the tent, feeling the cold wind in, which quickly cooled him down. He called out in a deep voice, "Bring General Xie here." Wasn't that Xian Yongzi? Jia Wu hurried to call someone. Soon, Xie Xian arrived, seeing Gu Xianji standing outside the tent in the wind, feeling puzzled. She didn't dare ask questions. Gu Xianji knew he couldn't stop Meng Qianqian and had already prepared for her to take people to do business. She was a woman, after all, and couldn't be always accompanied by men. There also needed to be female guards with her. Gu Xianji thought of Xie Xian and realized they still needed to discuss this matter carefully with Meng Qianqian. He was full of worries and said in a low voice, "You go inside and serve." She looked at Gu Xianji in surprise, feeling both sad and angry. She wanted to resist, but felt hopeless. How could she struggle? She simply couldn't. The emperor's power was greater than anything. In Tianyuan City, Gu Xianji was like the emperor. Forget about taking her in. Even if he sentenced her to death, she couldn't resist. Xie Xian didn't resist. She thought, it's just becoming Gu Xianji's concubine. As long as I can still lead soldiers, what is there to fear? She forced herself to go in. She heard water splashing inside the tent. Was the person she was serving not Gu Xianji, but another man? Xie Xian clenched her fists, unsure of the person's identity, but she was mentally prepared. As long as she didn't die, being humiliated was nothing. One day, she, Xie Xian, would make everyone pay the price. She, Xie Xian, must find a way to stand out. Meng Qianqian heard someone enter and tentatively asked, "Is this someone sent by Gu Xianji? Can you help me wash my back?" Skipping the bath was like missing the soul. A woman? The crown prince's tent actually had a woman? Xie Xian was so shocked she couldn't speak. She then realized that Gu Xianji's tent had changed a lot from before. It looked very luxurious now. There was also a strange curtain, and the sound was coming from behind it. She cautiously stepped inside and saw a woman with fair skin, her face unclear, sitting in a wooden tub. The woman gently pointed to a table nearby and said, "Use that to wash my back." Xie Xian, also a noble lady, thought the woman's skin was truly beautiful. She held the scrubber, but didn't press hard. Her skin turned red, as if she had been mistreated. Meng Qianqian cried out in pain. Xie Xian's hand trembled, and she hurriedly asked, "Is it too hard?" "No. The pressure is good and comfortable. I just wasn't mentally prepared." "Keep going, and press a little harder if you want," Meng Qianqian said cooperatively, lying in the tub, waiting for Xie Xian to wash her back. Before, Xie Xian had never done such a thing. Now, in difficult conditions, she was living outside with the women soldiers, and they would help each other wash their backs. She had little experience, but had seen it a few times. Following the pattern, I will translate and improve your text with simple words, removing any explicit content and maintaining the overall meaning. Just like following a pattern, I was giving Meng Qianqian a back massage. All I could think about was who this woman was. Why was she allowed to bathe openly in the leader's tent, even with a separate space set aside? Xie Xian accidentally glanced inside and saw the bedding and clothes laid out on top, clearly prepared for resting there. I've never seen this woman in the tribe. It's not that I have a perfect memory, but usually, the women in the tribe have fair skin, yet their hands are never as well maintained as this woman's. Even the older sisters' and younger sisters' hands, which have been roughened by travel, are no match. Some are even cracked from the cold, and look quite worn out. Few women on the grassland have good hands. But even if I didn't see her face clearly, I could tell from her hands that she's not an ordinary woman. It's as if she appeared out of nowhere. My heart skipped a beat, and I suddenly had a wild guess. My attitude towards giving Meng Qianqian a back massage became more respectful. Meng Qianqian looked tired, but enjoyed the massage. She leaned over the wooden tub, almost falling asleep. "The water's a bit cold now. Should I add some hot water for you?" Xie Xian asked carefully. Meng Qianqian thought this was a maid called by Gu Xianji, so she didn't think much and nodded slowly. "Add a little hot water. Help me wash my hair first. After using shampoo, apply conditioner, then rinse with water." Meng Qianqian moved her body, lying in the wooden tub with her head resting on the edge, making it easy to wash her hair. The tub was custom-made for comfort. But when Xie Xian saw Meng Qianqian's face, her pupils suddenly shrank. She knew this woman was very beautiful, but she didn't expect her to be so stunning that she didn't look real. Under the light, at such close range, Almost no pores could be seen on her face. Her small nose, high nose bridge, willow leaf eyebrows, slightly parted lips, smooth skin like polished jade, long thick eyelashes fluttering like a fan, as if gently brushing the heart. Meng Qianqian frowned slightly. Don't you know how to use it? Her voice was soft but like a thunderclap in Xie Xian's ears. Xie Xian hurriedly scooped hot water, carefully poured it into the tub, and then started washing Meng Qianqian's hair. The design of the bathtub was really clever. While bathing, she could comfortably wash her hair. Xie Xian thought that even the noble consorts in the palace probably didn't have such a bath bucket. She carefully, but unfamiliarity showed in her actions, as she washed Meng Qianqian's hair. Meng Qianqian used a dry hair cap to cover herself. Her fair, slender neck looked very delicate and beautiful. The ladies in the palace were not even 1/3 as beautiful as the woman in front of her. You can go out now. Meng Qianqian sat up, reached out to grab a towel to wrap herself, and stepped out of the bath. She stood on a white towel on the ground, then put on warm-looking, fluffy slippers. Xie Xian didn't dare to look too long and turned to leave. After leaving the tent, she realized that Gu Xuanji had been standing outside the whole time and hadn't left. Xie Xian was very respectful, though she was full of questions in her heart. She didn't dare ask a single word. She chose not to ask, but Gu Xuanji was about to speak. Did you see? Her background and identity. You must keep it secret and not tell anyone. In a few days, she will lead a trading caravan south. You will take people to protect her. Can you do that? Gu Xuanji turned around, his deep eyes serious as he looked at Xie Xian. Xie Xian's mind suddenly went blank, almost certain of the woman's identity inside. Master, this is too risky. It's dangerous. How could she involve herself in such danger? Gu Xuanji knew this as well. But this was the best option available now. If she took people there, everyone could come back safely. Others couldn't do this. If Meng Qianqian didn't come, Gu Xuanji would personally lead people south himself. Follow her orders strictly, no disobedience. After speaking, Gu Xuanji told Xie Xian to leave. Xie Xian hesitated but finally had to leave. She didn't sleep well that night. Meng Qianqian took out a hairdryer and started drying her hair, feeling her arms get a bit sore. After drying her hair, she turned off the dryer, put on her pajamas, and came out. Seeing no sign of Gu Xuanji, she asked, Gu Xuanji? Gu Xuanji came in from outside, looking at her dressed in a fluffy white pajamas with pink bunny ears hanging behind her, making her look like a cute little girl. He suddenly paused. What's the matter? Call me? Gu Xuanji looked away. Meng Qianqian handed him the hairdryer. You also have long hair, so you need to wash it too, right? This is a portable power bank. Plug the hairdryer into it and into this power and you can dry your hair. She also tried it for Gu Xuanji. Your family also has women, so are you planning to arrange something for them? Meng Qianqian said when she saw him hesitate. She always seemed to see through her thoughts easily. It's possible, but the portable charger isn't as big as mine, and it charges more slowly. I've written down how to install and use it, along with some precautions. Meng Qianqian took out a small portable charger and a few dryers. The solar panel for charging is quite large, so you need an open space to set it up. Also, this thing is a bit heavy. If you go over there, I can help carry it to you. It's too late today. You should rest early, and I'll bring the stuff over tomorrow. Most people in the tribe had already gone to sleep at this time. Meng Qianqian looked at her wristwatch, frowned, and said, It's only a few hours past sunset, and you're already sleeping. The nightlife hasn't even started yet. After a bath, isn't it time to rest? Was there something else? After bathing, she felt energized. Naturally, she wanted to enjoy some time before sleeping. This was Meng Qianqian's first time in ancient times, her first face-to-face conversation with ancient people. From initial nervousness to now excitement, she was still very excited. There's still something I haven't explained clearly. After her bath, she remembered many things she hadn't told Gu Xuanji. She took out an iPad, sat on the Kong bed, and opened the map with her slender fingers, calling Gu Xuanji over to look. Take a look here. This is our current location. Tell me about the forces we might encounter along the way, their leaders, customs, taboos, and so on. And most importantly, what do they like? Meng Qianqian was ambitious. She wanted to sell her several spaces and a warehouse full of goods for a high price. Gu Xuanji's attention was completely drawn to the amazing map. The map was very detailed, showing every small path in the village clearly, even allowing him to click and see the street view. He looked curiously, kept clicking, zooming in and examining carefully. It seemed he wanted to memorize everything. Meng Qianqian didn't want to disturb him. This one is for you. Take your time to look if you want. However, I should remind you that this map is similar to a future map, so many places are different. After all, this map is from over 2,000 years later. Meng Qianqian warns Gu Xuanji to prevent him from making mistakes based on the map. No matter how much it changes, the shape of mountains and rivers doesn't change much, she says as a reference. Gu Xuanji isn't lost in the map. He points to it and says to Meng Qianqian, after the caravan departs, you should go from here and head directly south. You can reach the territory of the Wuhuan people first. There is a city here. When you visit for the first time, you don't need to go inside the city walls. It's better to stay here, maybe gain the trust of the Wuhuan. Later, when the time is right, you can go further south. Gu Xuanji will also speed up the building of the city. Once the fort is built, he can relax and focus on other things. The city will be built gradually. It's just a small town after all. His goal is to gather all the nearby small tribes. Meng Qianqian thought Gu Xuanji was just studying the map, but she didn't realize he was actually choosing a route for her. Yes, let's go to a closer place first. We need to build our tribe's reputation. By the way, have you thought of a name for the tribe? Meng Qianqian suddenly remembered to ask. Gu Xuanji's voice was deep. Tianyuan. This is Tianyuan City. Meng Qianqian liked the name. From now on, I will carry the name of Tianyuan City when I go out, she said, her spirit high. Today she climbed a mountain again, and now she's finally tired. She yawned, got up from the bed, and said, I'm going to sleep now. If you want to look at it, take your time. There are many more materials on this iPad. You can look at them slowly. The battery inside is special. It doesn't need charging for a year. When it runs out, just tell me, and I'll handle it. Go rest quickly, Gu Xuanji said, watching her sway unsteadily. He couldn't help but step forward. But Meng Qianqian just rubbed her eyes and didn't look where she was going. Gu Xuanji saw her return to the next room but wasn't interested in continuing to look at the tablet. He has excellent hearing and can hear her crawl into the quilt. Soon, her even breathing could be heard. Gu Xuanji picked up the remote control and turned off the solar lamp. The tent fell into darkness. He placed the tablet beside him and quietly left. After half an hour, Gu Xuanji returned from outside. He was wearing a sleep robe, sitting beside the stove with a small lamp on. He quietly looked at the information on his tablet. Meng Qianqian said he was awake and would definitely be so shocked that he couldn't speak. This man absorbs knowledge at an incredible speed. One article, about the history of emperors, immediately caught Gu Xuanji's attention. It summarized changes in the feudal system, the achievements and faults of various emperors, an overall summary filled with valuable insights. Gu Xuanji read it carefully from start to finish. His eyes showed no surprise, but inside, he was quietly digesting and understanding it. Even after stepping out of the identity of Crown Prince Daqing, through this summary, he could clearly see that Daqing was heading toward decline. The emperor was cruel, violent, indulgent, trusting treacherous officials. Taxes kept rising, disasters occurred everywhere, but the court did nothing. Borders were unstable. The Xiongnu kept harassing, and the emperor kept ordering conscriptions, leaving farmland untended. But the emperor couldn't see this. He had already seen Daqing's future. In less than 10 years, chaos would erupt in the land. Gu Xuanji opened his eyes, feeling a sense of calm. He only needed to wait until the chaos started, and the Daqing emperor was killed before he would rise again. Meng Qianqian opened her eyes, feeling as if she didn't know what year it was. She looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, thought for a long time, and only then realized where her body was. She got up to wash up, and when she came out from the side, She found that Gu Xuanji had already woken up. He was looking at the tablet. Hearing the noise, Gu Xuanji looked up and asked with a smile, "Did you sleep well last night? Better than sleeping in the wilderness." Meng Qianqian woke up naturally and was in a good mood. She took out her toothbrush, squeezed on some toothpaste, and suddenly realized she hadn't prepared these for Gu Xuanji. So she took out a new tube of toothpaste and a toothbrush and handed them over. "Want to brush your teeth together?" Faced with her kind invitation, Gu Xuanji paused strangely for a moment and then took it. The two of them held a basin of warm water and squatted on the open ground beside the tent, brushing their teeth together. A passing guard's face twisted in surprise. Then he walked past without looking. After brushing, Meng Qianqian returned to the tent, holding the warm water and drinking slowly. "What do you want for breakfast? Some soup, or dry food, or both?" Meng Qianqian even took out a menu for Gu Xuanji to choose from. Gu Xuanji saw the unfamiliar food and paused for a moment before saying, "All of it is fine." "Then let's start right away." Meng Qianqian raised her hand, bringing out 3 plates of Yiling-style beef buns, freshly made. "Eat as much as you want." She then took out 2 buns filled with cabbage and handed one to Gu Xuanji, saying, "Try this one and see if it's good." They ate the buns and drank hot soy milk. If others saw them, they wouldn't believe how casually they were eating. After finishing, Meng Qianqian didn't just sit around. She took the initiative to teach Gu Xuanji and others how to use the machines. Since Gu Xuanji had other things to do, he called Jail over. Jail led Meng Qianqian to the back mountain, where there was a valley, a flat open space. The entrance was guarded, so no one else could come in. There, Meng Qianqian taught Jail how to operate modern machinery. At the same time, she also taught others how to make green bricks. The technique she provided wasn't the local traditional method, but an improved version of the green brick process. Gu Xuanji paid close attention to this, and specifically sent Jail and others to set up a kiln to start making bricks. This technology had to be kept strictly within their group. Sometimes, ancient people's efficiency was truly impressive. In just one day, Meng Qianqian saw the completed brick factory. The idea that building infrastructure was only a modern skill was wrong. It's in their blood. The ancestors were natural infrastructure builders. "You're moving so fast." Meng Qianqian compared the data carefully, making sure there were no major issues, and couldn't help but praise Gu Xuanji. Right now, many slaves are still recovering physically. During recovery, if they don't do anything, they might feel guilty. Now that there's work, they naturally work hard to avoid being sent away. She gave him a thumbs up. "Gu Xuanji, you're really amazing." 7 days flew by quickly. The team members had all been chosen. Meng Qianqian was about to leave. The night before her departure, Meng Qianqian arranged a hot pot dinner, which was very lavish, but it was just the two of them. They sat facing each other, and Meng Qianqian even brought out her treasured beer. "Drinking beer in this weather is the right thing to do. Look, the calm in your house is so hot that it's almost unbearable. Eating hot pot and drinking some warm beer feels more fitting for the current atmosphere." Meng Qianqian confidently said this and deliberately opened a beer, handing a can to Gu Xuanji. "Tomorrow we still have to travel, so you should rest early." Gu Xuanji stopped her from opening a second beer. "If you want a drink, we can share this one. No need to delay our journey." Meng Qianqian leaned back, avoiding Gu Xuanji's hand, and opened the pull-tab can herself. She placed the beer aside, not planning to drink, but watched the beef in the pot cook, then picked up chopsticks and took a bite. "It's so delicious." Meng Qianqian isn't very knowledgeable about food, but she has no resistance to hot pot. And she loves barbecue even more. "This time we're having hot pot. When the weather gets warmer, we'll have barbecue. When I come back, it should be just about right." Meng Qianqian, not slow to sense, clearly understood Gu Xuanji's feelings. "I wouldn't joke with my life. If you're not angry that I left everyone behind to run away, then my life will definitely be safe. As long as you're safe." Gu Xuanji's eyebrows didn't move at all. He isn't cold-hearted. It's just that these people have long been prepared to face death calmly. If they die, it could give Meng Qianqian a chance to survive. Tianyuan City still has hope. He can die, but the people of Tianyuan City must live. Meng Qianqian will help Tianyuan City grow stronger and ensure the people there live with dignity. This city will become the most desired place for all civilians and slaves. Gu Xuanji knows very well that there's no corner of this land without slaves. If there is, it can only be Tianyuan City. Only their tribe has no slaves at all. To be free, to escape the life, as long as they come to Tianyuan City, they can become ordinary people and settle here based on their skills. No one will bully them because they are slaves, and they won't have to worry about being captured again to become slaves.
Hey, eat hot pot and chat.
Meng Qianqian doesn't know what she's forgotten. She just speaks whatever comes to mind. Inside the tent, it's very warm. Meng Qianqian specifically took out a lantern and hung it beside them. The lamp has a beautiful design that matches the whole tent very well. Meng Qianqian admired it for a while, then happily said to Gu Xuanji, "You could keep looking at the materials tonight. With this lamp, I won't have any light on my side." Gu Xuanji's body stiffened slightly. So she already knew. He thought he had done a good job. Meng Qianqian reached out and pointed at the tablet, saying, "There are many clear instructions here on how to build a fortress. It also includes many related books. When you have free time, you can read from the beginning. If anything is unclear, write to me. I will try to help you." Even if she couldn't answer, she could ask the professor. Suddenly, Meng Qianqian stopped, feeling very disappointed. She wanted to ask the professor, but she wasn't sure if she could still go back. In the blink of an eye, she had been here for a week. Meng Qianqian felt a bit overwhelmed. She poked at the fish balls in her bowl, unable to help thinking. Her brother-in-law didn't know if he had come back. If he returned and found out she could travel to ancient times, would he worry to death? If he knew that telling her to boost her reputation to upgrade the warehouse would speed up her crossing, he might even wish to disappear. It's better not to let her brother-in-law find out about this. Oh, by the way, the tablet has a search function. Just click here, and you can find the materials you want. Some information might be incomplete, so record what you find and send it to me later. I will handle what I can, and if I can't, Meng Qianqian failed to motivate her emotions. If I can't handle it, I guess I'll have to wait until you go back and find someone to help me, Gu Xuanji said with a smile in his eyes, seeming to hope she would return. But can she really go back? She still feels nothing at all. What if I can't go back? Meng Qianqian didn't want to say it at first, but since the atmosphere was right, she decided it was better to speak. She really wanted to tell Gu Xuanji that she had bought all the materials to build the fortress. But building the city walls might require their own effort. Gu Xuanji's eyes showed no emotion. He saw her unease and tried to speak gently. "If you can't go back, then treat this place as home. Let's build our own home together. Gu Xuanji, do you understand? If I don't go back, I can't provide you with any supplies. I'm no different from you and your people. I now have less of what I once had." Meng Qianqian feels he doesn't understand. So what? The hardest days are over. Now everyone in the city is working together to clear the land and prepare for planting. Didn't you bring the first batch of seeds? In the future, we will save seeds and wait for next year to expand the planting area. I know what you want to say. You think the seeds will become worse and not as good as the first batch. Since you can develop high-quality seeds, we will use the current methods to select the best seeds and keep improving them. Even if we can't develop the highest yield seeds, we can use the vast land to make up for low production. We will always be able to support ourselves. His eyes are very firm, and his tone is very casual, as if he's talking about the most normal thing. This place will always be your home, and you will always have your place here. Do what you want, and it's okay if you don't want to do something. Just enjoy life. Maybe life isn't as good as before, but I will try to give you the best and most comfortable environment. Meng Qianqian, don't be afraid. Here you still have me. Meng Qianqian's eyes suddenly turn red. How can you be like this? She lowers her head and picks up a piece of beef. The beef is tender and delicious, and very spicy. She sniffs and grabs her beer, tears falling down her face. This hot pot is really spicy. You should try some too. Gu Xuanji silently hands her a tissue. Meng Qianqian pauses, then takes the tissue and says, "Thank you." She cries as she speaks. "Even though I can't go back, I brought a lot of things with me." What I told you before isn't a lie. We have enough supplies to conquer the world. Others might run out of food and supplies, but as long as you're out there leading the troops, that won't happen. If we can't break through, we'll lay siege. If 1 month isn't enough, then 3 months. If 3 months aren't enough, then 6 months. If 6 months aren't enough, then a year. I don't believe we can't take a city without losing a single soldier. Gu Xuanji doesn't know whether to feel sorry for her or to laugh. Yes, I believe you. With you here, we will surely dominate the land and become the strongest. Meng Qianqian drinks a little and talks a lot more. She keeps talking to Gu Xuanji and they eat quite a bit. Is it okay to put the pot on the stove? If we put it on the stove, we won't need this gas. We can save the gas for when we're outside. After all, using it once is enough. Meng Qianqian is responsible for speaking up and giving advice, while Gu Xuanji handles the actions. He takes the kettle off the stove and places it aside, then puts the hot pot rack on. He also brings over her dishes and bowls. Meng Qianqian magically produces 2 chairs, and she and Gu Xuanji sit around the stove. Actually, the situation was very urgent at the time. Otherwise, we could have installed underfloor heating. That way, our feet would stay warm on the floor. Later, we could spread blankets on the ground, which would be very comfortable. We would need to build a heated brick bed. This will all be possible in the future. With this, fewer people will freeze to death. Gu Xuanji comforts Meng Qianqian. You haven't seen the greenhouse yet. The corn has grown tall. You said the stalks can be used to feed animals or to burn for warmth. If corn becomes common and people can grow it easily, then there will be more food and more firewood for warmth. Meng Qianqian feels better, but slowly shakes her head. That's good, but it's not good enough firewood. It takes quite a bit to cook a meal. Overall, it's better than before. Gu Xuanji is good at comforting people. Meng Qianqian cheers up. That's right now we have nothing. The two eat hot pot and chat. Unknowingly, it becomes early morning. Tomorrow morning we have to leave. If you're tired, you won't be able to rest. Maybe we should delay a few days before leaving. Gu Xuanji just finished speaking, and his face suddenly changes. The person in front of him disappears. How can we delay? That's an auspicious day I planned. We must leave, Meng Qianqian says, then notices something is wrong. She looks at the shocked Long Chan and silently surveys the surroundings. Wow, she's come back so lively and fresh? This is too sudden. Meng Qianqian looks at Long Chan. Long Chan takes a deep breath, clearly trying to organize her words. Meng Qianqian thinks it's better not to make things difficult for her. I just went to the ancient times for a while and I stayed for 7 days. Long Chan. She hasn't even hung up her phone, but she continues talking on the call. The person has returned, but she went to the ancient times and stayed for 7 days. The other side hangs up and finally issues the order. Everyone be fully armed. Meng Qianqian saw Long Chan hang up the phone and was not surprised at all. It seemed everyone already knew. When Meng Qianqian saw the dumplings on the table, she realized she was still having New Year's Eve dinner. She had only eaten 1 dumpling before traveling to the ancient times. Now she was back, and her stomach was full of hot pot. She couldn't eat any more dinner, but she could have 1 dumpling to feel better. Meng Qianqian took a bite, but suddenly stopped. She ate a coin again. This time, she wondered if she was not going to travel again. She nervously finished the dumpling and found herself still here. She guessed to herself. Maybe she could only go back after 7 days? Meng Qianqian wasn't sure. She didn't move around or go anywhere, just waited quietly for the staff to come.
Soon the doorbell rang.
Long Chan got up to open the door. A few people in protective suits came in. They told Long Chan to put on one first. Then they approached Meng Qianqian, did some tests on her, and made her wear a protective suit too. Meng Qianqian was familiar with this step. She was going for a checkup. After all, she had also been in the ancient times.
The risk was still very high.
Meng Qianqian obediently followed them, leaving a group of white-clad people at home to disinfect. Take the dumplings to my sister. She hasn't eaten yet, Long Chan. To be honest, Long Chan was really hungry. They packed the dumplings, put them in a thermos, and quickly disappeared into the farmhouse. Meng Qianqian went for her checkup first, and Long Chan's was a bit simpler. After finishing, she continued eating dumplings. 2 hours later, Meng Qianqian finished her checkup. She returned to the room she had stayed in before, and Long Chan came over with a thermos. "Wanna eat some?" She hadn't had any staple food with her hot pot, so she was likely to get hungry. Meng Qianqian was already hungry and started eating dumplings. They were really delicious. They tasted like home. Long Chan looked at her with complicated feelings and asked, "Did you not eat in the ancient times?" "I did. I had hot pot." Hot pot makes you feel very full when you're done, but just a few meters outside, you'll feel hungry again. That stuff makes you hungry very quickly. While eating the dumplings, Meng Qianqian looked down and asked Long Chan, "Sister, did I scare you?" "Not much, just for about 7 seconds. Long Chan smiled and said, "Seeing you appear makes me feel like I have amnesia. I almost lost my mind. Luckily, you said that one thing. What are you apologizing to me for? It's not your fault. You are also a victim. Besides, if I had been more capable, this wouldn't have happened. If Director Meng were here, he wouldn't have panicked." Long Chan really admires Meng Yanzi. The first person to travel through time was Meng Zining, and the first person to witness Meng Zining's crossing was Meng Yanzi. At that time, Meng Yanzi was still very young. He stayed calm and was already preparing to handle the aftermath. When Meng Zining returned, he was responsible for dealing with the follow-up issues. That's why, although he was young, he could become the director. You comparing me to my brother-in-law is just asking for trouble. My brother-in-law is such an excellent person. I don't need to say it, you all know it. Your reaction is already very good, very impressive in my opinion. Meng Qianqian comforted Long Chan, and then naturally changed the subject. "Don't you want to hear about my life in ancient times? Can I record it?" Long Chan hadn't forgotten her work. Meng Qianqian was happy to do so, because she didn't want to repeat herself. "I appeared on a barren plain, took out the device the organization prepared for me. I knew I was somewhere not far from where humans live. Sure enough, I found out that those people were close by. I just had to cross a mountain. At that time it was dark. I found a place and stayed there for the night. The next morning I started climbing the mountain. The next day I saw a tribe, saw people, and also saw Guxuanji." Meng Qianqian described some details. After finishing, she looked at everyone and dropped a bombshell. "Originally, I was planning to lead people south tomorrow to trade with the Wuhuan people. If everything went smoothly, I could have gone straight into the Central Plains and taken a tour there." "Are you leading a trading caravan?" Long Chan exclaimed, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The others also looked at Meng Qianqian with surprise and disapproval. "Do you know how dangerous ancient times are now? You have no identity, and if you go south with that face, do you think those people will let you go?" Long Chan felt a chill just thinking about it. "No, this is impossible. I don't agree. Once Meng Yanzi returns and learns about this matter, she will surely kill them all." Meng Qianqian understands why they are so upset, but she has her own reasons for doing this. Without major changes or the influence of key figures, the course of history won't shift much. Although the speed of world merging might slow down, everyone knows that certain events can speed it up. I don't want to slow things down. I want to stop the merging altogether, make it halt completely, and even reverse it. The goal is for the two worlds to be fully separated. That is my mission. I only have a few decades in life, and time is very limited for us. I must resolve this issue within my limited lifespan. Meng Qianqian didn't have time to prepare materials, so she had to speak spontaneously. Gu Xianji's population has already grown quickly to tens of thousands, but even gathered together on the plains, they are just a small force. Without forts or walls, they can't settle on the plains. This plague gave Gu Xianji a chance to breathe. We only have half a year. After winter, there will be no more opportunities. I need to open trade routes and make a name for myself. I also want to bring back news that Gu Xianji is still alive. That is Meng Qianqian's real goal. The people in the meeting room were silent for a long time, then looked at Meng Qianqian with serious faces. One asked, "Do you realize how dangerous this is? But if I don't do it, Gu Xianji will have to go himself. If he dies, I will lose contact with that world forever." Meng Qianqian wasn't making a reckless choice. She fears death more than anyone. The clothes I wear are special, and the bracelet on my wrist is a space device. I have weapons, supplies, and enough ability to protect myself. Even 10,000 troops wouldn't scare me. I can them up. Out in the field, I am safer than anyone. What are you afraid of? If you're scared, prepare more rocket launchers and Gatling guns for me. Long Chan. What a joke. She was about to criticize Meng Qianqian, but the leader said, let her go. In the next few days, focus on training her specifically, Long Chan. Leader, don't spoil her too much. Soon, the test results came back. Meng Qianqian was not carrying any viruses. It seems the warehouse's filtration system works well. Meng Qianqian suspects that whether she goes to ancient times or modern ones, she won't bring anything harmful with her. Over the next few days, Meng Qianqian underwent special training. To prevent sudden accidents, they didn't want to waste even a second and made full use of every moment. After these days, Meng Qianqian was exhausted. Late at night, Meng Qianqian was fully dressed and said to Long Chan, don't worry. It's just a blink of an eye for you. Only 7 seconds and I'll be back, but you'll have to stay there for 7 days. Long Chan couldn't imagine how a gentle young girl like her would survive in ancient times. Should I get you a motorcycle? Or some other transportation? An off-road vehicle? Long Chan looked at the time, eager to have someone bring a vehicle immediately. An off-road vehicle can run wild even in the end times, let alone in ancient times. I'll have someone bring one now. Meng Qianqian thought it might not be good to bring a vehicle, as it would be too conspicuous. Better not. What do you mean better not? You can choose not to use it, or ride a horse instead. If something happens, a vehicle could help carry the injured. Long Chan looked down at her phone. Soon, someone appeared outside the door. Long Chan called Meng Qianqian. Wait for me. I'll get your space. Let him leave it outside. I'll get it myself, Meng Qianqian said as she walked to the door. Outside, there were several military trucks and a few off-road vehicles. Meng Qianqian didn't hesitate and directly stored the items into her space. Long Chan. When Meng Qianqian returned to her room, she noticed Long Chan was nervous. She stood up and hugged her, saying, don't worry. I will protect myself. I'm not saving the world. I'm saving my family. My mother was forced to leave me and became distant from me. All of this is because of that world. I want to change everything, and I must save it. This is my mission. It was innate. Time was almost up. Meng Qianqian released Long Chan and smiled. See you later. Long Chan's eyes welled with tears. Her heart clenched tightly. Meng Qianqian's figure faded and disappeared from the room in an instant. When Meng Qianqian opened her eyes, she faced a serious-looking, handsome face. Gu Xianji's pupils shrank. He noticed that Meng Qianqian's clothes had changed from what she wore before sleeping. Seeing Gu Xianji, Meng Qianqian knew her guess was correct. She happily grabbed Gu Xianji's sleeve and excitedly said, Gu Xianji, I can go back, and I can come back, now you don't have to worry at all. Even if you want 100,000 soldiers and supplies, I can get them for you. But we need to spend money. We can't take things for free. Spring is coming soon, and since the grasslands are so rich in resources, let's raise more cattle and sheep. Gu Xianji was originally worried, but when he heard she was going back, he relaxed. He looked at her with a subtle expression, happy and excited, as she pulled on his sleeve. Okay, let's raise lots of cattle and sheep. I'll send them all to you. Meng Qianqian happily asked, really? I don't have much to give you right now, only the things you want. These are things I do have plenty of. Just hearing you say that is enough. I know when you have so many cattle and sheep, you'll definitely give them all to me. But don't worry, you won't run out of meat. In a few days, I'll go back and bring some sheep for you. I've already arranged for people to pick them out. When I come back, I can bring over 10,000 sheep. These sheep are for you to keep and eat. I only want the local sheep. She said whatever, and Gu Xianji agreed. It was getting late. Tomorrow morning, Meng Qianqian would set out. Gu Xianji urged her to rest, but before he could finish, she grabbed his wrist and mysteriously said, Come with me, I have something to show you. Before leaving, she also took her down jacket and handed it to Gu Xianji. Put this on quickly or you'll be very cold. Got it. Gu Xianji put on his down jacket, changed into his boots, and followed Meng Qianqian outside. They both arrived at the square. The lights on the square were still on. Meng Qianqian pointed ahead and said, "Look." A jeep suddenly appeared in front of Gu Xianji. She turned her head and saw that Gu Xianji's eyes showed no shock or excitement, only curiosity. He immediately realized he didn't know what this thing was used for. "Gu Xianji, this is a horse from our world." Meng Qianqian opened the car door and said to Gu Xuanji, "This is the front passenger seat. You can sit there." Gu Xuanji was curious about new things. He made a gesture to the guards in the distance, then sat in the car. Meng Qianqian closed the door, walked around to the driver's seat, sat down, and closed her door. She turned on the light, started the car, and explained, "This is a car. It's a vehicle we use every day. We also have airplanes that can fly in the sky. This is the steering wheel." Meng Qianqian began teaching Gu Xuanji how to drive. While explaining, she started the car and let Gu Xuanji feel it. She kept talking, teaching him how to operate the vehicle. Inside the car, Gu Xuanji couldn't feel the wind, but could see the scenery changing constantly, round after round. It was very warm, so he didn't feel cold. The car has been modified to be very safe, with excellent performance. Inside, there's an energy crystal core that has a lifespan. When it's used up, it needs to be replaced. If the car doesn't start, it doesn't mean it's broken. Maybe it just has no energy left. Meng Qianqian didn't understand it very well either. When Long Chan gave her the car, she quickly learned about it. "After I go back, I'll study it carefully and teach you how to replace the energy," Meng Qianqian thought to herself. She was just as impressed as Gu Xuanji. This car didn't run on fuel, it used a crystal core. Long Chan could produce 2 cars at once, one of which was a backup for her. But there were 3 trucks and Meng Qianqian kept one of the off-road vehicles for Gu Xuanji. "Do you want to try it?" Meng Qianqian wanted Gu Xuanji to learn how to drive before she left. It was unlikely he could master it in such a short time, but she wanted him to get familiar with it first, then practice more slowly. Gu Xuanji was very excited. He nodded and said, "Okay." Meng Qianqian swapped seats with him. Gu Xuanji sat in the driver's seat and Meng Qianqian sat beside him, giving instructions. She said 1 step and he followed. She also shared some tips, which Gu Xuanji remembered in his mind. He started the car and drove around the square a few times, with a faint look of excitement in his eyes. "Do you like it?" Meng Qianqian knew no man could resist the charm of a car. Gu Xuanji asked, "How many sheep do I need?" "This is a gift I'm giving you." Meng Qianqian was very generous. "I'm going to exchange some items. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Pick whatever you want even if you don't bring anything back," Gu Xuanji said without any objection. But Meng Qianqian replied, "The merchant caravan leaving Tianyuan City is to make it bigger. I'm taking people out to spread the name of Tianyuan City. It's the northernmost place after the Wuhuan tribes. We're building the biggest city here to attract many merchant caravans. When people come, Tianyuan City will become more and more lively. The fortress has 3 layers of buildings. The last layer is off-limits to outsiders. The merchant caravans can stay on the outermost layer." Her serious way of speaking was very charming. Gu Xuanji watched her quietly. "But right now, the fortress isn't finished yet. When we return, it will be almost done." Meng Qianqian pointed to the land not far ahead. "This city will be built here, surrounded by fertile land. The place we live now will be for the merchant caravans. Remember, we need to charge them. This is a heated bed, and those in the caravans will find it very comfortable. We must earn this money. We'll tell everyone it's Tianyuan City's in." Meng Qianqian was full of ideas for making money. She was determined to make Tianyuan City famous and let everyone know it was a good place. But she knew she couldn't promote it loudly, to avoid unnecessary trouble. She needed to stay low-key and develop steadily. "Listen to you," Gu Xuanji said. He turned to look at her, his eyes gentle. Meng Qianqian glanced at him, thinking she might have seen something wrong. She looked closely and realized Gu Xuanji's gaze was full of concern. She probably was mistaken. "I'm just giving a suggestion. The final decision is up to you," Meng Qianqian said, yawning. Gu Xuanji calmly replied, "Let's go back. You need to leave early tomorrow. Okay. Then we should pack up the carts." Meng Qianqian took out a jade pendant and handed it to Gu Xuanji. "This can hold things. See if you can fit anything inside." Gu Xuanji held the simple-looking jade pendant with average carving. He couldn't understand how anything could be stored inside. "How do you put things in?" he asked, confused. Meng Qianqian opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she had an idea. "You just think about how to put things inside when you send me something." After saying that, she looked at Gu Xianji with anticipation. Gu Xianji thought for a moment, focused his mind, and then he realized the car in front of him disappeared. Did it work? A look of surprise flashed in Gu Xianji's eyes. Meng Qianqian, that he successfully put the car into her storage space. Storage spirit. "Try to take the car out and see if it works," Meng Qianqian said, eager to scold the storage spirit, but she kept a smile on her face as she spoke to Gu Xianji. Gu Xianji tentatively shook his head. "I can't do it. It's better if he can't take it out." If he could, he would stay far away from Gu Xianji to avoid the storage spirit turning rebellious. Meng Qianqian suddenly had an idea. She took out a needle and handed it to him. "What are you going to do with this?" Gu Xianji didn't understand her meaning. "This might need to recognize a master. Your finger squeeze out a little blood and smear it on. See if you can feel the space inside. If you can, then you can put things in freely." Meng Qianqian wasn't sure if it would work, but trying wouldn't hurt. Before she finished speaking, Gu Xianji decisively pricked his finger, dropping blood onto the jade pendant. The blood disappeared as soon as it touched, as if absorbed by something. Meng Qianqian looked at Gu Xianji nervously. His brow was furrowed, his expression cold and stern, with sharp eyes, and an intimidating aura radiated from him. This is the real him. Even if he is a prince of a prosperous dynasty, gentle and refined, he wouldn't be the type of neighbor's older brother. At this moment, Meng Qianqian finally realized that the man in front of her was extraordinary. Gu Xianji's fierce aura disappeared, and his stern face was filled with confusion, making him look a bit silly. "You didn't even put the car inside, so how could you find it?" After Meng Qianqian finished speaking, the off-road vehicle appeared in front of Gu Xianji. "All right, now put it away." Gu Xianji looked at her slightly chubby face and couldn't help but want to pinch it. He then frowned, looked away, and stopped paying attention to Meng Qianqian. With a thought, the car in front of him was stored into his jade pendant. The space inside the jade pendant is large. After placing a car inside, there is still room for many other things. This is a space. Time inside it doesn't change. If you put hot food inside, the time there stops. So whatever you put in stays the same when you take it out. You can store valuable items there. It can also be used as a moving tool. If you find it useful, I can bring you another one next time I return. Maybe a ring next time? Good jade is hard to find, and making it into a space ring is even more difficult. We need the right opportunity. Meng Qianqian wanted to share her good things with Gu Xianji. She wasn't doing this out of friendship, but simply because she didn't want Gu Xianji to die so quickly. Later, you can put many stones or similar things inside. If someone wants to hurt you, just think about it, and a bunch of stones will appear out of nowhere, which could directly hit and kill someone. It's also a way to protect yourself. Meng Qianqian had many clever ideas, and her playful thoughts made Gu Xianji's eyes light up. This is also good. With this car, I have an extra way to protect myself. This was beyond what Gu Xianji had expected. Meng Qianqian yawned and started walking back. "You're too easily satisfied. You don't know, I am now incredibly strong. Fighting one person against 10,000 doesn't scare me. Then I can rest assured that you'll leave." Gu Xianji only felt truly at ease after hearing that, but he still reminded Meng Qianqian, even if you have self-defense skills, don't use them lightly. Don't reveal your strength unless it's a critical moment. Yes, I know, play the fool and hide your strength. When the time comes, deliver a deadly to the enemy. I understand. The two returned to the tent. Meng Qianqian washed her face, took off her clothes, and went to sleep. Gu Xianji, however, did not sleep. He turned off the lights, leaving only a small lamp. He took out a woven basket, opened it, placed a needle inside, then closed the lid and stored the basket in his space. The cold wind hit him hard, making him shiver to the bone. Meng Qianqian had just stepped out of the tent, but then turned back. The weather. This definitely wasn't the northern climate she knew. In a normal northern place, it wouldn't be this cold. Her fingers almost froze off. Meng Qianqian returned inside, put on a hat, mask, gloves, and a scarf, tying it tightly. She prepared herself mentally before stepping outside. She saw the man standing at the door and asked him, "It's time for us to leave. I've already told them. Everything will be based on your instructions. I'm giving you Jia San. He's in charge of logistics, very clever. He also manages all my business dealings. If you go to Central Plains and face any problems, you can ask Jia San directly." Gu Xuanji was worried about Meng Qianqian going alone, so he let her take 20 of his guards. The remaining guards consisted of 200 women and 300 men. The leader was a general named Xiandong. Xiandong was a skilled secret guard from the Xian family. Meng Qianqian mounted her horse, waved to Gu Xuanji, and said, "I'm leaving." Gu Xuanji sternly told Jia San, Xiandong, and Xie Xian, "You must protect Miss Meng." "Rest assured, Your Majesty." After speaking, the three also mounted their horses, followed by 500 guards who did the same. They carried no food supplies, only water bottles, wine flasks, and their weapons, riding behind the main group. Meng Qianqian was accompanied by Xie Xian on one side and Jia San on the other, with Xiandong leading the way. "Remember to write letters." Gu Xuanji stepped forward, worried. Meng Qianqian turned to wave her hand and said, "Got it. You don't need to see me off. I promise to bring everyone back safely. Also, once the ice melts, we need to start work quickly." Gu Xuanji watched as the girl rode away, surrounded by people, quickly swallowed by the main force. He stood there for a long time without moving. Only when her figure disappeared over the horizon did Gu Xuanji turn and enter the tent. The enclosure inside the tent was still there, and everything inside remained in place. "Gu Xuanji, this is my permanent residence. Maybe when I return, the fortress won't be finished, so you need to keep this tent for me." Gu Xuanji handed over the cleaned apple and said, "I will definitely keep it for you." Her face immediately showed a happy smile. She turned around and whispered, "This is my home in ancient times. If my home is gone, I will be like a floating with no roots, and it would be very sad." At that moment, Gu Xuanji realized he felt very sorry for her. Although she was once seen as a powerful goddess in his eyes, the more he got to know her, the more he understood that she was brave, kind, and full of endless charm. The wind on the grassland was very strong. Meng Qianqian said to Jia San, "We need to speed up. During the day, try to travel early and rest well at night. The nights are long, and the days are short, so we must move as fast as possible. If anyone feels unwell, let them speak up and not pretend to be fine." Jia San immediately gave the order. Everyone moved quickly. After a few hours, they came across a small tribe, and Meng Qianqian immediately ordered the group to stop. "There is a water source nearby. Let's rest here for a while. We are traders, not soldiers. Go talk to that tribe and ask if they want to trade anything." After giving the order, Meng Qianqian also told Jia San, "By the way, ask if their plague has been resolved. If it has, offer to help. Then, tell them openly that I am from Tianyuan City and that I am heading to Daqing for business." Jia San understood immediately and went to speak with the tribe himself. Although the tribe was small, it had several thousand people. Jia San took charge himself, and Meng Qianqian felt reassured. She had seen people from all over Tianyuan City, and no one could get any benefit from Jia San. His apprentices were even better. They inherited his stinginess perfectly. No one knew where Jia San found these treasures. Half an hour later, Jia San returned. He didn't lag behind and was disinfecting with his men. "Madam, many people in the tribe have died. Even so, the plague hasn't been completely eradicated. I made a deal with them. They are willing to give us 1,000 horses and 10,000 sheep if we provide the vaccine." Jia San didn't make decisions on his own, but came to ask Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian knew this price was a good deal for her. But by the standards of this world, it was not a lot at all. Gu Xuanji was treating someone, but he ended up taking all of their people away. The people in this tribe had very high hopes. Then let them go to Tianyuan City to seek help. Meng Qianqian took out a stove, firewood, and some cooks had already started preparing food. There were 3 large pots of mutton soup, all cooked in pressure cookers, and they smelled very good. Everyone ate bread, drank the mutton soup, and enjoyed side dishes, all eating until their mouths were greasy. Xiandong was very talkative. He used to be a secret guard and hardly ever had a chance to speak. Now he was following Meng Qianqian, which meant he had a clear role and some status. Xiandong was now a young general. Being with the Lord, the food isn't as good as this. Wife, this mutton soup tastes really nice. After drinking it, I feel warm all over. I feel like I could run all day without stopping. Xiandong looked thin, but he had a big appetite. While talking, he finished a bowl of soup, ate the meat inside, and gnawed on a bread roll. Meng Qianqian didn't care about wasting food at all. She wasn't short of food. Since this is your first time eating it, you probably think it's delicious. If I let you eat it every day, you get tired of it, Meng Qianqian said, eating only a little herself. Just a bowl of mutton soup and a piece of lamb chop made her full. Xiandong's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing? If you like it, we can eat it every day, she replied. I have plenty of meat here. Xia Xian ate quietly, with a hopeful look in her eyes. She wanted to talk to Meng Qianqian several times, but couldn't find the chance. After lunch, everyone took a half-hour break. Meng Qianqian personally went to pack up the things. Everyone saw her magical skills and didn't feel surprised at all. They already guessed her true identity. They also remembered the general's instructions. Everyone pretended not to know her true identity, but secretly protected her, making sure she was safe from any danger. The main army set out. The tribe leader looked in shock at the distant shadow. Why did they leave? Weren't they a trading team? His wife came over and said they're going to trade with the Daqing people. How many good things can they exchange with those vaccines in Daqing? If you want vaccines but don't want to pay much, offering only 1,000 horses and 10,000 sheep, do you think they'll agree? Those horses and sheep can fetch a good price in Daqing, but on the grassland, these things are the least valuable. The clan leader deeply regrets missing an opportunity. He had heard about Tianyuan City long ago. Tianyuan City appeared as if out of nowhere, suddenly showing up on the grassland. He sent people to check it out, but it was just a place made of strange tents. Does that even qualify as a city? Moreover, the city lord of Tianyuan City has big plans and hopes to conquer them. They chose to leave the royal court and live as nomads here because they don't want to depend on others. There's no way they will surrender. Meng Qianqian holds a map, looks at it, and says in a serious voice, "Keep moving forward. Before dark, we need to find a good place to camp." Everyone listens to Meng Qianqian. When she says go, they don't dare to suggest otherwise. When she says east, they won't go west. After traveling about 10 more miles, Meng Qianqian and the others set up camp at the foot of a mountain. Some people go up the mountain to gather firewood. Meng Qianqian takes out some woven baskets and says, "There are pine needles on the mountain. Use these to start a fire." They catch fire quickly and burn fast. With a fire, our food will be ready. We'll go now. A few strong soldiers excitedly run up the mountain with baskets. Another small group goes hunting. Bring your lanterns and be careful. If you can't catch any prey, come back. We're not desperate for food. Meng Qianqian mainly wants to keep everyone safe. The soldiers who are told this get very excited, like they've had a boost of energy. Those making fire and cooking start their work, while others set up tents and prepare to sleep. They have a long journey ahead and need good rest. There are no inns along the way, so they have to stay in the wild. Meng Qianqian tries her best to make their stay comfortable. Each person has a sleeping bag that keeps them warm and prevents chills. After eating and drinking, everyone gets ready to rest. Meng Qianqian takes out some medicine powder and gives it to Jia San. Use this powder to scare away animals. Also, set up these wires around our camp. Make sure the patrols watch carefully and don't step on them. If you do, you'll get electrocuted. Jia Sen looks at the black wires and suddenly hesitates. I'm not connected to electricity yet. Hurry and set it up properly. Once it's ready, I'll turn it on. Meng Qianqian didn't notice Jia San's stiff body and directly handed him the items, urging him to quickly set up the trap. Jia San immediately went with his trusted men and also sent someone to inform others. With these few loops of wire, everyone felt both scared and excited. Following the goddess out, there's no need to be so nervous. We can sleep well tonight, many thought. Meng Qianqian stayed in her small tent. This time, she partially opened the tent to make it a double tent. Xie Xian was staying with her. You might not be able to take a proper bath, but you can wipe your body. Just put down this curtain, Meng Qianqian said casually, as it was similar to dorm life. Xie Xian blushed, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xie Xian thought it was too bold. What's wrong with that? Are you planning to go outside? It's very cold out there, Meng Qianqian said seriously. Xie Xian immediately took a basin and went outside. Meng Qianqian handed out basins to everyone for washing. They didn't expect Meng Qianqian to be so particular. But they could understand. The goddess was different from ordinary people. The area was near mountains and water, so water and firewood were plentiful. There was a ready-made pot. Each pot was filled with plenty of water. Those not sleeping stayed outside, tending the fire and warming themselves. Some hunted small game to add to their meal. After wiping her body, Meng Qianqian took out a pen and wrote a letter to Gu Xuanji. The journey went smoothly. We passed through a tribe of about 5,000 people. The tribe's leader is not easy to deal with. According to Jia San, he definitely doesn't want to submit to us. If he has something to ask of you, be sure not to show him any kindness. He wants to exchange 1 vaccine dose for 10,000 sheep and 1,000 horses. He really thinks we're fools. I can trade sheep anywhere, and I could sell this vaccine at a sky-high price. When Meng Qianqian wrote this, she was quite angry. She was petty and held grudges easily. In any case, you must not accept them easily. This person is a troublemaker. Keeping him around isn't good. Gu Xuanji hadn't slept and was waiting for Meng Qianqian's news. He was distracted while reading a book. Just when he was about to get into it, a quiet letter appeared in front of him. Gu Xuanji immediately put down his book and picked up the letter to read carefully. As he read, he started to smile. It seemed she was in good spirits and energetic enough to write such a long letter to complain. Gu Xuanji took out his pen and wrote back to comfort her. Wait a few days for me. Once I lead the troops to conquer his tribe, would it be okay to cut off his head? When Meng Qianqian saw the letter, her body stiffened. She silently turned over, awkwardly picked up her pen, and wrote, You can secretly cut off his head, just don't tell me. She would have nightmares. Meng Qianqian knew she wouldn't be able to sleep for a while. She and Gu Xuanji played with paper notes. After Xie Xian finished washing and returned, Meng Qianqian immediately told Gu Xuanji, Xie Xian is back. I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too. Good night. Gu Xuanji looked at the wavy line, gently touched the last few words with his finger, then placed the note carefully back into his space. Sleep now. We have to keep moving early tomorrow. Meng Qianqian could tell that Xie Xian was nervous. She didn't say much, only waiting for Xie Xian to get used to it herself. Xie Xian didn't see the sleeping bag. When she saw Meng Qianqian just covered herself with a blanket and went to sleep, she silently pulled the blanket and lay down. After lying down, she suddenly realized something. The place she was sleeping on was warm underneath. It was very cozy, like a heated bed. Xie Xian's eyes reddened. She knew Meng Qianqian was taking care of her. Besides her mother, no one had ever cared for her like this. The little warmth her mother gave was almost forgotten. Her mother was busy, taking care of her brothers, sisters, sister-in-law, and later her nephews and nieces. She was the one who was least cared for and most ignored. Xie Xian fell asleep quickly on the warm electric blanket. Meng Qianqian used advanced technology to set up several warning systems. Even so, Jia San and the others arranged for someone to keep watch. The guards had food, so they weren't bored, and they could sleep several hours in the second half of the night. Because there were many people, they worked in 3 shifts. This mostly ensured everyone could rest well. These things Meng Qian didn't know. When Jia San applied for it, she would prepare everything and bring it out. In the morning, Meng Qian hadn't woken up yet, but she smelled something delicious. The person responsible for cooking has prepared breakfast. In the morning, there is warm soup. Meng Qian sits up, and Xie Xian brings in a basin of hot water, placing it at the door. "Madam, you can wash up now." Being served like this makes Meng Qian feel uncomfortable. She pauses briefly but accepts Xie Xian's kindness. "Thank you. You're too polite, madam." Xie Xian hands her a towel. Meng Qian takes it to wash her face. After washing, she gets up to brush her teeth. When she returns to the tent, Xie Xian comes back with food. "Don't work so hard. Sit down and eat too," Meng Qian invites Xie Xian. Xie Xian sits quietly and eats peacefully. Suddenly, a plate of greens appears in front of her. It's steaming hot. She looks up and sees the greens in front of Meng Qian disappear and are replaced with another plate of greens. "Winter is dry, so you should eat more vegetables. Otherwise, it can cause constipation," Meng Qian says when she notices Xie Xian's confused look. She knows Xie Xian doesn't understand, but now isn't the time to explain. Eating vegetables is good for you. People on the grassland mainly eat meat all year round. Meat keeps them full and helps resist hunger, but it can cause constipation. Over time, this isn't good for health. Meng Qian decides to add some extra food for everyone at noon: cabbage stewed with vermicelli and a big bone stew with potatoes. After lunch, Meng Qian packs up her tent and also takes down the others, then continues the journey with her group. Traveling with Meng Qian, there's no need to worry about food and drink. Although traveling is hard, everyone eats well. After half a month, they haven't lost weight. In fact, they've gained a few pounds. When they arrive at the city of the Awan people, "Madam, we're approaching the territory of the Yuan," someone reports. Everyone looks at the tall city walls with longing. Meng Qian had already divided the supplies 5 miles away from the city. Many of the horses are also taken back by Meng Qian. They change into local clothes and quietly head toward the city gate. The city guard steps forward. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Jia San quickly shows his documents and discreetly offers a string of copper coins. "We come from the grasslands, wanting to buy a few good horses and some hides to take back for our lord. We kindly ask for your help." Seeing the tall horses, the city guard immediately notices that 2 of them are quite good. "Are you planning to take these back to Chang'an?" The city guard recognized Jia San as someone from Chang'an. He looked him over from top to bottom and also glanced at the caravan behind him. Jia San sighed and said, "Our young master wants to find a good horse for the little master, so I brought people here to the grasslands." "Brother, you've had a tough journey," the city guard said sympathetically, glancing at Jia San. Jia San smiled bitterly. "I haven't seen my parents in over a year." "All right, go inside," the guard said, taking the money. Feeling in a good mood, he warned Jia San, "You can't all go into the city. There's not enough space for so many people." "I understand. I just want to clear out my goods, then we'll go through the customs in a few days," Jia San replied. After speaking, he whispered to Meng Qian and the team, "Not everyone can go in. Only some people. The rest will stay outside the city." "Then let them stay outside," Meng Qian said. "This time, we're selling cotton cloth. We'll trade for whatever we can get." She led Xie Xian and 10 capable female guards, plus some strong men, making a total of over 100 people, pulling their goods into the city. Once inside, Meng Qian almost vomited. The city was too dirty. Could people really live here in summer? She suspected that frequent plagues in ancient times might have been caused by poor sanitation. "Madam, are you all right?" Xie Xian asked nervously, worried Meng Qian might get sick. Meng Qian gagged twice, holding Xie Xian's arm, and said with watery eyes, "I'm fine. It's just normal reactions. Nothing serious." Xie Xian still felt uneasy. Meng Wantan had already calmed down. "Find a restaurant and ask about a place to stay," Meng Qian said. She knew that even in the city, accommodations wouldn't be good. She warned Jia San, "Send someone to find a big courtyard. As long as it's large enough, we'll stay there." Also, go to a restaurant for meals, support the owner's business, and ask about the city's situation. You can buy some things with cotton cloth as payment. Meng Qianqian was essentially buying information with money. They didn't have much money themselves. She needed to find out more and see if she could exchange some for cash. Sometimes, giving a little benefit to the city officials could save a lot of trouble. The money they had wasn't enough. Originally, these copper coins were meant for research in the modern world. But unfortunately, they had too little. They can only focus on this area for now. Let me send someone to ask around, Jia Sen said. Just then, a small child ran over. The child was very clever. He approached Meng Qianqian and cupped his hands, saying, "Ma'am, are you looking for a place to stay? I can take you there. I know which inns in town are cheap and good." The child wore a traditional outfit, a small hat on his head, had a slightly dark complexion, bright eyes, and looked very charming. Meng Qianqian smiled and asked, "Oh? What else do you know?" "I know a lot. If you want to know, just give me 3 coins, and I'll take you to an inn," the child said quickly, speaking clearly and happily. Meng Qianqian replied, "If you take me to the biggest and cleanest inn, I will not only pay you 3 coins but also give you some tasty food." The child led the way and talked about many rules of the city along the way. There was a curfew in the city and many rules that people didn't know about. Jia San and the others looked at Meng Qianqian with admiration. They didn't expect this seemingly simple woman to make such a confident move, which made everyone feel reassured. The streets were rough and wide enough for several carriages to pass side by side. As Meng Qianqian and her group walked, they saw many people from Daqing. "Are those people residents here?" Meng Qianqian asked the child. The child shook his head. "They're just like you, traders." "Are there many trading groups here?" Meng Qianqian noticed that on this street the child led her to, there were quite a few trading groups. In just a short time, she saw 4 trading caravans, all from Daqing. The child led Meng Qianqian and her group to a restaurant, shouting inside, "Uncle He, a big trading caravan has arrived." A tall, strong man came out of the restaurant. He looked at Meng Qianqian and her group and asked, "Do you want to stay?" "Yes." "Do you have a bigger place for us to stay?" Meng Qianqian looked at the rough food and environment inside the restaurant and lost her appetite. "There's a small courtyard. How long will you stay?" "The longer you stay, the cheaper it is." "Short stays cost more," the owner asked. Meng Qianqian said, "We will stay here for half a month. After that, we will leave." 15 coins. Meng Qianqian remained calm on her face but took a deep breath inside. The owner of this inn is really greedy. However, since there are 100 people staying in one big yard, paying 10 days' rent is not too much. "Can you show us around first?" Meng Qianqian wants to see if the yard is big enough. Old He looked a bit impatient and said, "With so many of you, can you all fit?" Although he said this, he still took Meng Qianqian and the others to see the yard. Before going, Meng Qianqian took out 3 coins and a cloth bag, handing it to the little boy. "This is what we agreed on earlier. Hurry and take it home." The boy secretly looked inside the bag, surprised, then hugged it tightly and ran away. Inside the bag was not anything special, just large grains of salt. That small bag of salt is worthless in modern times. But here, it's quite valuable. No wonder the boy hugged it like a treasure and ran off. Old He looked at Meng Qianqian but said nothing, leading them into the alley. The house is next to the eatery. The yard is very big, really big. Not only enough for 100 people, but even 500 could fit. Inside the large yard, there are big mats laid out. 20 people can sleep in one room. There are about a dozen rooms. "We will stay here. I'll have someone bring the keys to you." Old He left. Soon, a young servant came to deliver the keys. Jia San took the keys and arranged for people to tidy up. Not long after, everything was ready. "Madam, you can go inside and rest. If anything is missing, just tell me. We will bring it to you. The goods are stored over there, and you can take them out to sell. Part of the money from sales will go toward the rent, and the rest you can take with you." "We need a lot of money to get through customs," Jia San said respectfully. "Rest assured, madam." Meng Qianqian went into the room and saw the simple wooden boards. Without hesitation, she took out her small tent and placed it directly on the wooden bed. Since the wooden boards were assembled into a large mat, she and Xie Xian could sleep inside the tent. To make it more comfortable, Meng Qianqian even enlarged her tent. The tent became bigger. Since the tent doesn't need to be taken down, she can just leave it inside the space, which is very convenient. Xie Xian arranged everything and went to the room. She saw the tent placed directly on top and was momentarily surprised, but then she thought it was actually quite good. In the past few days, Meng Qianqian had sent everyone to sell things in the city. She could take some people out to look around and buy what was needed. Before leaving, Gu Xuanji reminded Xie Xian to stay close to Meng Qianqian at all times. I've already arranged for people to go out. They are all women and will go with others. For dinner tonight, we'll cook ourselves. Meng Qianqian took out a bath bucket, planning to take a shower. She realized that the biggest shortage on this journey wasn't other things, but water. She could use bottled water for drinking, but water for washing was scarce. They mostly had to stop by the river or at the foot of the mountain to find spring water. Looking at the small compartments in the warehouse, Meng Qianqian suddenly had an idea. Since each item just fit into one compartment, maybe water could also be stored in a single compartment? She decided to try it. If it worked, it wouldn't be a loss. If it didn't, she would think of other ways to store more water to prevent emergencies. Meng Qianqian took out a bottle of mineral water. She poured a glass and placed it on the table. With a thought, the water in the glass disappeared. Excited, she immediately checked the warehouse shelves. A special compartment appeared on the shelf, like a water tank, labeled drinking water. Meng Qianqian clenched her fists in excitement. She could collect more water, so when they lived outdoors, they wouldn't have to worry about running out. She came out of the house, and Xie Xian immediately approached from the side. Madam, are you going out? Yes, I want to find a few people and go to the river to look. Xie Xian quickly said, I'll arrange that right away. Soon after, Xiandong arrived with some people. He didn't speak, just quietly stood behind Meng Qianqian. When she left, he immediately followed. Xie Xian called some female guards to act as maids and went out with Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian's goal was clear. She wanted to do an experiment. As she stepped out of the yard, many children looked at her. Meng Qianqian casually pointed to a child. Where do you get your water? Can you take me there? A child with bright eyes walked up to Meng Qianqian and saw that her clothes were very clean and pretty. He stood not far from her and politely said, Honored guest, I can take you there now. Then lead the way. Meng Qianqian didn't make things difficult for the child. She knew these children relied on this to earn money. They followed the child to the riverbank. The river hadn't fully thawed, but someone had cut the ice and carried it home for use. Meng Qianqian reached into the river, thinking to herself that the water was used for bathing and washing clothes. She pulled her hand back and was about to wipe it with a handkerchief, but eagerly looked toward the warehouse. There was a gray water tank labeled domestic water. A smile involuntarily appeared on Meng Qianqian's face. She planned to check the mountain's spring water next time she passed by the mountain. Spring water can be drunk directly, so she wanted to collect some to store in the warehouse. When she returned, Meng Qianqian gave 5 cents to the child, then thought for a moment and handed him a small bag of coarse salt. This is your reward. Go home early. Thank you, honored guest. The child didn't even look and turned around with the bag, running away quickly and disappearing at the alley entrance. Before leaving, Meng Qianqian placed the food in the room next to Jia San. They had been out for a long time, and dinner was almost ready. Meng Qianqian washed her hands, sat at the table, and called Jia San and Xie Xian to sit. Sit down and talk. Meng Qianqian knew the rules of noble families. She didn't want to spoil the mood during dinner. Just eat well, and after finishing, she could say whatever she wanted. The soup was lamb and winter melon soup. This was a famous dish from their hometown. Meng Qianqian specially bought a lot of winter melons. They weren't expensive, cheap and plentiful. A big pot of lamb stew with winter melon, delicious and tender. The winter melon melts in your mouth, and the lamb is soft and tender. Eating it often wouldn't cause heat. Whether paired with rice or flatbread, it was a wonderful meal. When outside, the food was simple. Most of the time, it was just one dish. After eating, Meng Qianqian even broke out in a sweat. She took out a teapot, and Jia San immediately brewed tea. Everyone sat together and drank tea. "How is the information you gathered?" Meng Qianqian asked first. Jia San immediately told Meng Qianqian about his findings. The Wuhuan people lack salt and cotton cloth. Also, they love honey the most. The honey you made in the clay jar can sell for 5 guan coins. Meng Qianqian knew honey was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be that high. She thought for a moment and took out 2 jars. "Tomorrow, take these 2. If you can't deliver them to the Wuhuan Chanyu, then give them to someone who can speak for us. This time, besides people with proper household registration inside the pass, she didn't bring any escaped slaves or members of the Xie family. Xie Xian's identity still needs to be settled. They must have a legal identity, preferably one recognized by the Wuhuan side, so entering the pass would be easier." Jia San whispered, "Madam, once we get inside, we can find someone to handle this. Someone we trust." Meng Qianqian's lips curled into a cold smile. What is his current status? Do you really think those people will swear loyalty to him? People's hearts are the hardest to read. We're just getting by now. We can't afford any mistakes. Her tone became serious. "You elders who came with us, do not contact anyone inside the pass." Jia San knelt suddenly, sincerely obedient. "Madam, I understand. I won't contact anyone from before. We must act carefully and discreetly, so no one can find out who we really are." Meng Qianqian told Jia San to get up. "Go early tomorrow and handle the matter. Sell some more honey and save up money. Once you finish everything tomorrow, we'll leave early. It won't take a month before the ice melts. When it melts, we'll need to plow the land and plant crops. We want to be back before the autumn harvest." Meng Qianqian's natural authority made people overlook her status, and they instinctively submitted. Jia San opened the 2 white porcelain jars and saw what was inside. He asked confusedly, "Madam, what's in here?" "Sugar. One is rock sugar, and the other is white sugar." Meng Qianqian took out each jar and placed them on the table. "Try some. White sugar can be dissolved in water to make it sweet. The rock sugar works too, but a bit less. Also, rock sugar with pears or meat tastes very good." Meng Qianqian then took out a beautiful cup, scooped some white sugar into it, and added a little boiled water. She stirred with a spoon and pushed it over. "Try it." 3 people shared some sweet water, and they were all surprised and looked at Meng Qianqian. "Try this rock sugar. Rock sugar can stop coughs. After taking medicine, eating a piece of rock sugar can also make you feel much better. Young ladies from wealthy families and elderly ladies probably like this kind of thing, right?" Meng Qianqian was pleased with their reactions. She casually said, "The remaining rock sugar and white sugar at the back, you 3 can divide them. Remember, before we return, do not easily take out these things again." Jia San didn't expect Meng Qianqian to be so generous. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. "Madam, I was worried before whether this thing would catch the young master's eye. Now I can guarantee that this will definitely help us succeed." He was so excited that he even thought of a good excuse. Early in the morning, Jia San went outside the training ground to wait for someone. The young general on the training ground was the young son of the chieftain. The young son was very favored, and if this thing was given to him, it would be easier to get things done. Jia San and his men went out but hadn't returned yet. Meng Qianqian sat in the yard and called Xiandong. "Arrange for some people to go to the restaurant and buy some food. Whatever you want to eat, buy it. Consider it as improving our meals." Xiandong took the money and went to buy food. Xie Xian asked curiously, "Madam, we already brought food. Why do we need to buy more from the restaurant? Since you live here, if you don't buy from the owner and don't take care of their business, do you think they will welcome you as guests? We will come back every year, so it's important to build good relations with the owner to get some useful information." Xie Xian didn't expect there were so many reasons behind it. On the way, she and Meng Qianqian learned many skills, things they couldn't learn just by staying in the inner chambers. Jia San's plans didn't go smoothly. It took him 3 days of hard work to send the items out. A few days later, the household registration documents and other papers arrived. "Madam, everything has been sent." Jia San respectfully handed over the documents. He looked at Meng Qianqian carefully and said cautiously, "The young master still wants some rock sugar and white sugar." Meng Qianqian didn't even lift her eyes and said, "I already told you, we don't have those things for now. You can tell him that he wants them, and after we return next time, we'll bring some for him." Jia San said, "That's exactly what I said. How are the other goods selling?" Meng Qianqian was more concerned about how much money they currently had. "In the past few days, we've sold a lot of cloth. Pure white cotton fabric is very popular and sells the best. Some people don't have copper coins and use high-quality leather instead. When these leathers reach the inland, they can fetch good prices. I also gave 2 jars of strong liquor to the young prince. After drinking it, many people came to buy from us. 1 jar of wine contains 10 cans, and everyone is eager to buy." Jia San had someone bring over the money. Meng Qianqian saw dozens of boxes of copper coins and looked at Jia San with more excitement. No wonder it's Jia San. This guy is good at raising prices. He managed to sell their goods at a very high price with minimal effort. "I'll keep the money for now. You leave 1 box outside as backup. Meng Qianqian's place is the safest." The others naturally had no objections. "Send out the order. We leave early tomorrow morning." Jia San looked at Meng Qianqian, hesitating to speak. Meng Qianqian said, "If you have something to say, just say it. There's a rumor outside that you have a kind of salt, very white and tasty." Meng Qianqian gave that little kid some salt, just as a setup, waiting for someone interested to come to her. She thought she would have to wait until after they returned to spread the news, but it spread so quickly that someone already knew. "Who came looking for you?" Meng Qianqian asked Jia San. Jia San didn't dare hide anything and immediately named a few people. "The young prince also heard about it and wants some. You can sell it, but don't ask for too high a price." Meng Qianqian knew these salts could fetch a high price, but what she was offering now was large-grain salt, the kind ordinary people used in the 1990s. It needs to be crushed with a rolling pin and then stir-fried in a pot when cooking, or it will make the dishes too salty. But this salt is even better than Dacheng salt. Jia San didn't understand. This item could clearly be sold for a higher price. It's not bitter and the taste is good. Even the noble families can't match this. How could she not sell it at a high price? "Then look at this." Meng Qianqian took out a bag of refined salt. She asked suspiciously, "Didn't I give you refined salt before?" "And iodized refined salt. You should have seen it, right?" Jia San said gloomily, "All of this is in the Lord's hands. As for the kitchen chef, I've seen him, but I haven't." Meng Qianqian smiled and said, "No wonder." She put down her thermos cup and took out 2 types of salt, 1 refined salt and the other iodized refined salt. "This salt is more expensive than this one. It can cure goiter and prevent it. As long as children eat this salt, they won't get goiter." Meng Qianqian looked at Jia San, whose eyes shone like coins. "Rest assured, wife," he said. He didn't say what he was assured about. When they returned, they brought back many gold and silver jewelry, fine furs, and traditional clothing unique to the Wuhuan people. Xie Xian asked in shock, "So many things?" Jia San, as the chief steward serving Gu Xuanji, naturally knew what Meng Qianqian liked and wanted. To others, these things might seem flashy or worthless, but to Meng Qianqian, they were priceless. He only mentioned a few words, and she was clever enough to give such generous gifts. After hearing Jia San, Meng Qianqian immediately packed up the items and handed him a jar of wine. "This is your reward." Not a gift, but a reward. Jia San held the jar of wine, his eyes misty. He watched Meng Qianqian's figure as she left, holding the wine jar with red eyes. His wife actually knew he liked to drink. The city gate had just opened, and they set out. They joined the main army outside the city and headed south together. With documents issued by the Wuhuan prince, they moved smoothly. When they reached Shanhaiguan, they were carefully checked before being allowed through. Once inside, everything felt different. It was like entering another land. Xie Xian looked up at the sky, then back at the towering city walls, and said with a bitter tone, "I never thought I would come back one day, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon." Meng Qianqian turned around and saw Jia San, and the expressions of Xian Dong and others change. She understood how they felt. Once everyone had calmed down, Meng Qianqian said, "Let's keep moving." This time, we're heading straight to Chang'an. To Chang'an, someone asked. Meng Qianqian replied, knowing ourselves and our enemies means victory in every battle. If we don't go to Chang'an and see more, how can we get the latest information? Moreover, the things I brought are best sold to noble families and aristocrats. Xie Xian hesitated and said, if I go back, I'm afraid I might be recognized. It won't happen, Meng Qianqian said very confidently. They traveled for another day, and this time went straight into the city. They rented 3 large courtyards. The guards stayed in the 2 side courtyards and the others, including Meng Qianqian, stayed in the middle one. 7 days later, Meng Qianqian returned to the real world. During her first 2 returns, she didn't see Meng Yanzi. This time, not long after returning, she saw Meng Yanzi. Little uncle, long time no see, she said. Meng Qianqian's eyes warmed with emotion. She quickly walked over and looked Meng Yanzi up and down. Before he could speak, she said, little uncle, you're hurt. Why are you afraid I'll see? When I don't see you, I know you've had an accident. You'd be better off letting me stay with you, so I can feel at ease. At that moment, he was unconscious and couldn't make any choices. It was all Qin Wang's decision. Qin Wang didn't want anyone to notify Meng Qianqian, and he had no way to do anything about it. Next time, I won't let it happen, Meng Yanzi said. His body had already recovered. Knowing that Meng Qianqian would worry after seeing his scars, he kept asking his sister to treat him repeatedly. At least now, there were no visible wounds.
How do you feel now?
Why did you suddenly go to the ancient world? Meng Yanzi asked, trying to close the door and keep others outside. Meng Qianqian hurriedly said, little uncle, I brought back some things. Let the professors take them back first. A few people waiting there were also there for this matter. Professor Wei rubbed his hands and asked, little Meng, how is the harvest this time? It was very fruitful, Meng Qianqian replied, taking out everything she had collected. No matter what she showed, the professors looked dismissive. Even the small flower pot she brought out wasn't treated like a treasure and was ignored. These professors' research spirit really can't compare, Meng Qianqian said, watching the professors hurriedly leave. Meng Yanzi glanced at Long Chan, who silently left, leaving the space for just the 2 of them. Not only the ancient group, but the experts in the apocalypse group are also working tirelessly. They use their special abilities, mutated plants, and more to develop many valuable things. Many technologies have also broken through our expectations. Have you ever thought that science fiction was just made-up stories, things that might only come true around the year 2100? But now, most of it has already become real. There are even many things you don't know about that have already been developed, just not made public yet. Meng Qianqian's phone rang. She looked at it and said in surprise, there's actually a holographic game now? Yes, Meng Yanzi replied calmly. What you see available for public use is usually old technology that's already been replaced. Meng Qianqian was still deeply amazed. Uncle, has the progress of the world's fusion changed? She asked this question every time she came back. Meng Yanzi nodded. It has stopped and even started to slowly reverse, though not obviously. What have you been doing over there? Not much. I just led a trade caravan from Tianyuan City, here on the map, and followed this route. We've only just entered Shanhaiguan. Meng Yanzi frowned and took a deep breath. He knew his niece was brave, but he hadn't expected her to be this bold. Gu Xuanji didn't try to stop you? But if I didn't go, he would have gone instead. Uncle, our country has plenty of food, but I can't just send all of it to the ancient world. That would cause serious problems. It's better to teach them how to grow their own food. I want them to have their own granaries and be self-sufficient. Meng Yanzi looked at his niece, who had become more mature in just a few days, and finally understood why parents always found it hard to let go. I understand what you mean, he said softly. Meng Qianqian smiled and held his arm. I know, it's just hard to let go emotionally. She leaned gently on his shoulder, looking at the single photo on the table. Uncle, I want to put a family photo here. Many people in the village have moved away. The ones who still live here and know us are mostly families with people who have special abilities.
There are very few of them now.
The small shop that looks familiar has a new owner. The neighbors who seem kind and friendly are actually strangers. Her wish was simple. She just wanted her family to be safe and live a peaceful life again. In the past, I always thought my life was too ordinary, nothing like the exciting stories in movies. But now I finally understand why people say that a simple life is a blessing. Meng Qianqian looked at Meng Yanxi very seriously. She said, "Little uncle, I know what I am doing. I have already told Long Chan and the others that I will ensure my safety. At least in ancient times, no one could hurt me. Why is it that only those who can swim drown?" Meng Yanxi gently tapped her on the head. "If you keep thinking like that, it's better to stay safely at home when you get there and not go out." Meng Qianqian. For the next 7 days, Meng Yanxi stayed with Meng Qianqian, teaching her how to shoot step by step. Every day before dawn, Meng Qianqian got up early. After dinner, she rested, but she still trained at the shooting range. "Little uncle, aren't bullets expensive?" she asked. "Is it really okay to waste them like this?" Meng Yanxi looked up at her with a cold expression, showing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Hurry up and train." Meng Qianqian pouted. "My wrists can't lift anymore, and my arms are swollen." "Little uncle, I want to go back to sleep. Just half an hour more, then you can go back to sleep." "Hang in there." "Qianqian, do you realize how dangerous your current situation is? Once you get to the ancient times, if no one is around you or if the people close to you betray you, you won't be able to fight back. The skills you learned before are just for show. They won't help at all in real danger." Meng Yanxi had always thought that Meng Qianqian would eventually travel through time. He told his sister to make sure Meng Qianqian learned some useful skills. But his sister was reluctant to let her daughter learn martial arts. She always held on to hope, thinking that as long as she kept away from Meng Qianqian, she wouldn't be influenced to go to the end of world. Now, the situation is far more dangerous than Meng Qianqian going to the end of world. He didn't even know how to explain to his sister after she went there. "I haven't been lazy these past few days," Meng Qianqian said, exhausted and unable to walk anymore. She sat directly in a wheelchair. "Let's go home." The wheelchair was fully intelligent and carried Meng Qianqian back home. "I wanted to ask you earlier, has that thing upgraded?" she asked. Meng Yanxi followed from behind, walking gracefully with long legs, slowly and calmly. Meng Qianqian looked at the distant starry sky and suddenly stopped, saying, "Xiao Jiao, everything you guessed before was right." Meng Yanxi frowned deeply. "Does it help you?" Meng Qianqian smiled happily. "Quite a lot, very much." After returning home, Meng Qianqian specifically showed Meng Yanxi and explained in detail. "No wonder you always want to slack off. Turns out, you really have self-protection skills." Only now did Meng Yanxi fully relax. "I've tried it. In critical moments, I can hide inside. But it seems only I can go in, others can't. So, little uncle, don't worry. My safety is absolutely guaranteed." Meng Qianqian wasn't proud. She genuinely wanted her family to feel at ease. She understood how it felt to worry about loved ones. That's why she wanted her little uncle to be completely reassured. "And I won't joke about my own life. If I die, no one knows when the other world will find someone like me again." She also wanted to save her family from suffering. No matter what, she wouldn't gamble her life. 7 days passed quickly. Meng Qianqian even took some time to check the mini-program. In the mini-program, eggs, chicken, duck, and goose eggs sold very well. Many people didn't like mutton, and it was very expensive, but eggs were a good alternative. Many people left comments below the mini-program. "After eating this egg, I feel much healthier. Not sure if it's just my illusion, but since I bought and ate their eggs, my pimples disappeared. I eat 5 eggs every day. Now I've lost a whole waistline, and my skin looks better. When I go out, many people ask where I got my face done. I tell them I didn't do anything, but they don't believe me. By the way, I used to have insomnia, but after eating their eggs, I haven't had trouble sleeping. I hope they add some greens to their stock and I'll buy some. I feel like their eggs can grant wishes." I made a wish while eating their eggs, hoping my freckles would disappear. I really dislike my freckles, so I avoid looking in the mirror. But yesterday, after a shower, I found that my freckles had actually faded quite a bit. I'm prone to gaining weight easily. Even a sip of water makes me fat. But after eating their eggs, I still eat normally and I've lost 20 pounds. What do you think you're doing? My grandmother has cancer. She can't eat anything, but after eating this egg, she can now eat meals. We are at the hospital for tests, and just now the doctor told my parents that my grandmother's cancer cells have stopped spreading. I have severe hay fever. Every morning, I sneeze wildly. My nose, eyes, throat, and ears all itch. But after eating that egg, I felt better than taking allergy medicine. Almost immediately after eating it, these symptoms disappeared. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. I haven't had a relapse in the past 2 weeks. This isn't just an egg, it's like a miracle cure. Meng Qianqian scrolled through the comments, almost all of which were similar. She asked Meng Yanxi curiously, "Little brother-in-law, are these comments on our mini program all fake? I know we need to promote it, but these comments seem too fake. Our eggs can't be that amazing. How could they cure cancer?" Meng Yanxi replied calmly, "Why can't they cure cancer? Are our eggs really that miraculous? No way. I don't believe it at all." Meng Qianqian thought if the eggs were so powerful, they would have become famous already. She wanted to check online but found no news about it. See? It's definitely a scam. There's no news at all. She showed her phone to Meng Yanxi. He didn't even look at it. Do you think the government isn't monitoring this? Besides, these eggs are in high demand. Once they discovered this, they started research immediately. There's no result yet, but once they find a cure for cancer, they will definitely sell it. Wow, the government is really impressive. Meng Qianqian nodded, full of admiration. She was fully prepared and holding a thermos. "Little brother-in-law, see you later." After saying that, Meng Qianqian disappeared in front of Meng Yanxi. Meng Yanxi wasn't unfamiliar with time travel. Meng Qianqian now vanished, as if she had traveled to a post-apocalyptic world. But it felt different. His mind was only filled with worry. Another difference was that in the post-apocalyptic world, people stay there for a few days and the real world moves in sync. Time is the same. The only difference is, after staying in the real world for 7 days, you must go to the post-apocalyptic world. Meng Qianqian traveled to ancient times and stayed there for 7 days, while only 7 seconds passed in the real world. Similarly, 7 days in the real world only equate to 7 seconds in the ancient world. In the ancient camp tent, Meng Qianqian opened her eyes and found herself lying inside a tent with a partition in the middle. On the other side, Xie Xian was lying down. Next to Xie Xian's pillow was a sharp dagger. The dagger was still a gift from Meng Qianqian. She put down the insulated container she was holding, took off her clothes, and lay down to sleep. Xie Xian quietly got up, saw some things on Meng Qianqian's side, but acted as if she hadn't noticed, and left the tent normally. She went for a morning run in the yard, practicing swordsmanship with other guards. When Meng Qianqian woke up, it was just the right time for breakfast. She didn't want to stand out, so she ate with everyone. When Xie Xian brought in the food, Meng Qianqian looked at it for a moment, then silently took out a Cantonese breakfast set that her little uncle had specially bought for her from her space. Seeing the table suddenly filled with many items, Xie Xian looked down at what she was holding, planning to carry her own portion aside to eat. But unexpectedly, Meng Qianqian spoke. "Give it to me." With a touch of her hand, the items disappeared. She knew Xie Xian was confused, so she explained, "You've already brought it in. It's not good to take it out again. Others might think you took it out, and then what would we eat? That wouldn't be good for team unity." Xie Xian was speechless and confused. "I don't mean to eat alone. It's just that these things aren't many. There's not enough to share. Call Xiandong and Jia San to come in." Jia San and Xiandong were both close aides of Gu Xuanji. Meng Qianqian should treat them well. Soon, Xie Xian brought them in. They refused to sit at the same table as Meng Qianqian, no matter what they said. Since that was the rule, Meng Qianqian didn't force anyone to sit with her. She simply prepared another breakfast and placed it at a different table. Jia San and Xiandong looked at the rich spread of food, unsure whether they should start eating. Meng Qianqian told Xie Xian to eat and explained, "Try this. How does it taste? These dishes are light and suitable for breakfast. Of course, if you want to have a bowl of lamb soup, you can go outside and get one. Having some warm lamb soup in the morning will make you feel warmer. Then I'll go out now and get some soup, Xie Xian said as she stood up. Jia Sen dared not let Xie Xian go. General Xie, I will go. Before he finished speaking, Jia Sen had already left the room. He returned carrying 4 bowls of lamb soup. Madam, here is your soup. Meng Qianqian smiled and said, Thank you. This simple remark made Jia Sen so flustered he didn't know what to say. If Gu Xianji had been here, he would have immediately fallen to his knees. Jia Sen knew Meng Qianqian was used to others kneeling, so he held back his feelings. The Lord is here, so he must kneel no matter what. Hurry up and eat. After finishing, we have important tasks to do. If there are any special things in the city, like unique local plants, try to buy seeds if possible. If you can't find seeds, just note it down and wait until we return to buy them. Have others leave the seeds or seedlings for us. This time, Meng Qianqian was not just bringing a trading team for Gu Xianji. She had her own goals. Many plants that are extinct in later generations can still be found in this world. Although some plants grow deep in the mountains, the crops here are also very important to experts. Meng Qianqian plans to bring back more of these plants. Whether they are useful or not, just bringing them back is enough. She also wants to bring back many local special items. Meng Qianqian tried to have her companions carry useful things for common people and for the wealthy. She also tried to take photos with her camera. Whenever she reached a new place, she would explore thoroughly. Her earrings have a recording function, allowing her to clearly record and save everything. She wore them especially for this trip. After breakfast, everyone split up. Xie Xian and Xian Dong followed Meng Qianqian. Jia San took people to sell goods. The city wasn't very large or prosperous, but it was better than outside the pass. Meng Qianqian noticed that the local economy was still not very developed. Many small vendors sold very few varieties of goods. Many shops were so exclusive that ordinary people dared not enter. To document her findings for her professors, Meng Qianqian entered every shop to look around, then carefully studied things like rare fabrics, jewelry, inkstones, and other items, and bought them with her money. Walking from shop to shop, everyone in this remote small town knew that a large trading caravan had arrived. What was most surprising was that there was a woman among the traders. Having women in a trading caravan was not unusual, but what was surprising was that this woman was the leader. Jia Sen had been out all day. Thanks to his previous experience, he made a big profit on his first day out. When others came over, their goods might not sell for high prices, but Meng Qianqian's caravan was sure to sell everything well. In this era, no one refused honey, white sugar, rock sugar, or salt. These items alone were enough to make the people in this small town go crazy. Because rare things are valuable, these items sold for high prices. Jia San happily returned with the goods. Wife, the items are here. Please take a look. If you need anything else, I can go talk to them directly. Jia San was in much better spirits than before. He radiated confidence and energy. The goods look good. It seems the people in this town are richer than the rulers of Wuhan. Meng Qianqian knew that officials in the Daqing dynasty had money, but she didn't expect them to be so wealthy. Jia Sen looked at Meng Qianqian and asked, What do you think, wife? Tell them we'll leave in 3 days. That's all we have, Meng Qianqian said confidently. She wasn't cautious. She wanted to make their caravan's reputation known loudly. Their caravan had 500 people. It was definitely not a small group. Understood. I'll handle it right away, Jia Sen said. Jia San was very efficient. Once he spread the word, people came to offer money. Meng Qianqian took out some items and said to a well-dressed, wealthy-looking old man, These are one of a kind right now. The wealthy old man didn't hesitate and took everything. Meng Qianqian hesitated and said, If you want to take everything, that's fine. To be honest, our caravan isn't just doing one business trip. When they reached the destination, they would pay respects to the local leaders. Master Meng, you're straightforward. I'll be direct too. I want 10 jars of salt and 10 jars of sugar. Next time you come, bring me more. The wealthy old man is surnamed Zhao, named Zhao Qingda, and the person behind him is not simple. Meng Qianqian naturally wants to flatter him. Next time, I will try to bring you more. After finishing this business, Meng Qianqian saw off old Master Zhao, and someone from the governor's office also arrived. The visitor was the steward of the governor's office. He had a haughty attitude, looked down on Meng Qianqian, and spoke in a commanding tone. Meng Qianqian smiled politely and said, "There isn't much left." In the end, the steward only took 1 jar of salt and 1 jar of sugar. Old Master Zhao had already sent people to watch. When he heard this, he scoffed and said, "Those fools at the governor's office only know to act high and mighty. They really think that Meng is a weak woman? The people around Meng are not simple. Even that woman who seems to be a maid has an aura that ordinary people can't develop." Zhao Qingde grew more fond of Meng. The goods sold very well. Meng Qianqian had many items, but she didn't sell everything. She only bought some to test the waters, earning enough copper coins and some local specialty items, then continued on her way with her people. The road was much easier to travel. The common people inside the pass were not like those on the grasslands. Meng Qianqian led her team over the mountains and along the river to keep going. Few merchant caravans pass through here. Most are villagers traveling through. Meng Qianqian chose this route to gather some plants from the mountains. She held an instrument, wore headphones, and kept searching. The climate outside the pass was very cold. It hadn't thawed yet. After entering the pass, green shoots had already sprouted on the land inside. Using her machine, Meng Qianqian scanned and dug up plants one by one, carefully preserving them. She never dug just one plant each time. If she failed to cultivate them back home, it would be troublesome. She always tried to dig up more. After leaving the mountains, they passed a small village. The children there looked at them curiously, but didn't dare come closer. The adults pulled the children back and watched the caravan warily. Meng Qianqian didn't stop. The caravan continued on. Before nightfall, they reached a suitable place to camp. The campsite was not far from the river. Meng Qianqian took some water and looked at the tall mountains behind her. The pine trees on the mountain were lush and green, full of life. Everyone was busy setting up the tents. Meng Qianqian's own tent didn't need to be assembled. It was placed directly in the center of the camp and surrounded by soldiers. The person in charge of cooking was holding an iron pot, starting to prepare the meal. Others brought firewood they had collected along the way, allowing the cook to use it freely. Meng Qianqian took out vegetables and meat, letting the chef use them as they wished. She took out her iPad, took a few photos, and recorded a short video, then handed the iPad to Gu Xuanji. "Are you doing okay over there? We've already entered the next city. It has a beautiful name, Longtan. I don't know if you've heard of it. We haven't entered the city. We're planning to go around it. This is Guangyang County. We will enter Yuzhou and might stay here for a while. Since this is the future political and cultural center, Meng Qianqian wanted to see what Yuzhou was like over 2,000 years ago." Gu Xuanji received her message, opened the iPad, and looked at the photos and videos inside, as if he was walking the same path with her. "Everything is fine here. The land hasn't frozen yet. Jail has already started teaching everyone how to quickly build a fortress. The only problem is it's a bit tiring for the voice." Gu Xuanji wrote a lot before sending the message back to Meng Qianqian. When she saw the message, she replied, "I don't have what jail needs right now, but in a few days when I go back, I can bring it to you. I'll bring a few more, so when spring comes and work begins, they can be used." Just like the loudspeaker in the square, Gu Xuanji felt he had little to offer her. He thought about those who weren't paying attention during lessons and called Jia Yi over with a frown. "Master, you called me. Send out this notice. Everyone entering the camp will receive 10 jin of grain and 2 jin of meat each month. For new soldier selection, we will use a knockout system. We don't need every soldier." Gu Xuanji remembered what Meng Qianqian had said. It's not about having many soldiers but about having skilled ones. Their supplies were sufficient, and their equipment was strong. As long as they had elite soldiers, they could win with fewer people. They also wanted every soldier to feel a sense of pride. They wanted everyone to know that joining the army wasn't just about promotions. Being chosen to serve in the army of Tianyuan City was a very proud thing. They weren't just protecting Gu Xuanji, they were protecting their homeland. Furthermore, it is important to improve the treatment of soldiers. Deceased soldiers should be given respectful burials, and their monthly salaries should be paid to their parents and children. This support continues until the parents pass away or the children get married. If their children want to join the army, they will be given priority. After Gu Xuanji organized these plans, he asked Jia Yi to handle this matter. That night, no one slept well. The main culprit slept peacefully. She had forgotten to rest during her journey and accidentally fell asleep. Suddenly, she felt herself lying on a warm ground, but there was no blanket. She turned over and touched something different. Could she have been carried away by someone? Meng Qianqian suddenly opened her eyes and saw a helpless look in someone's eyes. Look at how tired you are. Go to sleep quickly. Meng Yanzi didn't expect that after just 7 seconds, her niece would come back and be asleep. She had nothing on except her clothes, no blanket. It must have been a tough journey, or she wouldn't be sleeping so deeply on such an important day. Meng Qianqian rubbed her eyes, sat up, and said, "I'm not tired at all." Then she yawned. "You're not tired?" "No, I'm not tired." "Uncle, are the professors waiting outside?" Seeing Meng Yanzi's helpless look, she guessed correctly. "I brought back quite a few things. I'll show them to everyone first. After I've taken everything out, I'll go back to sleep." Meng Qianqian staggered to her feet, thinking it was very cold outside, so she looked at Meng Yanzi for help. "Wear more clothes." Meng Yanzi came over, draped her coat over her, then turned to turn on the faucet, took a towel, and dampened it to wipe her face. Meng Qianqian instantly felt more energetic. When Meng Yanzi saw her put on her clothes again, she also handed her a hat and finally a mask. "Although naturally beautiful, I know you girls care about your appearance. Let's go." Meng Yanzi pushed her back gently, letting her go ahead. The two took the elevator down. They entered the base and went straight to the ancient section. "Uncle, I'm actually not tired now," Meng Qianqian said as she walked down the corridor, feeling as if she was in a different world. In ancient times, there were no phones, no computers, no TV, no games. People only worked, planned, schemed, and made sure everyone's food, drink, and safety were taken care of. Time passes very slowly, and each day feels full. In modern times, after training, I lie there waiting for dinner, scroll through my phone, and an hour flies by in an instant. "Yeah, I see. Did you go to bed early over there?" Meng Yanzi asked. Meng Qianqian lifted her hat slightly. "It's 5 o'clock now, and it gets dark before dinner. After returning to my room, I discuss some things, hold a short meeting, and plan for tomorrow. Then they go back to rest, taking turns on night duty. I just wash up briefly, get into bed, write a letter, and take some notes. I check my equipment, then go to sleep. Before sleeping, I look at the time. It's not even 8 o'clock." She turned to Meng Yanzi. "Little brother-in-law, we've been busy for over 2 hours, but it feels much longer. Do you know I usually rest on the sofa, watch a short video, and an hour passes in the blink of an eye?" Meng Yanzi chuckled and patted her head. "That's normal. When we're outside, it feels like we've been gone for a century, but actually only 3 minutes have passed." Meng Qianqian. "That comparison doesn't work. I've already notified everyone. You can put your things down. They'll come to pick them up themselves," Meng Yanzi explained as he pushed the door open and let Meng Qianqian inside. She peeked in and saw a very spacious area. It was divided into sections, plants, animals, artifacts, and so on. "Then I'll go." "Yes, go ahead." Meng Qianqian looked like a little hamster. She hopped in, placing some items here and there, then took off her earrings and handed them to Meng Yanzi. "Go to sleep. I'll handle the rest." Meng Qianqian was still a bit sleepy. She yawned and nodded. "I won't go back tonight. You can go straight to the previous room to sleep. Don't go upstairs. If you're not very tired, you can do a quick check. A routine check, it can't be missed." "Then I'll go do a quick check." As soon as Meng Qianqian came out, someone was waiting outside. She said to the research institute, "Thanks for the trouble. It's what we're supposed to do." Meng Qianqian followed them, completed her check, and was allowed to go back and rest. She didn't go upstairs and stayed in the base for the night. She thought she might have trouble sleeping, but as soon as she lay down, she fell asleep quickly. "You say, how good are your current days? Aren't you satisfied? What exactly are you trying to stir up?" Early in the morning, Meng Qianqian heard people arguing. No, it was just one person hitting something. She looked over but didn't see anyone, only heard the sounds. She wasn't curious about what others were saying, but as she took a few steps forward, she heard the voice change tone and ask, "Am I being strict enough?" Meng Qianqian perked up her ears in curiosity. Then she heard Xiao Bei's icy voice. Huh, just a simple sound, full of mockery. Meng Qianqian couldn't help but smile and quickly covered her mouth. What kind of trouble had she gotten into to hear such strange words? Xiao Bei did a great job. Meng Qianqian went to find Meng Yanxi, but didn't see him anywhere. She also sent a message to Meng Yanxi, but got no reply. She asked the staff responsible for her health checkup, who told her everything was fine, so she returned to the ranch. Since global warming, the weather hasn't been as cold. Compared to ancient times, it's almost like spring now. Meng Qianqian tightly wrapped her down jacket and went to see the little horse, which looked very lively. Hi, Fuguang, long time no see. Fuguang pouted proudly and stomped its hoof. Meng Qianqian released it from the stable. The little creature came out onto the grassland, lifted its front hoof to warm up, then performed a fancy dance. Meng Qianqian. Oh, she hadn't seen her Fuguang in just 7 seconds, and it had already changed so much. The little baby was too talented. No, she had to let the whole world see her beautiful little horse. Without hesitation, Meng Qianqian took out her phone, adjusted the camera, and said, "Fuguang, do another jump." To make money, she had even studied acting, camera work, and filming techniques. She excitedly aimed at Fuguang. Only in this moment could she forget her identity. She wasn't someone burdened with saving the world, but just an ordinary person. Fuguang's dance looked so handsome it seemed to glow. After filming the whole video, she didn't need to edit it. Meng Qianqian watched it again, then showed it to Fuguang. "Is this okay?" The little horse nodded proudly. "All right, I'll upload it." Meng Qianqian added a caption, "Been single so long. Even horses look handsome to me." After uploading the video, Meng Qianqian started checking the back end. Wow, her account's followers had reached a certain number. If she hadn't blocked all kinds of messages, her phone would definitely have exploded. "Fuguang, you're now a popular internet star. By the way, do you want to meet your brother?" "I saw him. He's very handsome," Meng Qianqian said, only to get a big eye roll in response. She saw Fuguang walk over to the side on purpose, not looking at Meng Qianqian, then run away. The child is growing up and knows how to throw tantrums now. Meng Qianqian saw the chicken farm at home had changed a lot. The chickens, ducks, and geese on the grassland were running around happily. When it was time, she went back to eat dinner, then ran around some more. When laying eggs, they knew to come back. But the ducks were not good at it. The ducks laid eggs wherever they went. Why are the chickens getting smarter, but the ducks aren't? Meng Qianqian picked up a few fresh duck eggs, planning to make some salted duck eggs. There weren't many duck eggs, only 50. After she finished salting them, Meng Yanxi came back. He asked as he entered, "What are you busy with?" "I've salted some duck eggs. Little uncle, you can take half when the time comes. My mom loves eating salted duck eggs. I made them especially for her. I just want her to be able to eat duck eggs after she gets better and leaves the hospital." Unfortunately, she never got to eat those eggs. She buried them at her grave. "Your mom doesn't lack food or drink." Meng Yanxi came over and took the jar to the storage room. Meng Qianqian followed like a little tail. "That's not something I made myself. I promised her I would do it. Since her mom couldn't come to see her, there must be a reason." Meng Qianqian wanted her mom to taste her cooking. "Little uncle, I've been making some food these days. You can pack it up and take it to my mom and them, okay?" Her niece's eyes were full of hope, and Meng Yanxi couldn't refuse. Of course, it's no big deal. She looked like a child who had just been rewarded, smiling very happily. Meng Yanxi had never seen her smile like that before. Even if he was half a world away, in danger, he would definitely go back to deliver the food to his sister. "When have I ever lied to you?"
You didn't lie to me.
"You just kept things from me about your own injuries, and you still haven't come back. If you don't come back, forget it, and you didn't even send a message." Brother-in-law, family members will worry about you, but we're not fools. I'm an adult now. Meng Qianqian starts to bring up old issues. Meng Yanxi listens honestly without arguing. Meng Qianqian glares at him, and he says, "Yes, there won't be a next time. Your way of admitting mistakes is so practiced, as if you do this every day to comfort your partner, Meng Yanxi." He gets up to pour water, but then doesn't come back. When Meng Qianqian turns around, she finds he's gone. She blinks, walks to the kitchen, approaches Meng Yanxi, carefully observes him, and then says, "Brother-in-law, are you in love? Where is your girlfriend? Is she from our world? If she's not from our world, you shouldn't pursue her. A little pain and regret are better than being heartbroken after breaking apart completely." Meng Yanxi pokes her forehead with his finger, pushing her away. "It seems you're very bored, thinking about all these random things every day." Meng Qianqian looks innocent. "No, I care about you, so I can't help but think a bit more. I'm busy, but I try to spend time with my family." "Yes, you really love your family." Meng Yanxi's tone is very indifferent. "Brother-in-law, I'm serious. I'm serious too." "That's boring." Meng Qianqian turns to cook. Her cooking skills are quite average, but the food is edible. The family doesn't eat fancy meals, just the taste of home. Meng Qianqian cooks with care, making many dishes. Each dish is made in large portions. What if her brother-in-law finds it hard to see her mother and grandparents? She can't understand why her grandparents can't come back to see her. After finishing one dish, she packs it into Meng Yanxi's space. Once everything is stored, she starts making marinated dishes and barbecue. In short, she can't sit still. Meng Yanxi has no free time of his own. He leans against the kitchen door, keeps Meng Qianqian company while she cooks, and occasionally takes a bite. He holds his phone with one hand, sometimes taking pictures and occasionally poking at the screen. Meng Qianqian secretly glances back several times, but doesn't see anything useful. Thoughts. Are you unable to come out? Here is the improved and translated version. Pictures, 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 delusion. How is my niece's cooking? Yuan. I'll let you try it later. Delusion. Never mind. She will definitely give it to her sister. Yuan, forget it, I won't eat. Delusion. Why not? Come on, try it. Yuan. Are you coming over later? Meng Yanxi glanced at his busy niece in the kitchen and lowered his head to continue typing. Yanxi. She's very interested in cooking, probably working until midnight. Yanxi. I suspect she doesn't want to practice shooting. Qin Wang. Let her go train. That's good for her. Meng Yanxi knows this well. But he can't force her. Yanxi. She has all modern weapons and she still trains every day. She can't compare to us, but in ancient times, she can defend herself just fine. Qin Wang felt hopeless. Meng Yanxi put away his phone, leaned over, and carefully stored the freshly cooked dish. Are you planning to cook all day? Are you tired? Meng Yanxi couldn't help asking. Meng Qianqian turned around, smiled at him, but didn't say anything. Keep going. This unlucky kid. Always smiling so creepily. Little uncle, if you want to go out, just go. It's okay. I'll go to sleep soon. By the way, bring some of the home-cooked dishes to share with others. Don't just sit around. Eat something, have a little wine. Does she like spicy food? I can prepare some spicy skewers. Yanxi. Add some spice. She likes seafood. Meng Qianqian made a stew pot with shrimp and similar ingredients. She also grilled many skewers. After everything was ready, Meng Qianqian asked Meng Yanxi to take it away. She tidied up the kitchen, went to take a shower, and after washing up, started writing a letter to Gu Xuanji. Recently, many things have happened on the road. There are some details she hasn't had time to discuss with Gu Xuanji. Now that she's back in modern times, she has plenty of time to talk with Gu Xuanji and also ask about the situation in ancient times. Gu Xuanji knows more clearly. Yuzhou's governor isn't someone to mess with. He relies on a powerful family. If any problems arise, the whole Yuzhou could fall under his control. But Sun Min has a big problem. He's arrogant. He believes the best things in the world shouldn't be used by the emperor. Their family is the true aristocracy. Your items can sell for a high price. But be careful not to offend him. He's narrow-minded, Meng Qianqian raised her eyebrows and said, "You like new and interesting things?" "That's easy to handle." Just as she was about to take out her ID card, Long Chan approached. Long Chan handed over a space container. "Everything is inside. These are supplies you'll need on the way." Inside, there are porcelain, fine embroidery, expensive fabrics, and modern crafts. Meng Qianqian took it and looked with her mind. It was very beautiful. Definitely worth a high price. She gave Long Chan a thumbs up. "Anything else you need, just tell me and I'll arrange it." Long Chan sat down and took a sip of tea. "Did my little uncle call you here?" Meng Qianqian asked. Long Chan replied, "He went out, so I stayed here to keep you company." "Do you know who my little uncle's girlfriend is?" Meng Qianqian noticed Long Chan's strange look and felt a little nervous.
What?
"Is my little uncle's girlfriend not good?" Long Chan quickly said, "She's a very nice person." "Then why do you look like that?" Meng Qianqian frowned. "It made me think my little uncle found an older girlfriend." "My little aunt isn't over 60, right?" "That's impossible. Anything is possible now." "You don't know, many older women like to find young, handsome guys." "My little uncle is young, talented, and often away from his parents. When someone gives him a little warmth, he might fall for it. Over time, it's not impossible for him to get caught up." Long Chan was so angry she couldn't say anything. She could only grit her teeth and say, "Your uncle will never marry an older woman, so don't worry about that. It seems my little aunt is quite popular. So many of you are defending her," Meng Qianqian said with a smile, sorting things and even writing a letter to Gu Xuanji right in front of Long Chan. This kid is really clever. She already knew how to beat around the bush. When she saw Meng Qianqian send the space container and not take it back, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you really give in the space?" "What else could I do?" Meng Qianqian took out 2 cups of rich milk and handed them over. "Forget about milk tea. Drinking it might make you hyper and have trouble sleeping tonight. Drink some milk to help you sleep." It was the first time she saw someone use the space like this. Long Chan felt very complicated inside. "Are you trying to say that I have everything here? I don't really want to have these things, but I can't do without them. What if the door to this world closes on me? What should I do then? Would I never be able to enjoy the things of this world?" She took out an iPad. "This is my tool for reading novels. It has many stories on it. I spent a little money to get it. Everything is downloaded inside. I want to be able to read without internet. Plus, I update it regularly." Long Chan. She took out another iPad. "This one has TV shows." Long Chan quickly responded. "So, do you also have dedicated devices for movies, documents, and other things?" Meng Qianqian smiled sincerely this time. "I think I should prepare a few more. The batteries are special, so they charge themselves naturally. They can last a very long time. Maybe I won't even finish using them before I die. When I'm in my coffin, thousands of years later, they might still work. That's why I don't set a password to turn them on. I'm even thinking of writing a user manual." Long Chan. She felt sad but also wondered what strange ideas were running through her mind. She seemed fearless, but her thoughts were strange and complicated. Meng Qianqian noticed something was added to the storage room, but didn't take it out. For some reason, she just didn't want Long Chan to see the letter from Gu Xuanji. "It's getting late. Rest early. Call me if you need anything." Long Chan couldn't bear to keep talking about this sad topic. It was a subject everyone avoided. At first, Meng Yanzi asked what would happen if she went to ancient times and didn't want to come back. What if she had no attachment to her world? But they didn't think about another question. Could she come back? Maybe they thought about it, but didn't dare to think too deeply. That was inevitable. "It looks like my little brother-in-law will have an unforgettable night. They're in the end times, unable to enjoy a relaxing night. Every second is tense. It's hard enough to come back. If he doesn't relax, constantly worrying about me, it will only increase his stress. Let him unwind. Tomorrow, send him a message, telling him not to come back." Meng Qianqian said goodnight and went to her room. The soft bed was warm and comfortable, very different from ancient times. She hadn't spoiled herself in ancient times, but it still wasn't as comfortable as now. Meng Qianqian did not sleep, but was typing on her computer. Advanced science and technology can't bring everything, but they can carry knowledge. Complex books are understood by some people. Without books, starting over would be very hard. She used knowledge from not only this world, but also another world. Meng Qianqian went to bed on time. She didn't want to gain weight, so she decided to sleep on schedule. She closed her eyes and waited quietly, finally falling asleep. The morning wind blew on her face. It was not gentle at all, making her ears hurt as if they might freeze off. Meng Qianqian stomped her foot and looked into the distance. Fu Guang was a free little horse, running happily. She took out her phone and recorded a video of Fu Guang. Just as she was about to upload it, she realized her followers had unexpectedly reached over 1 billion. What had happened these days? When Meng Qianqian checked the comments, she found out that her family's expensive lamb and eggs had gone viral online. You don't need to handle this. Long Chan had already received the public opinion and sent people to deal with it. But Meng Qianqian said, I'll handle it myself. Young people should face storms head-on. Long Chan had a bad feeling. Remembering the warning from above not to interfere with her actions or words, she said nothing. Then she saw Meng Qianqian turn on the camera, adjust it, and start a live broadcast. A live broadcast? Long Chan immediately informed her superiors. I suggest you not rush. Qin Wang turned on the TV and entered the live room directly. Meng Yanxi saw her niece's beautiful face and was stunned for a moment. He said seriously, she usually doesn't have time to look at her phone. Why is she live streaming today? Did she see something? Qin Wang came over and handed him a sweater. This is so reckless. Meng Yanxi put on his clothes and was about to leave. Listen to how old-fashioned you sound. Qin Wang stopped him, letting him sit down while eating and watching. You don't trust those online comments, but you still trust the country, right? Meng Yanxi was worried, but also concerned. He sat down again, looked at the comments on the screen, and frowned deeply. At that moment, he heard Meng Qianqian say, Why are you all so angry? The things in my family are not for your audience. It will never be you. Oh, by the way, I just checked the background, and the person exposing me has already been blocked along with your family.
Why?
Because I am the boss. I can sell my things to whoever I want. If I don't want to sell to you, I simply won't. Do you think our eggs are some kind of secret technology?
No.
They are new, special breeds made for specific needs. This brand has a large share, and I plan to donate part of it to help patients with cancer and other serious illnesses. You can apply, and I will review your case. Priority will be given to those with late-stage illnesses. There are no shady deals. But I will check people's character. If someone is not trustworthy, I won't give them eggs. Also, I know many people are paid to stir trouble. I have records of all of you. Later, I will investigate your families and loved ones. Your loved ones will also be blacklisted. I'm this bossy, because these are my things. Saint mean, fighting fire with fire. You are just internet users, not judges. I decide what to do with my things. Don't try to use morality to pressure me. If you have the ability, you can raise such chickens too. You could even sell your sheep for a high price. Don't envy me easily. I'm afraid you'll feel inferior and want to be reincarnated as a pig in my family. Friends, stop dreaming. My pigs can sell for a high price. What can you do? Meng Qianqian really raised a few pigs, which are free-range at the foot of the mountain. She said, Let me show you my pigs and their living environment. If you're in a bad mood, don't look. I worry you can't handle it. Meng Qianqian remembered she wasn't wearing a helmet and said, Helmet. As soon as she spoke, a helmet appeared in her hand, and someone reached out to hold her phone. After she put on the helmet, someone started explaining it in the comment section. Advice: don't get angry at the rich lady. Her pigs are not for you to look down on. This helmet is worth a mansion. Come on, that's impossible. Yes, worth 9 figures. I hesitantly said, I don't believe it. My uncle designed this helmet, which is bulletproof. In short, it has more functions than you can imagine, and there's nothing it can't do. The price is 100 million. It's a conservative estimate. Not in yuan, but in yen. How much? Exactly. The comments were full of confusion. At that moment, a big supporter sent a gift worth 1,000 prosperity and strength of the Flower Nation, and another sent 10,000. The comments were flooded with bright, happy blessings, and no one spoke for a while. Then, a very generous supporter posted a message, showing humility and eagerness in every word. Dear Comrade Meng Qianqian, may I ask if the helmet you're wearing is available for purchase? I want the same model, and price isn't an issue. I want 10,000 of them. The screen was dazzling. Meng Qianqian kept looking at the screen, naturally noticing the negative comments. She paused for a moment, then turned to Long Chan. Long Chan was flustered and busy, not even bothering to speak, and just handed over her phone. Meng Qianqian looked at the message clearly, nodded, and made an okay gesture. She continued, if you're serious about buying, someone will contact you later. This is my account. If it's someone else, don't believe it, it's a scam. The wealthy supporter didn't seem in a hurry at all, even acting quite obedient. Okay, Comrade Meng Qianqian. I'll wait for your message. Meng Qianqian wrote on, continuing forward. The journey is a bit far, wait a moment. She reached the foot of the mountain. All right, I can show you where we live. Meng Qianqian turned the camera. Not many pigs, just 3.
Huh?
Where did the little pig come from? The comments burst out laughing. Wow, didn't even know you have little pigs at home. Ha ha, how long has it been since you last saw your pigs? Meng Qianqian was speechless. She turned to ask Long Chan, sis, do you know? Your pigs, you know. That thing. Long Chan's voice was very soft, and she deliberately changed her tone. Meng Qianqian understood. The barrage of comments was overwhelming and hard to look at. The pigs at home are rooting around. Wow, the piglets are so big, and the owner doesn't even know? Is this a moral decline, or are the 3 pigs just too wild? I just want to know, how are the pigs living? The recent footage of Meng Qianqian did not clearly show the pigsty. All right, now I can show you the pigsty. She knew there was a problem on her farm. Usually, piglets don't appear so quickly after changes are made. But unexpectedly, piglets were born. Some things are hard to say openly in front of the camera, so Meng Qianqian decided to first show everyone the pigsty. Is this the pigsty? The pigsty is even more luxurious than our house. Meng Qianqian checked the online comments. Most people saw what she showed, so she turned the camera to herself. I'm earning money from this. My beef, lamb, dairy products, and eggs are different from what's sold in stores. I only sell to a specific group of people. You all are not my target customers, so there's no need to get upset. Whether you're just here to complain or trying to criticize me, don't try to influence my pace. You only made me trend online to give some people with bad intentions more information about me. She looked calmly into the camera, her eyes firm and fearless. I know why you're looking for me. You want to buy my products. You know who to contact. As long as you have the money, we can talk. Is she talking to us? I think she's pretty cool. Class representative, do you get it? Summarize, I didn't quite understand. Summary. 1. She started live streaming because someone was trying to stir things up. 2. The people causing trouble are probably from overseas groups because they can't buy her products. 3. If you want to buy her products, don't come to her directly. Go through official channels. Lastly, she seems very impressive. The animals she raises are extraordinary. It seems that the online rumors about her farm's eggs curing cancer are not jokes, they're true. I don't have much education, but I can say, wow, this is amazing. She really is impressive. But do such eggs really exist? Yes. My neighbor in the hospital, a young woman with late-stage leukemia, her family is well off and has prepared for her passing. That night, her sister came and made her a steamed egg, just a little, the size of 1 egg. After she ate it. What happened after she ate it? Stay tuned for the follow-up. This can't be made up, right? Everyone, don't stir up trouble. She finished eating the steamed egg, and her health data slightly improved. Surprisingly, she said she still wanted to eat more. Her sister was stunned and immediately called her grandparents to buy eggs at a high price. Many people sent eggs over. Hurry up, I can't wait anymore. You're typing so slowly. Can't you use voice instead? She had been eating eggs for a week. When she went for a checkup, the doctors found she had recovered. Truly recovered, quickly and noticeably, which was shocking. If she weren't overweight, with a bloated look, and bald, we would have thought it was a mistake. Let's just say now many people in the hospital are asking her sister for eggs, trying to buy them through her. I am one of them. Meng Qianqian happened to see this comment. Little sister, stay strong. You will get better. Many people were sending their good wishes to her. Thank you all. She was also in the late stage of her illness. She didn't have many days left. Her family had some money, but her condition was urgent, and she couldn't wait for surgery. She looked at the beautiful the screen, saw the cute little pigs, and knew that beyond the camera, there must be many chickens, ducks, and geese. The eggs they laid could cure her. But her family had no connections. The girl quietly watched. When the live stream paused, she reluctantly put down her phone. Soon after, she saw her mother come in. Mom is already thinking of a way. We'll buy eggs soon, even if it means selling everything we have, her mother said through tears. That unkind man, your father, only cares about his mistress outside. He doesn't care if you live or die. I do. The girl's eyes filled with tears. Mom, I won't be treated anymore. You need to think about your future. What am I thinking about? I only have you, my daughter. You are my everything. If you're gone, how can I live well? She didn't care about her own future, only about her daughter's life. Her daughter was so smart, beautiful, and sensible. Why did heaven have to treat her this way? The woman hugged her daughter and cried. After a while, she got up and left.
She didn't want her daughter to be too sad.
She also knew her daughter didn't want her to see some painful scenes. A woman leaves the hospital room and stands in the corridor. All the rooms on this floor are filled with leukemia patients. Many are young children. They should be at an age of innocence, running on lawns and in squares, but instead, they can only stay in their rooms, suffering pain that even adults find hard to bear. The children are good, but their fate is unfair. They haven't been given healthy bodies. The woman doesn't want to look at the children in other rooms, nor does she want to think about her daughter's condition. She fears that her prayers might be useless, and she fears that the gods have truly given up on them. She kneels on the ground in pain, quietly sobbing. Outside the room, she is not alone. Many strong men are also covering their faces. Excuse me, are you Ms. Li Wenwen? A strange voice suddenly sounds. The woman quickly wipes her tears and looks up. She stumbles to her feet, looking confused at the speaker. Yes, I am. Who are you? We're staff from Meng Qianqian Ranch. Your daughter mentioned some things during the live broadcast, and Comrade Meng Qianqian has seen it. After learning about your daughter's situation, she is willing to use some of her limited resources to help your daughter try. We don't know if these goose eggs will have a prayer effect. She has never experienced anything like this before. Before the man finishes speaking, the woman kneels on the ground, crying, and says, Thank you, thank you, thank you for being willing to send the goose eggs. Please get up first. The man helps her up and explains, there are many eggs, but they might not be very effective for treatment. Also, transporting them takes some time. The goose eggs come from the ranch, and were just airshipped here. They were originally prepared for guests, but now they are for you to try. Thank you so much. The woman doesn't know what to say. She keeps thanking them, expressing her deep gratitude. The man says, the goose eggs are best when cooked thoroughly, but they might have a bit of a gamey taste. We're not sure if the children can handle that. Comrade Meng Qianqian advised that cooking them well gives the best results. The child's condition is serious, so it's better to stick with the goose eggs. In fact, the eggs are more effective than regular chicken eggs. These goose eggs have never been sold to the public. I'll go cook them right now, the woman says, clutching the eggs as if holding millions, and carefully leaves. The man suggested, we contacted the hospital's cafeteria. If you don't mind, you can go there directly. Li Wenwen walked a few steps in confusion, then turned back and bowed deeply to the man. Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Meng Qianqian. No matter if my daughter's illness can be cured or not, I thank her. You're welcome. Family members from other wards heard the noise and wanted to come over. Seeing the gentle look in her eyes, they felt afraid. But thinking that the child was still so young and hadn't seen much of the world, the man bravely stepped forward without caring about his face. He nervously said, Comrade, I also want to buy a few goose eggs. Name your price. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I want to buy them. The man looked at the man in front of him, but didn't speak. He glanced at the ward behind the man, where a young boy, about 5 or 6 years old, sat. Small body, big head, and a shiny bald head. Sitting on the hospital bed, breathing oxygen, looking at him with confusion. God knows how much suffering this child has endured. "What's your name?" the man asked. "I'm Xiao Zijian," the boy replied honestly, not understanding why the man asked. The man looked at his phone and said, "Your child's condition is serious." After Meng Qianqian learned about it, "Your child is also on the list." Nan Ri didn't understand what that meant. Soon he understood. The goose eggs were ready. Each child in the ward received one. The cooked goose eggs had a fishy smell, which most adults found hard to tolerate, let alone children. Li Wenwen carried the goose egg back. Seeing other children also received eggs, she felt very happy. She was truly happy. Her own child was sick, but she sincerely hoped that all children wouldn't get sick. "Eat some. These are goose eggs from Meng Qianqian's farm." She said eggs don't have the same effect as goose eggs. "Try it," Li Wenwen said, worried that Vienne might not want to eat and wanted to prepare her. "It might taste a bit fishy. You have to endure it, don't spit it out, try to eat it all." This was life-saving medicine. No chemotherapy, no painful drugs. The little girl knew this. She knew that even if the goose egg was stinky, she would eat it. She lied. She wanted to stay with her mother forever, to be with her mother always. After opening the goose egg shell, the little girl took a bite of the egg white. It had no fishy smell or any other taste. When she ate it, it was very fragrant, surprisingly delicious. She said in surprise, "Mom, this is so tasty. It smells really good. You should try some too." Li Wenwen shook her head quickly. "Mom doesn't eat it. You eat more. After you finish, you'll get better." The girl ate big bites, sometimes choking, but she gradually got used to it and kept eating. There are many sick people in this country. Many people can buy these eggs and goose eggs. She never thought she would become one of the lucky ones someday. Her luck had always been poor because she was a girl, her mother was disliked by her grandmother, and her relationship with her father was broken. Finally, she and her mother had hope again, but she was diagnosed with leukemia. Her mother gave everything for her, but still couldn't save her. In her last few days of life, she was blessed by a lucky woman. The little girl was grateful to the lucky goddess, Meng Qianqian. Even if she couldn't be cured, she would leave happily and peacefully. The same thing happened in different hospital wards. The goose egg was very tasty. Children who couldn't eat much liked to eat it. A big goose egg, some children couldn't finish it, so they shared with older children or adults. After eating the goose egg, the children felt sleepy and lay down to rest. Their family members didn't scold them. They left the ward. That night, the children ate boiled goose eggs again. The next morning, all the patients had checkups. When the results came out, everyone was stunned. "Congratulations. If you keep this up, you'll recover soon." It was simply unbelievable. Meng Qianqian also received the news. She sighed in relief. "That's good." The little girl's condition improved. After eating the goose egg on the first day, her condition did not worsen. Meng Qianqian thought about it. The goose eggs at home were fine, but she wondered if the other vegetables from the farm would work. She sent some vegetables that the girl could eat to her, hoping that at least the children who had been given critical condition notices could have a glimmer of hope. She couldn't help many people, only trying to do her small part. Dragon Chan saw her giving things directly to those patients and felt deeply moved. She is a kind person. There are so many sick people in the world, and every second, someone is dying. "You can't help everyone," she said. "Human strength is small. The more people you help and understand this world, the more you realize how powerless you are." Meng Qianqian remained calm and said, "Cherish the people in front of you." Once again, she was impressed by Meng Qianqian's charm. Human strength is not unlimited. What Meng Qianqian wants to do is simply to be at peace with herself. She is not a cold-hearted person. She can't stand by and do nothing when she knows she can help save someone's life. She can't be a savior, but she can do some things within her power. When she was a child, her grandmother said that many people died in wars and many children lost their parents. Many people lost their children. Those who died did so for the country so their families wouldn't be oppressed. The living should cherish the peace bought with countless lives. They adopt orphans, and orphans are truly grateful to their adoptive parents. They are closer than family, because they are human, capable of gratitude, and full of love in their hearts. Perhaps the internet's underdevelopment has its advantages. But who dares say that the children of this generation lack passion? How could they not have kindness? Meng Qianqian did what she could and even expanded her farm, connecting it to her fertile fields. She applied, and it was approved. The next day, someone came to install security bars. Seeing her farm expand to over 100 acres, Meng Qianqian was very happy. Meng Yanxi, who had been missing for a few days, appeared. Before she could speak, Meng Qianqian handed her a cup of ginseng tea. "Little uncle, you've been working hard these days. Take a break." It was hard work, but Meng Yanxi also felt exhausted. He took a generous sip of the ginseng tea and asked, "Why did you decide to expand the farm? Before, the rice in the warehouse had no special use. I thought if I include that 100 acres of land into the farm, would it also become part of the farm? Could it have a healing effect like the vegetables next to the house? 100 acres of rice. How many people could it save?" Without saying anything else, how many patients could hospitals save using this rice? Do you think hospitals would use this rice? Without patients, how would the hospital make money? Meng Yanxi thinks her niece is very naive. Her actions could make her many enemies. So what if they do? She feels no guilt. "You're doing this only if you can succeed." Meng Yanxi supports her niece. She hasn't left yet, but her brother-in-law has already set out. Before leaving, Meng Qianqian sees the data showing the patients are improving. She chuckles softly. "Even if I fail and leave this world, I won't feel regretful because many people will live on for me." After saying that, she disappears from the room. Long Chan's words catch in her throat, and she feels it's necessary to report this. Why does this child's words sound so unlucky? Meng Qianqian opens her eyes and finds herself in ancient times. Everything is going smoothly. She just feels a bit unaccustomed to life here. In the cold winter, the wind is piercing. Spring comes, but it's still freezing. Xie Xian is very worried about Meng Qianqian. "Madam, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just continuing our journey." Meng Qianqian is only feeling down, nothing else. "We need to reach the city before dark." Xie Xian gives orders for everyone to hurry. They have no luggage and walk very fast. They also hide horses on their bodies. While traveling, they ride horses directly. As they near Yuzhou City, they hide the horses, leaving some to carry goods, pretending to be a merchant convoy moving slowly. At the city gate, they show their travel documents. Jia San skillfully explains the benefits, and the convoy enters the city in an orderly manner. Is this Yuzhou City? It's really big. I wonder how prosperous the capital is. Once we get there, we'll find out. The followers are very excited. With previous experience, Jia San calls a young boy to lead the way. They rent a large courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Meng Qianqian calls Jia San over and says, "We will come to Yuzhou often. We can't keep looking for a place to stay every time. If we buy a big courtyard here, we can come directly into the city." Jia San respectfully replies, "I will arrange it right away. Before leaving, I will make sure to buy the house. You don't need to buy in the wealthy district anymore. It doesn't matter if it's a more remote place, as long as the area is large enough." Meng Qianqian has simple requirements. As long as the place is big enough. Jia San immediately went to arrange it. With money, things are easy to handle. Meng Qianqian has not only copper coins, but also many common currencies and silk. The quality of the silk is really beautiful. The cotton cloth is also unique. Once Jia San's people start working, they quickly exchange for many things. Others think copper coins are hard to get, but Jia San doesn't mind. Copper coins are good, and silver is no problem. Whatever is needed, they get. Jia San also knows that his wife just wants things she doesn't have. The more he exchanges back, the happier his wife is. "Madam, everything is here." Meng Qianqian sorts through the items, keeping what she likes and letting Jia San handle the rest. Watching from the side, Jia San naturally understands what Meng Qianqian needs. Yuzhou is a big city. Even so, sanitation is very poor. Meng Qianqian has no interest in going out. She bought a large piece of land in the southern part of the city to build a house. She thinks that even cheap cornmeal is a good thing that people of this time can't easily get. The main thing is to build a house that is comfortable to live in. Meng Qianqian considers another important issue. Also, no need for a proper toilet, just a simple outhouse. Like in Tianyuan City, I believe you all know and have used it. Jia San hurriedly replies, everyone will. Since there's nothing urgent these days, let's start building the house first. When we return, we can move in. Meng Qianqian is decisive. She acts immediately. It's an auspicious day, so she asks Jia San to instruct people to buy materials. Most of the materials are taken from Meng Qianqian's warehouse. Imagine with 500 people working together, how fast the house can be built. Every day, Meng Qianqian comes to check and feels that everyone's construction skills are awakening. The house is built very quickly. They don't lack materials, and since the land is remote and deserted, almost no one cares. When people finally notice, almost overnight, a large mansion is leveled to the ground. Xian Dong did not speak and acted as a guard. Xie Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, 10 people are enough. Money can easily attract people's attention. The empty house still had someone thinking about it. You still need enough self-protection skills. But this place is Yuzhou City. Who wouldn't be tempted? Meng Qianqian knew how important this place was and understood Gu Xuanji's plans. She needed to quietly help Gu Xuanji build an information network. She would establish a farm in each area, set up territories, and win people's trust. As long as the common people are here, the foundation of this country remains. Meng Qianqian didn't leave people blindly, but carefully selected key talents. In ancient times, there were no shops, and trading things required finding the right people to sell. Also, if you want to buy something, you have to go to the markets. The rules there are strict and ordinary people can't go easily. High officials and nobles have their own places, and common folks have their own ways to survive. Meng Qianqian wasn't doing business for the wealthy, but wanted to leave a deep impression on the common people. In the end, she chose 10 people. You all need to cooperate. I will leave you good seeds, fabrics, and other supplies. You need to establish connections above, buy good land, and set up farms. Farm on your own land. How to plant crops, you decide. If you can help the surrounding villagers farm without starving, that's your first task. In future times of chaos, you must protect these villagers and yourselves. She left behind one IPA device. She taught them how to use it, how to farm, and how to solve various natural disasters. Remember everything inside. If you forget, when I return, I will replace you. Meng Qianqian suddenly took out a silver pistol, aiming at a nearby clay pot. The pot instantly shattered. The 10 people looked at Meng Qianqian without fear, but her eyes were cold. Guard these things well, and don't let outsiders discover your secret. Otherwise, even if you betray others, I have ways to eliminate you. Then she played a video on her iPad. In the video, a person was carrying a rocket launcher and blew up an object in front. Before everyone could react, she already took out more than one rocket launcher. Meng Qianqian did not speak, but showed her strength to those 10 people. I can trust you with my things. As long as you dare to betray me, I have the power to destroy everything. The city of Yuzhou is quite nice, but unfortunately, I could level it with just a few bombs. Meng Qianqian asserted her authority, intimidating those people and making anyone with other plans stay honest. They're still slaves now, but only in name, to hide the truth. If she escapes from her side and goes to others, she will always be a. The slavery system in Daqing is suffocating. Anyone who isn't a fool wouldn't think of resisting. After the people left, Xie Xian whispered, Madam, are you worried they might run away? They can't leave without your permission. What if someone promises them freedom just to take their seeds? Meng Qianqian never underestimates human nature. I only tell them the consequences of betraying me. People can have kindness, but they must be ruthless enough. Sometimes,
Too much kindness is a way to die.
Meng Qianqian returned in her sleep. Meng Yanxi didn't let anyone disturb her. Seeing her dark circles, he felt distressed. He quietly told others, "She's here. No need to check on her until tomorrow morning." Everyone left. The professors who had stayed up late waiting didn't say anything. Meng Qianqian opened her eyes, saw the familiar ceiling, and turned over on the soft big bed. She sat up directly on the carpet and then lay down again. The floor heating was on, and it was really warm. Sleeping on it was very relaxing. She accidentally fell asleep again. When she opened her eyes, it was already bright outside. She pushed open the door and went out. Meng Yanxi was sitting at the dining table eating. He didn't look back when he heard the door, just said, "You're awake. Good morning, uncle." "Wait, didn't you go to the end of the world?" Meng Qianqian suddenly widened her eyes. "How are you here?" Meng Qianqian hurried over and pinched Meng Yanxi's face. He looked speechless and said, "Are you sure? Am I real or fake?" "Can't tell. I suspect you're a clone, Meng Yanxi. Although I don't know what you did over there, one thing is certain. I was just teleported there and then bounced back." Meng Yanxi's words are very subtle. Meng Qianqian immediately asked nervously, "What about the others?" "Same for the others. It's like time has been stretched a little. And it's very obvious." Meng Yanxi was eating but fully prepared. Meng Qianqian wanted to ask more, but the figure in front of her suddenly disappeared. She waited for a long time, but no one came. Breathless, she ran in and saw the breakfast still untouched and the chairs empty. She turned around and asked Meng Qianqian, "Your uncle?" "He probably went to the end of the world," she replied. Long Chan frowned. "Then he should all have gone. How much has the time been delayed?" 24 hours. Long Chan was excited. Before, they could only stay in this world for 7 days, but over there, they had to stay 15 days. Newcomers used to only stay 7 days, but now they have to stay half a month. Many newcomers have died. "By the way, after you finish your check, go see your friend. She's awake." "Isn't she a psychic?" Long Chan explained, psychics also have crystal cores in their brains. Her core was taken out, so she lost her powers and was rejected by that world, unable to pass through. Meng Qianqian didn't know how painful that was. She hadn't experienced it and couldn't imagine, but she knew it must be very painful. "Let's go. I'll also take the things I got this time to the professors." That was the ancient city of Yuzhou from over 2,000 years ago. She believed every history professor couldn't resist this temptation. After the routine check, Meng Qianqian followed Long Chan to see Song Qiao-yi. Song Qiao-yi was already awake, but very weak. Her face was almost colorless, sitting blankly in the lab, lost in thought. When she heard the door open, Song Qiao-yi looked over and smiled at the first sight of Meng Qianqian. Tears suddenly streamed down her face uncontrollably. Meng Qianqian walked over and wiped her tears. "Why are you crying?" "Remember those. When I get back, I'll deal with them. Let them taste the suffering you've endured." Song Qiao-yi hugged Meng Qianqian and cried. She seemed like a child who had found family and support, no longer as sharp as before. Someone had forcibly taken her brain's contents, and she couldn't go back to the end of the world. For Song Qiao-yi, this was a good thing. She had no self-protection skills and was on those people's territory in the end times. She would have only been risking her life if she went alone. Meng Qianqian comforted Song Qiao-yi. Finally, Song Qiao-yi was tired of crying. She looked at her swollen eyes carefully and closely examined Meng Qianqian. "I feel like I am dreaming. I can't believe what I see is real," Song Qiao-yi said, never feeling this vulnerable before. "I thought I was going to die." "Nonsense. You're still alive and well. With me here, there's no way you'll die," she said, taking a cup of warm milk from the storage and handing it to her. "The milk is warm. Drink some. You've cried for so long and shed so many tears. You need to make up for it." Song Qiao-yi's face turned red. She didn't refuse the milk and, feeling a bit thirsty, sipped it slowly. "Tell me, what exactly happened? When you came to find me last time, did you have something you wanted to tell me?" Meng Qianqian recalled that moment later and kept thinking about that scene. Song Qiao-yi held the cup and said, I had something I wanted to ask for your help with, but I wasn't sure if you could really help. Plus, you were in such a hurry to leave, so I didn't get a chance to talk to you. Gabriel is also a person with special abilities. Meng Qianqian straightforwardly mentioned that man. Song Qiaoyi understood what she meant. She openly shared what she knew about Gabriel. His family went missing, and he has special abilities. Naturally, he learned some things. He's been desperately trying to find his family. Also, he's been searching for others like him, gathering all his strength to look for them. Later, he found out he was just a bait. Gabriel is a mixed blood. He grew up abroad and comes from a good family. To many young girls, he's very attractive. The organization behind him gave him directions, and he would actively approach his targets. But those people weren't from another world. Until he found me. Song Qiaoyi's eyes were cold. He told me that our parents had gone to another world, but would come back. They might have encountered danger, so we need to find them. At that time, he didn't know that the other side just wanted him to lure some young men and women for experiments. He genuinely wanted to help me find my mother. He asked if there were others like me around. That's when I thought of you. I thought about Aunt's passing and how she has been distant since you were a child. I instinctively mentioned your name. We originally wanted to form an alliance with you and ask if you knew more information. I didn't expect that even though we were so close, we never got to talk. After you left, I planned to wait for you at the hotel. But unexpectedly, Gabriel received a mysterious call, and we boarded a plane. However, after boarding, we got off again. Before leaving, we suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the end times, those people found me precisely and took me to a laboratory. They tortured me badly, but I still had to leave the lab. When Gabriel saw how I looked, he understood everything. Without hesitation, he helped me escape. We hid here and there, almost caught by those people. I didn't want to die, so I sent you a message. That was my last hope, actually more like a way to say goodbye. I didn't want to die quietly. And I definitely didn't want to be caught by those people to continue their cruel experiments. Don't be afraid. No one will bully you anymore. Meng Qianqian patted her back and saw she was very tired, so she let her rest first. Rest well here. When you're better, you can open a clothing shop in our village. Our village's clothes are pretty average. People here think they don't look good enough. Really? Song Qiaoyi smiled and said, then I will make a lot of money. Of course. Meng Qianqian came out of the laboratory and saw Long Chan standing at the door. She frowned and asked, is Gabriel cooperating? Very cooperative. We've already started our plan, just not making any noise. Gabriel made those people think Song Qiaoyi was dead. They even said that a good experiment was completely ruined. They asked Gabriel to keep looking for the experiment subject. Gabriel suspects that Song Qiaoyi's mother was also captured. Right now, we have information on those people. Next, we need to act in both worlds at the same time to ensure success. Capture everyone. Also, you need to check on your clients. And there's one more thing. Someone secretly sold the eggs and milk you donated for charity. Moreover, the people who bought these cows and milk, Gabriel has seen them before in that world. We have already caught them for illegally taking the milk. You did a very good job handling this matter. It's like fishing with Jiang Taigong. Meng Qianqian wanted to say she was acting with pure kindness. All we can say is that justice is clear. Meng Qianqian then traveled back to ancient times. She added more resources and led her team to continue exploring the past. Meng Qianqian was willing to give her team supplies and advised Gu Xuanji, don't be stingy with food. Only when the team eats well can they have strength. With strength, there can be power. We may be few, but our fighting ability must be strong. This is called elite soldiers. In every county we pass through, we have arranged for our own people. The instructions for clearing land are also written clearly. We can't do everything at once. We need to improve step by step. Gu Xuanji saw the long letters and touched the beads on his wrist, then stood up and left the tent. He rode his horse to a distant place. He released a tractor and started learning how to operate it. After he learned, he chuckled softly, supporting his forehead with one hand. He thought it would be better for his subordinates to learn this. He was truly confused by her few words. On the way back, Gu Xuanji drove the tractor, with a horse following behind. trotting along. Everyone saw Gu Xuanji returning with this strange machine, and they were shocked but dared not approach. The goddess has bestowed good things again. This is a tractor. I'll demonstrate twice, and you follow along. Whoever learns it first will be the one to operate it. After Gu Xuanji finished speaking, his team members became excited, eager to try. With the tractor, plowing the land became much easier, saving a lot of effort. The remaining people started building fortresses. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Meng Qianqian and her team became more coordinated. When they reached a city, someone would stay behind. They were approaching Luoyang. Meng Qianqian looked at the wasteland along the road and asked an elderly man in shock, "Old sir, why is this land not cultivated here?" The old man turned around and saw the well-dressed and wealthy Meng Qianqian. He hurriedly tried to kneel and bow. "Old sir, please don't do that." Meng Qianqian quickly helped the old man to stand. The old man raised his thin, bony wrist and touched the tears on his face, hopelessly saying, "There is no one left to farm. Everyone has gone to serve in the army. There are no grown men or young men in the village. If I were crippled, I might have gone to serve too." Meng Qianqian was shocked. "Serve in the army? The emperor is building a palace, and everyone in the village has been called away." The old man turned and continued walking forward. He squatted down and pulled weeds from the ground with his hand. The large piece of wasteland was actually fertile farmland. It was spring planting season, but it had become an abandoned, uncultivated field. Gu Xuanji was desperately clearing land outside the border, trying to grow more food so everyone in his family could eat. His father, however, was indulging in pleasures and living extravagantly. Spring planting was neglected, forced conscription was happening, and palaces were being built. Xie Xian had seen much in her life, and now she truly understood why the crown prince had thoughts of rebellion. He wasn't fighting for himself, but for the common people of the world. Meng Qianqian mounted her horse and said calmly, "Let's keep moving." Xie Xian held back what she wanted to say. The further south they went, the richer it should have been, but it was all scarred and devastated. A child pulled and put it in his mouth happily. An old woman with gray hair knelt on the ground, carefully clearing the fields little by little. The caravan traveled from sunrise to sunset. Almost all the wasteland in a county was left uncultivated. Xie Xian saw this harsh reality for the first time. "What will the people eat?" Meng Qianqian's tone was cold, so cold that Xie Xian couldn't believe the person in front of her was the savior they believed in. "They are the people of Daqing. Their suffering is caused by the emperor's inaction. Do you think they will survive until next year? Maybe the grain will become a curse for us." In chaotic times, famine and rescue efforts often meant death. Those seemingly pitiful villagers would turn into wolves just to survive. They were different from Gu Xuanji and the others. Before nightfall, Meng Qianqian led her people to camp by the river. She opened the map, looked at it quietly, and drew a circle on it. Then she took a screenshot, printed it with her portable printer, and handed it directly to Gu Xuanji. The moonlight was cold, like it was telling a sad story. Meng Qianqian wrote in her letter, "During the spring planting season, Emperor Daqing still forces people to work hard and build palaces. The people's anger is growing, and if this continues, it might lead to rebellion." She wanted to see how Gu Xuanji was planning to respond. Gu Xuanji's reply came very late. When Meng Qianqian received his letter, she saw so many words written carefully and read it seriously. His plan was that since their location was a granary, they could try to spread some news through trading caravans, encouraging refugees who couldn't survive there to come to the grasslands. People in central China are good at farming. With their help and guidance, they could store more food and help those refugees settle here for generations. In a short time, the Daqing dynasty is still stable. Even if there are rebellions or local officials rise up, it will take 10 more years before the country falls into chaos. Gu Xuanji listed many reasons to persuade Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian knew very well that only when people truly had no way to survive would they rise up. Even if they could find a way out, they wouldn't oppose the big mountain overhead. Since that's the case, we will secretly place our people far from the government and develop quietly. When chaos comes, we can save many people. These people are also part of their strength. Gu Xuanji replied, That's what I think too. Seeing these words, Meng Qianqian's cheeks turned slightly red. She began to select useful people from the 500 she brought. To her surprise, near Luoyang, Jia Sen also brought a few people. These were all capable subordinates trained by Gu Xuanji. Minister Su Zijing, greetings, madam. Minister Zhang Minghe, greetings, madam. Minister Yan Hongjun, greetings, madam. The three men, all from noble families, looked distinguished. Meng Qianqian never expected Gu Xuanji to reveal all his cards. Madam, all three of them are suitable for recommendation as officials, Jia San whispered beside her. Meng Qianqian understood immediately. She asked the three to sit down and ordered someone to bring her prepared desserts. This is a special fruit from Lingnan, only the freshest when picked from the tree. Try it and see how it tastes compared to what you've had before. Meng Qianqian saw their potential and had the idea of making a bold move. Su Zijing saw a dessert he had never seen before. He first tasted the fruit, and it indeed had a completely different texture from what he had eaten before. He noticed that Zhang Minghe and Yan Hongjun were the same, which made him feel a little more at ease. He was just unsure about this lady's background, as she trusted that person so much. The three of them were actually a backup plan that the other person had prepared. They wouldn't activate it unless it was really necessary. They thought they could wait for several years, but unexpectedly, things moved so quickly. If you three have a way, you can go to some places above to take official positions. Start from a county official, and it would be even better if you could become a district governor or a city magistrate. I need you to take full control here. Before Su Zijing and the others could recover from the surprising map, they were stunned by her ambition. Seeing their confused looks, Meng Qianqian asked calmly, What? Can't you do it? Who could stand that tone? I am willing to try my best, Zhang Minghe was the first to respond. The other two stood up at the same time, bowing and saying, I am also willing to try my best. These positions may seem insignificant, but they are actually very important. You three should work together and support each other. After the three left, Meng Qianqian picked up her brush to write a letter to Gu Xuanji. Are these three trustworthy? If they are, I want to give them the seeds. Gu Xuanji replied, Observe them for a while longer before making a decision. People's hearts are easy to change. Gu Xuanji couldn't still believe those people would support him after experiencing nothing. Then I will check the information after I go back tomorrow, he thought. Seeing this line of words, Gu Xuanji felt very complicated. He had been through many things and never asked about his own ending. He sensed it deep down. Luoyang City was very prosperous. Meng Qianqian divided the trading team into several smaller groups, and everyone went their own way. She didn't stay at an inn but went directly to a big mansion. When she entered the alley, an old woman saw Jia San and asked in surprise, Jia San, you've been gone for so long this time. Why are you only just back? Jia San and the old woman said, This time we went somewhere far away, and there was a snowstorm, which delayed us a bit. Later, we followed the trading team around outside the city and took a big detour before returning. No wonder you look so dark, the old woman said quite straightforwardly. Jia San chuckled softly and led Meng Qianqian into the large mansion. The gatekeeper was an old man who looked very surprised when he saw Jia San. Then he looked at Meng Qianqian and, seeing the guard-like figure of Xian Dong following behind her, allowed them inside. They arrived at the flower hall. Jia San then said to the old man, Mr. Jiu, this is Meng Qianqian. Treat her as you would the master. Mr. Jiu was very displeased. He snorted coldly and didn't give Meng Qianqian a friendly look. He turned to Jia San and asked, Is the master well? Jia San was nervous, sweating coldly on his forehead, and didn't dare to look at Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian was a goddess. She must not be offended. Jia San didn't have time to answer Mr. Jiu. He bent his knees to kneel before Meng Qianqian. But before he could kneel, she turned calmly and said, Take your time catching up. She had already left through the main door. Once she was gone, could Xian Dong stay? He immediately followed. Xie Xian stared at Mr. Jiu with a very unfriendly look. Mr. Jiu was Gu Xianji's advisor, and she couldn't scold him. So she just gave him a cold look, then turned and followed Meng Qianqian. Since coming near Luoyang, she had worn a mask to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. The Xie family had all been exiled, and her maids and servants had been sold off, scattered to unknown homes. If her husband's family saw her, it might cause more trouble. To be safe, she had made some changes. "Madam, it's still early. Let's leave the city and go to the countryside to stay." Xie Xian once had a farm, which she kept as a backup. She thought that if one day her husband grew tired of her and it wasn't reasonable, she wouldn't ask for a divorce. For the sake of the family, she wouldn't leave voluntarily. Instead, she would pretend to be ill and move to the farm. She wanted to keep the farm hidden from her husband's family and her own. So she used some tricks. When the Xie family was exiled, she was also ordered to leave. Many of her belongings were hidden on the farm. She once thought she wouldn't have a chance to return, but unexpectedly, one day she could come back to Luoyang. Meng Qianqian mounted her horse, and the group left without waiting for Jia San to come out. Jia San chased after her, but only saw the large group disappear at the end of the road. He was so angry that he forgot Mr. Jiu's identity and quietly scolded, "Mr. Jiu, I know you look down on women, but do you know who that is?" If the ruler hadn't forbidden revealing the goddess's identity, he would have already told the truth. She is not only the ruler's savior, but also ours. She traveled a long way to Luoyang for the ruler's great cause. And yet, you turned her away? Mr. Jiu, this house belongs to the ruler. Don't you really think you're the owner here? Jia San was very blunt. Mr. Jiu puffed his cheeks and glared. What are you talking about? Am I someone who betrayed the ruler? You drove away the lady, so you are that kind of person. You old troublemaker, trying to take over someone else's place. Jia San pointed at Mr. Jiu's nose and scolded, "I thought you were a good person, but it turns out you're full of bad intentions." Jia San was so angry, he turned to leave. Mr. Jiu hurried after him, grabbing and struggling with Jia San. As he got close, he quickly said, "The people from the third prince are watching here. You must be very careful. Also, don't go anywhere else, just stay in this house." Jia San pushed Mr. Jiu away. Humph. He took the land deed and keys and left. Jia San rode his horse quickly toward the city gate. The caravan was large and slow, but he soon caught up. Meng Qianqian turned her head and asked Jia San, "Is something wrong?" Jia San was very surprised. "How does my wife know?" That old man's reactions were strange. At first, he was polite, but when he found out my importance, he deliberately tried to send me away. I knew he was probably being watched. Jia San truly admired her. He whispered, "Mr. Jiu told us to go there first." Meng Qianqian had no objection. "Then let's go." As long as they could keep the goddess Xie Xian's estate hidden, they should avoid revealing it for now. Maybe what they thought was secret was already being watched. "Who is so determined to get it?" Meng Qianqian casually said something that sounded quite intimidating. Jia San felt a chill down his spine. "Yes, I knew it. Let's go. We will enter the city openly. By the way, do we have contacts in the market? We need to promote our goods well, or how can we make a name for ourselves in Luoyang?" Meng Qianqian thought that since they were here, they should take some valuable items from the nobles. When chaos breaks out, the treasures in Luoyang will probably be lost a lot. Instead of letting those rare antiques be lost or damaged, it's better to bring them here early for proper protection and return them to the country. Jia San spoke, and Meng Qianqian immediately became very happy. She smiled and said, "We will stay in Luoyang for a while and wait until those 3 people have good news before making any plans." She also wanted to make some arrangements. As they spoke, they crossed a wide street and arrived in the southern city. The southern city is home to the royal family and wealthy merchants. This area is very valuable land. The house given by Mr. Jiu is located here. It's a good place. Meng Qianqian was very satisfied with this. Jia San took people to clean the house, listed what was missing, and handed the list to Meng Qianqian, who then arranged to buy everything needed. She thought about the old ways, which used chamber pots. Meng Qianqian was not used to this. She called Jia San over and showed him how to build a dry toilet used in rural areas. "Have someone dig a few dry toilets." The men's toilet outside and both men's and women's toilets inside, using blue bricks and covering the buildings, Meng Qianqian really couldn't tolerate the dirty and messy environment. Health issues must be solved immediately. Jia San took the blueprint for the dry toilet and immediately ordered the construction. Once dug, the toilets were built with bricks. Meng Qianqian poured out the mixed cement, letting them use it. With cement and bricks, it saved a lot of trouble. Many people worked together in groups, and in about an hour, the toilets were finished. After they were built, everyone looked at them as if they were looking at a Western mirror, each going over to take a look. Xie Xian smiled and said to Meng Qianqian, "Those people have never seen such toilets." Among them, Jia San is the happiest. "Why?" Meng Qianqian asked curiously. Xie Xian said, "He was once sent by the Empress to clean chamber pots for a month." Meng Qianqian was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jia San also said that if they had these dry toilets earlier, he would only need to clean them daily. He wouldn't have to scrub the chamber pots every day. Meng Qianqian understood very well. Actually, it is possible to build indoor toilets, but it requires a lot of water. It's also a tiring job, but much easier and cleaner. Meng Qianqian looked at the letter written by Gu Xianji, thinking about how to plan things in the coming days. The name of the trading team must be promoted. Good products need to be promoted to the higher-ups. White sugar, milk candy, brown sugar, and edible salt. These are valuable bricks that can open the doors of noble lords. Don't go out recently. Many people have seen Jia San, so try to keep him in the house. Meng Qianqian is mainly worried about Xie Xian's safety. As soon as she finished speaking, Jia San came over. He respectfully said, "Madam, don't worry. The people in the palace haven't seen me. I have never shown my true face before, and they don't know my real name. Even publicly, I use a fake name. Don't tell me Jia San is your real name." Meng Qianqian was shocked. Jia San awkwardly scratched his head. "I don't have a real name. Since I was born, I only have a code name. For me, the code name is my real name. In ancient times, servants needed their masters to give them names. Jia San and the others used to be under Gu Xuanji, so their name should have been given by him." Meng Qianqian didn't speak, but took out paper and pen to write a note for Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji thought it was something important. When he saw the words, he smiled and replied, "You decide." Seeing the note, Meng Qianqian told Jia San, "A code name is just a code name, and a real name is a real name.
A long surname is too fleshy.
If you take it, it might attract attention. How about you just use my surname?" Jia San understood Meng Qianqian's meaning perfectly. He was overjoyed and knelt on the ground respectfully, saying, "Servant thanks madam for the name. Get up quickly." Meng Qianqian is simply doing good deeds or acting from her heart. How about Meng Fujiu? It doesn't have any special meaning. I just hope you have long-lasting good fortune. This is a kind wish. Since they were young, Jia San no Meng Fujiu had been taught not to betray Gu Xuanji. They are slaves, without the official status, but they carry the shackles of slavery. Their whole life revolves around one idea, to protect Gu Xuanji, to guard him. Everything they do is for him. Meng Qianqian can't change their fate, but she just wants to give a simple blessing. Jia San, or rather Meng Fujiu, knelt on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Outside, to appear more experienced, Meng Fujiu grew a beard. His originally fair face darkened considerably, except for his bright, sharp eyes. He looked much older. With his round face and a gentle smile, he was very likable. "Get up quickly, I have important things for you to do." Meng Qianqian spoke first, and only then did Meng Fujiu get up. She handed him a list. "I've brought out all the items. Beautiful bottles, divided into different styles. Use these to empty the private vaults of the wealthy families." Meng Fujiu wanted to say that these items were not enough. Soon he saw more fine fabrics. "These are expensive goods, the only ones in the world," she said. Even in her world, they were valuable and very costly. Good quality items should be sold at good prices. We can use them as a stepping stone or sell them for a high price, making them highly sought after by officials and nobles. Rarity makes things valuable. How many good things do you think we can get in the end? Meng Qianqian's ambition began to show. The people around Luoyang were not doing well, and the emperor was still indulging in excess. Such an emperor did not deserve to be on the throne and would be overthrown sooner or later. She was not a local native, but had a heart for freedom and democracy. At this moment, the feudal system was to last for another 1,000 years, and change would take another 1,000 years to happen. She didn't mind being a small seed. According to the history books of this world, everything developed very quickly after Siege appeared, diverging from their world's path. She looked down at Meng Fujio with calm eyes full of fierce ambition. "Can we do it?" Meng Fujio stepped back and bowed deeply. "Rest assured, my lady. Just tell me what you need." Meng Qianqian felt relieved. "I'll go make arrangements first." 2 days later, Meng Fujio, with a small beard and dressed in new clothes made by the female guards, left the mansion. He arranged meetings with several well-known local merchants. Through them, he sent the items to noble families. He also bought a restaurant in the most prosperous part of Luoyang. After taking over the restaurant, he announced it would close for renovations. The blueprints were brought back by Meng Qianqian. Meng Fujio held what looked like sheepskin parchment and rebuilt the building. He also changed its name to Penglai Immortal Pavilion. It had a main building and 4 side buildings. The main building focused on dining, offering a full range of fresh mountain and sea delicacies. One of the side buildings was called Wenhui Pavilion, which stored many books, mainly used for collecting ancient texts. Copies for copying would do too. War and chaos caused the loss of many books. Meng Qianqian has made plans in advance. Over 10 or 20 years, it becomes a habit for everyone. Even if the elders at home disagree, the descendants will eventually have 1 or 2 who waste money. If you want to read books, you can bring an ancient book with you. You can freely copy a rare book from the cultural hall and take it away without any charge. If you don't like reading but want to listen to music or enjoy entertainment, you can go to the Pleasant Sound Pavilion. There, you can listen to music and watch dance performances. However, you cannot stay overnight or take people away. At the Pleasant Sound Pavilion, Meng Qianqian has also arranged ancient-style talent shows, cultivation contests, and dance competitions. The main idea is that if you come, you should spend some money. It would be a shame for your status not to. Meng Qianqian is serious about making money. Not only men can come, women are welcome too. If you don't like listening to music or reading, you can also shop. The ancient-style marketplace and treasure pavilion are waiting for visitors. Gentlemen can buy ink, paper, and brushes, as well as swords. Ladies can buy fine fabrics and beautiful jewelry. For those interested in antiques, there is a treasure hunt tower where you can find hidden treasures or rare items, possibly even authentic masterpieces by famous artists. After leaving the tower, you can stroll in the garden, enjoy flowers, and experience the exquisite beauty of the landscape. In short, when you come to Penglai Immortal Pavilion, don't expect to leave empty-handed. Meng Fujio saw the under-construction Penglai Immortal Pavilion and felt like a mouse falling into a rice jar. "Madam, with your effort, even the most refined scholars and noble officials in the world would regret not visiting. They would regret it for their whole lives." Meng Fujio didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay and guard the Penglai Immortal Pavilion. Meng Qianqian gently tapped her phone screen, deliberately raising her voice. "My ancestors crossed the Heshi corridor and went to Rome. That was greatness. I am just using the wealth accumulated by my ancestors to build a small Penglai Immortal Pavilion. It's nothing special. If they knew I just want to settle in the capital and find a suitable man to marry, they might jump out of their coffins and try to kill me." Meng Fujio noticed Meng Qianqian's calm expression and responded politely with a flattering tone. "Madam, once your Penglai Immortal Pavilion is built, those noble families and aristocrats might even send their promising children to visit you. They are quite ambitious." Meng Qianqian snorted proudly. Meng Fujio asked curiously, "Why does my wife say that?" "Look at your mind. It's not growing at all. Those people sent someone to bring me here because they saw my wealth. What do they want with my money? Rebellion?" "Humph." Meng Qianqian deliberately pounded the table in anger, displeased. "I won't be interested in those noble-born children. Men are just things I use to pass the time when I'm bored. When my father catches that poor boy and brings him back, I'll make him my first husband. In the future, I'll have the children call him father. What kind of crazy woman is she? What is she even thinking? Men in the world wouldn't tolerate such insults. No wonder the poor boy she's targeting ran away. No man would want to marry a woman like that. Meng Qianqian saw the red dot on the screen disappear. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She gave her subordinates each a bracelet. The bracelets are simple but have a built-in tracking feature. After initial data entry, even if it's a will, she can detect it at any time. Without internet, it's like Bluetooth, but with a much stronger range. Once activated, they cannot be activated again. If someone wears this bracelet, Meng Qianqian's system will alert her immediately. Her device can also detect if suspicious people are nearby. People wearing the bracelets are marked in blue. If others appear, a red will show on the screen. Madam, did more people come just now? Meng Fujio asked softly. Meng Qianqian nodded. In the future, you should stay here and develop well. If anyone tries to take our Penglai Immortal Pavilion, don't resist stubbornly. Instead, sell it for a good price. All the items inside should be replaced with handwritten copies. Any books sent here should be recorded with this device and carefully organized. This is a detailed task. Other things can be discarded, but the books must be kept. A noble family's wealth accumulated over hundreds of years is in these books. With books, there's inheritance. With inheritance, there's hope, Meng Fujio solemnly replied. Understood. Meng Qianqian spends money freely and provides food and accommodation. Many people come to work for her just for the money. No matter how many come, Meng Qianqian can handle it. They work openly and vigorously. The restaurant had not yet opened, but the iron pots were already sold in the hundreds. Our Lady said these need to be registered. Also, since they are rare, each household can only buy one pot. The Empress's family also specially sent 2 pots into the palace. The Emperor noticed that today's dishes were especially different. He was pleased and said, "Reward them." The Empress's lady-in-waiting leaned in, tugged at the Emperor's sleeve, and coquettishly said, "Your Majesty, this is my clumsy younger brother, and the brothers he made friends with have specially given this as a gift for you. How can you only reward the chefs?" The Emperor looked at the stunning beauty and was very happy. "Of course, I will reward them." The Emperor Qingyang favored the Empress greatly and trusted her completely. The Wang family was raised by him. Her brother Wang Ji was a trusted aide and a sharp sword in his hand. Wang Ji was isolated in court and could only serve him to stay alive. Her younger brother Wang Hui was even more so. He seemed to favor the Empress and was distracted, but he had long harbored this idea, just lacked an excuse. Then make Wang Hui the minister of the court. The Empress's eyes widened with joy. She quickly stood up to thank him. "Your Majesty, I thank you on behalf of my brother." "Long live the Emperor. How would you like to thank me, beloved consort?" The Empress looked up with charming eyes, her body like a delicate fairy, slipping into the Emperor's arms. She coquettishly lifted her head and pressed her red lips to his. The Empress was not the queen. She only wanted to win the Emperor's favor and gain more benefits for her family. As long as she could serve the Emperor well, she had learned all the secret arts of the palace. If it weren't for this, how could she have risen from a minor family member to her current position? Wang Yan was ambitious. She had killed the Empress, and her brother was promoted. Her brother had framed the Xie family, and the Emperor had promoted her younger brother. After the Crown Prince's death, the Wang family was at its peak. But she was not yet the Empress. She wanted to become the Empress and have her son be the Crown Prince. Wang Yan was not stupid. She knew that once her son became Crown Prince, the Wang family's good days would end. Why become Empress? When the Emperor ascended to heaven, her son would be the new Emperor, and she would be the Empress Dowager of the great Qing dynasty. That would be the true peak of the Wang family's power. "Your Majesty, please grant me a little princess too." The Emperor Qingyang embraced the slender waist of the consort and pressed her down. "The weather is still a bit cool." Meng Qianqian is wearing a cloak and sitting under a peach blossom tree, enjoying the moon. Below her is a thick moisture-proof mat with an electric blanket on top. She lazily leans against a custom-heated pillow, drinking green plum wine, while listening to Meng Fuji report work. Wang Hui has already fallen for it. This is just a small fish. Take your time, no need to rush. Revealing your hand at the wrong moment would be deadly. Meng Qianqian has already started planning. She has people ready, but not everyone can be trusted. They need to be carefully checked. Every day, she studies history books, hoping to find useful people. Her delicate fingers lightly tap the glass table, then suddenly open her eyes. Find out who is a child named Lu Zheng. About 3 years old. Meng Fuji. Although it's troublesome, it's not impossible. I'll go do that now. Just gather information secretly. This family will face trouble this year and be exiled. Meng Qianqian remembers what she read in history books. The Lu family members all lived until the era of Xie and even rebuilt their prosperity. The most famous among them is a person named Lu Zheng. A family that can produce such outstanding children is definitely not ordinary. Such a person must be sent to Gu Xuanji. Right now, Meng Qianqian's mind is full of plans, finding talent, arranging everything, and sending people to Gu Xuanji. Xie Xian looks at the sky and gently reminds, "Wife, it's getting late. It's time to rest." Meng Qianqian lifts her wrist to check the time. It's only after 6. Going to bed so early? Tomorrow I have to get up at 5 or 6 in the morning. Too early. I'll sleep later, Xie Xian. Although she doesn't understand, she knows Meng Qianqian doesn't want to sleep. The Wang family is a troublemaker. Everyone in the Wang family deserves to die. If we wait until the country is lost and then kill them, it would be too kind to them. Meng Qianqian speaks softly, as if talking about something ordinary. They are now on high ground, thinking they have everything. Next, they should taste what it's like to fall from that height. If the Wang family doesn't fall, how can the crown prince restore his reputation? Meng Qianqian is deliberately creating momentum for the crown prince. She wants the Wang family to be exiled. How can this grudge go unavenged? Xie Xian suddenly looks at Meng Qianqian, her eyes filled with deep hatred. Meng Qianqian was playing with a finely crafted wine glass, smiling softly as she said, "Do you think I sent Xian Dong out for no reason? Everyone under Xian Dong's command is capable. They are hidden in various places." Meng Qianqian gave him the task, and he immediately instructed his subordinates to handle it. Xie Xian only knew that Xian Dong had a mission, but not what it was. "In a few days, we will have news." Before she finished speaking, Xian Dong hurriedly came in from outside. He approached Meng Qianqian, knelt on one knee, and whispered, "The person has been found. They will arrive in the capital soon. First, arrange for the person to stay at Qingwei's estate." Meng Qianqian wouldn't easily send someone into the palace. The Wang family isn't intense enough yet. She needs to add more fire. This time, when she returns to the modern world, her visitor isn't Long Chan but Meng Yanzi. Meng Yanzi looked into her sharp eyes and raised an eyebrow. "Not seen for a few days. Your presence is very strong." Being with her family, Meng Qianqian finally relaxed. "Just okay." She said this as she went to do a checkup smoothly. After the checkup, she directly placed the items she brought from ancient times into a designated room. How they are divided is up to others. Meng Yanzi stayed close to her the whole time. When she finished, they went home together. Back home, Meng Qianqian sighed lazily and leaned on the sofa. Meng Yanzi poured her a cup of hot milk, which she held and sipped slowly. "I now have hundreds of people with me, and I need to bring them back safely. I also need to plan ahead within the Daqing territory. I originally thought I would return to the grasslands. Now I realize not going back might be the right choice." Her beautiful starry eyes looked at Meng Yanzi and said, "The grasslands are Gu Xianji's base. As long as we conquer the grasslands, he will have strong troops to enter the pass. As for how to enter, just conquer the Wuhuan people." She had already planned that chaos was inevitable. And there are many conflicts now. The main issue is ethnic tension. Historically, the next few hundred years saw frequent changes of power, wars, suffering people, and economic stagnation. But there was a positive side. It laid a solid foundation for the unification of North and South and the great integration of nations. Gu Xuanji now holds the advantage of timing, geography, and people. As long as he takes control of the entire Liaodong prefecture and ends the local nomadic herders' lifestyle, Liaodong will become a new grain storage area. She is working quietly within the borders, slowly laying out her plans. Emperor Qingyang is cruel and indulgent, never treating the common people with respect. He cares nothing about their lives or deaths. If he keeps making reckless decisions, chaos will surely follow. According to historical records, this was during the Little Ice Age. Floods, plagues, droughts, storms, and locusts will come one after another. The Xiongnu are still watching closely. Now, guess what Emperor Qingyang is doing? Meng Qianqian's eyes are full of anger. He is building palaces extravagantly. It's spring planting season, but he won't let the people farm. Instead, he's busy building palaces. With an emperor like this, the country won't survive. Meng Yanxi takes the empty cup from her hand and sees right through her thoughts. How many people can you save now? I plan to buy land and large estates. I will buy land from the noble families and hire tenant farmers. I need people to farm, and saving some is better than none. Meng Qianqian sits up straight, her eyes serious. Brother-in-law, the common people are innocent. They shouldn't die like this. Meng Yanxi falls silent for a moment before asking, "What do you plan to do?" "I will exchange most of my points for seeds. If possible, I also need to buy some pork. I need a lot of pig feed too. I want to raise the people on my estate strong and healthy. Only then, during times of war, can some help each other. There are so many people in the world, you can't save them all. I only seek to have a clear conscience. Do whatever you want, don't worry. If I don't have enough points, I still have some here. If my points are not enough, Qinwang has some, and your mother also has quite a few. I can give you all of them." Meng Yanxi feels both touched and proud. He understands why Meng Qianqian is the most special person, because she is the only one in decades who is truly unique. Perhaps only she can be the one to prevent the complete collapse of that parallel world. When Meng Qianqian hears Meng Yanxi's words, her eyes turn red. "Brother-in-law, thank you for supporting me. It's us who should thank you. You stopped this disaster. You prevented the merging of two worlds and will end all our fates." Meng Yanxi and others who traveled through time early on have long become accustomed to life in the end-of-the-world world. Many mutated plants in the apocalypse have special traits, bringing huge changes to their world. The desert cannot be cultivated and continues to expand, with the shifting sands causing even greater harm. Despite this, the people who love flowers are determined. They spend over 10 years fixing the largest moving desert in place and planting vegetables and flowers on the sand. This was originally a task that would take generations and hundreds of years or more to accomplish. Now, because of the existence of alien plants, researchers have developed plants better suited for survival in the desert. These plants not only do not disturb the balance, but also stubbornly take root in the sand. The speed of experiments has also increased thanks to plant-based abilities of some mutants. Although plant abilities exist, in this world, abilities are only at level 1, and those with such powers are top-level mutants. They still make great contributions to the world. There are also healing mutants. If a limb is broken, it needs to be reattached within a certain time and then recover for a long time. But with healing abilities, such injuries are no longer deadly. After healing, no scars are visible, and with some rest, the person is as good as new. Cancer is like a virus in the end-of-the-world scenario. With healing mutants, it becomes much easier to deal with. Healing mutants are a blessing for many dangerous surgeries, especially for victims of serious accidents. The existence of mutants has brought huge changes to the world, and these are positive. If the world stops merging and no new people go to the end of the world, that would also be a good thing. Meng Qianqian has become even busier. If she hadn't traveled back to ancient times, after Gu Xuanji settled the people in Tianyuan City, she would also lead a trade caravan to explore inside the borders. Her arrival sped up this process and eased Gu Xuanji's worries. Meng Qianqian packed many seeds into her space and sent them to Gu Xuanji. "I've sent all the seeds to you. Besides food seeds, I won't give you others. If you don't have them there, I'll give you some. Otherwise, it might disrupt your local ecological balance." Gu Xuanji didn't quite understand what ecological balance was, but he knew that native seeds needed time and careful improvement to adapt. Farming land needs fertilizer. Chemical fertilizers are good, but in our own garden, we use natural fertilizers like ash from plants and trees, and Meng Qianqian had already told Gu Xuanji about how to compost fertilizer. Now, the city has public toilets, and every household has one. Some people regularly clean the toilets, collect the waste, and turn it into compost to grow crops. Gu Xuanji sat under the lamp, carefully writing a reply to Meng Qianqian. The foundation of the fortress has been laid. Next, we will build the fortress itself. With many workers divided into 3 shifts, the work is progressing quickly. It won't be long before the inner city fortress is finished. After that, we will build the second layer of the fortress, and finally the city walls. Building the walls will take a long time, and more people will be needed. It might take another 10 years. Meng Qianqian read his letter carefully and replied sincerely, "Actually, the city walls can be built slowly. This will be the only city in the grassland in the future. It's also our backup. You lead people to conquer the grassland, and I help prepare the central plains. Once you reclaim that grassland, we will plant crops everywhere possible. Let the people stop being nomads. They can settle down like the people in the central plains, living in villages, tending fields, and raising livestock. When they have enough food and clothing, they won't think about raiding anymore." Gu Xuanji's mind seemed to open up to a picture of a peaceful scene, men plowing fields and women weaving. Why fight over land when everyone can be fed? The Xiongnu only raid because they have no food in winter. They are hungry, so they go to the central plains to steal. But why do they want to steal from the central plains? Because the land there is fertile and good for farming. Who wouldn't want to control the central plains? Meng Qianqian took out a larger map, marked circles on it with her pen, and discussed with Mr. Jiu. She then made notes and marked the map for future comparison. Mr. Jiu saw the clear map and went from initial shock to calmness. He was pretending to return home, leaving the capital. After his stand-in left, he got into the carriage prepared by Jia San and returned. Sister Zong moved into the large house Meng Qianqian had prepared. Daqing seemed prosperous, but was actually unstable. The death of General Xie was a spark. Now, the border guard is led by Xiao Qingrui, Xie's rival, who has no real skills and is very flattering. The Xiongnu are not afraid of Xiao Qingrui and have repeatedly harassed the border, never winning a battle. We have now gained a large amount of land through Wang Hui's efforts. We are hiring local people to farm these areas. The land is somewhat remote but still fertile. I have sent seeds and fertilizer to ensure that the grain yield will increase many times over. At this point, Meng Qianqian paused. In just a few years, we will have stored a lot of food. With enough food and wealth, we won't worry about running out of supplies when we start a rebellion. Mr. Jiu pointed at the map with great respect. Some of our people can be appointed as local officials in these counties. As for the seeds and fertilizer, I will send someone to deliver them secretly. Meng Qianqian, looking tired, sipped her coffee slowly. She really wishes she could just use a rocket launcher to up the palace. After destroying the palace and killing the corrupt emperor, the treacherous consort, and other princes, she could simply bring out Gu Xuanji and support him to take the throne. There's no need for such complicated plans. But Meng Qianqian only thought about this. She knew she couldn't rush. Daqing's luck isn't over yet. She once watched a video by a history enthusiast who asked why the outer provinces couldn't be merged into one province. From recent history to thousands of years into the future. Once the people in this region unify, they will inevitably move south to the Central Plains, unify the world, and establish a new emperor. According to this idea, Gu Xuanji's decision is perfectly correct. He unified the grasslands, and she is paving the way for him in the Central Plains. The world will surely fall into chaos. She wants to help as many people as possible survive this war. Gu Xuanji's letter arrived as promised. Spring planting is complete. All the seeds have been sown, and green wheat seedlings are now sprouting. I followed the map to plant rice in the designated area. I also met a tribe there and had a fight with them. Meng Qianqian read the strong, confident handwriting and finally let out a deep breath. The tribe learned that we came to plant food and actually laughed at us. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have known that this cold, barren land has become a granary. They don't allow us to damage the grasslands. In the end, I offered them food and salt, and they agreed to relocate the entire tribe. Their leader accepted, and after we prepared the farmland, they even wanted to return the salt and grain to us and join our tribe. These people only believe what they see. Meng Qianqian picks up her pen to write a reply. She enjoys the feeling of writing letters. Compared to voice recorders, writing letters feels more meaningful and soulful. Why does a love letter make the heart race? And why does chatting through typing easily create feelings? The charm of words is something that voice and videos can't fully capture. The space they leave is always the best reflection of what you truly think. If we could live peacefully, who would want to face constant trouble? The grassland is vast. To fully control, it takes a lot of time. The further north you go, the harsher the climate. Even in such tough places, people still find ways to survive. To connect these people with the outside world and help them leave the mountains, we need to build roads. Daqing still has at least 10 years of good weather. We have enough time to make changes slowly. We plant seeds and organize people to build roads. Our country has a saying, to get rich, first build roads. Now that spring is here, we plan to repair all the roads in nearby villages, actually establishing a government that ensures everyone has enough to eat and where would win people's hearts. The common folk have simple thoughts. As long as they are not starving or pushed to the edge, they can just get by. The people on the grassland are nomads. But over time, even those tribes that mainly hunt will start farming. They will take root in that land. Ending a nomadic life is an inevitable trend. Gu Xuanji might be able to conquer the territories of Murong and Wuhuan without a single soldier. The Wuhuan people rely on Daqing, but life isn't good for them. When wars happen, Wuhuan people are the first to fight. They suffer the most casualties but get the least benefits. No one is foolish. And the Wuhuan people are not. They just have no other choice. Now, if they're given a choice? After sharing her ideas with Gu Xuanji, Meng Qianqian, and he threw themselves into their great work. Meng Qianqian suddenly wakes up from her bed. Xie Xian immediately comes over and asks, Madam, are you having a nightmare? Meng Qianqian shakes her head. No. She lifts the soft quilt, gets out of bed, puts on soft shoes, and walks to the door, pushing it open. Then, a warm piece of clothing is placed on her shoulders. The early morning time is the coldest. When I was a child, I lived with my grandparents in our old home, which was like a small city. There was no toilet inside, so if I needed to go, I had to put on my clothes and go outside. It was freezing cold, and I really didn't want to get up. But I had diarrhea, so I had no choice but to go. That day, it was exactly 4 a.m. I was prepared to be frozen stiff, but surprisingly, it wasn't cold at all. Meng Qianqian looked back with a nostalgic expression. It felt like the cold wind had stopped at that time. The cold air no longer pushed against us, giving us a chance to breathe. At that moment, I finally understood why my grandparents always got up so early and lived so gracefully every day. But I, even at noon when the sun was at its hottest, still felt cold. Xie Xian knew she was missing home. Meng Qianqian pressed her hand to her chest, her eyes slightly teary. Xie Xian, I don't know what I did, but you're always watching over me. In the future, you need to be more careful. Hearing this, Xie Xian's heart sank, but she couldn't hold back and asked, My lady, are you planning to leave? I'm not leaving, but life can be unpredictable, Meng Qianqian said, adjusting her coat. We must prepare for the worst. In the following days, Meng Qianqian was busy non-stop, working as if she had gone mad. Xie Xian was very worried. It's nothing. She'll be fine tomorrow. Meng Qianqian comforted Xie Xian, but Xie Xian became even more anxious. But no one could control Meng Qianqian. The only person who could talk to her was still on the grassland. After finishing everything, Meng Qianqian went to bed early. Late at night, around midnight, Meng Qianqian quietly appeared in the room prepared for her at the base. The staff noticed her and came in to scan her body. Meng Yanzi looked at the records with a very unhappy face. Qin Wang patted his shoulder to comfort him. She knows what she's doing. Look, she left from here because she was prepared. Let's not bother her and let her rest for a few days. She's still young. A couple of days of sleep will help her recover. Compared to others, she has enough time to rest and regain her strength. She's the backbone. Without her, the others can't manage. I know she's under a lot of pressure and can't sleep, so she came back to rest. But I feel sorry for her. If my sister saw her, she would definitely cry herself to death. Meng Yanzi covered his face in pain. My sister can't come back from there at all, and neither can my parents. That's why we hid her fake death. We don't contact her or talk to her much, just to reduce our ties. But she chose a harder path than ours. But she's doing very well, isn't she? She's more outstanding than we thought. Don't show any worry. Our job is to give her enough emotional support. Doesn't she like the Buddha jumps over the wall I made? I'll go back and cook it now. When she wakes up, she will definitely enjoy it. Qin Wang knew he couldn't take her away, so he took him to the next room to rest. The room has a kitchen and is very spacious. They are both partners and roommates. Qin Wang took out all the ingredients from the space and started cooking Buddha jumps over the wall. He also brought Meng Yanzi over and let him lean nearby and watch. Why do I have to come? Just watching you cook makes the food taste better, Meng Yanzi said reluctantly, but he didn't leave. Qin Wang brought strawberries to his mouth, blocking Meng Yanzi's chattering. He only ate the tips of the strawberries. Qin Wang ate the rest and said, I'm worried you'll overthink. You're here with me. I don't have time to think about anything else, Meng Yanzi said irritably. Qin Wang gave him a warning look. Meng Yanzi snorted softly. I don't want to stand. Before he finished speaking, a comfortable single sofa appeared behind him, and Meng Yanzi sat down naturally. If you're tired, just sleep for a while. She won't wake up tonight. She needs at least 10 hours of sleep. Qin Wang adjusted the fire and directly carried her back to the room. Meng Yanzi stood at the bathroom door, glaring angrily at someone. Take a shower, watch TV, or look at some information. You can stay up late today, Qin Wang said domineeringly. He didn't want Meng Yanzi to wake up early tomorrow, worried about Meng Qianqian, who is still asleep. It was really frustrating to watch. Meng Yanzi also knew he was very anxious now. He couldn't tell his sister about Meng Qianqian's condition. If his sister found out, she might go crazy. He also dared not tell Meng Qianqian. If the world fusion was completely stopped, she might never see her mother again. That would probably break her. Meng Qianqian slept for a full 3 days. She woke up in the middle of the night, ate twice, took a bath, brushed her teeth, and then went back to bed to rest for 2 days. Soon after, she fell asleep again. It wasn't until the 4th day that she finally woke up at 5 in the morning. Meng Yanzi came to see her, and she was already reading a book. For some reason, her demeanor had changed. The spring planting went very well. Gu Xuanji almost effortlessly managed to gather the parts of Wuhuan that were in the Morong tribe. To the north is Goguryeo. Goguryeo isn't moving for now. His goal is to keep expanding northward. That area is also part of the Morong tribe, and he plans to attack directly. Meng Yanzi poured her a cup of warm water. You're discussing this right after waking up? I think I will do this more in the future. We don't have much time to be together, so I need to make good use of this double time, Meng Qianqian said seriously. When did Gu Xuanji become so powerful? Meng Yanzi looked surprised. Meng Qianqian lowered her eyes, her voice a little hoarse. Ancient wars were very cruel. The goal was just to survive. Sometimes the small tribes had simple ideas. Whoever provides food, keeps them from starving or freezing, can help them survive. Such a straightforward truth. Gu Xuanji personally led people to seize land, clear fields, and farm. He also helped build houses and beds. Even tribes that had been driven away chose to stay and join them. Gradually, their territory expanded without them noticing. Meng Qianqian marked the map with basic notes. He led his people from here directly to here. As long as I marked a place, he had been there. If a tribe was occupying a spot, he fought them. If not, he sent people to station there. Because it spread little by little, more and more people kept coming in. Her eyes shone with excitement as she spoke. To be honest, I'm quite grateful for this plague. It made Tianyuan City famous on the plains. Even a few of Gu Xuanji's dispatched people earned respect. They used the knowledge learned in the tribes and applied it to daily life. Spring is here, the ground thaws, and people build houses and toilets. This helps those who haven't settled down to truly root themselves. It's also a change in their way of life, and it's been advanced by thousands of years. Meng Qianqian calmly looked at Meng Yanxi and said, "Little brother-in-law, who would refuse such an evolution? Humans are social creatures. Deep down, they crave a stable life. Just think, if they stock enough firewood, they can survive the cold winter. No need to herd animals and there will be enough food. Even in winter, they can grow fresh vegetables in a small room for the family. Would they resist the changes brought by Tianyuan City? Everything is inevitable." Meng Qianqian rested for a few days, then filled all the construction materials for the road and sent them to Meng Yanxi. She used all her points to exchange for supplies, yet her points kept increasing steadily. She could never use them all. She recorded the official historical footage with a camera. She found many lost ancient books. She secretly saved many scholars who would have died and sent them to Tianyuan City. The changes on the grassland are happening rapidly. The first autumn harvest has arrived. People in Tianyuan City knelt on the ground, excitedly praying to the goddess. Long live the goddess, the goddess. In the largest square of Tianyuan City, the ground is paved with cement. It's smooth, clean, and free of dust. Bundles of wheat are laid out to dry, and children run excitedly along the edges. Everyone who sees the wheat feels overwhelmed with emotion and almost wants to cry. They have food now. They will never freeze to death again. The rice planting base has also had a good harvest. Unhulled rice is packed in burlap sacks, stacked high. Only the army's hands are here, no other people. This area's grain yield surpasses even the wheat harvest in Tianyuan City. Gu Xuanji walks over and gathers all the grain. His soldiers have long seen Gu Xuanji's abilities, and no one makes a fuss. Gu Xuanji looks over the endless plains, feeling just as excited as his soldiers. He never imagined that such a large amount of grain could be grown on this cold land. Burn the straw on the spot, following the goddess's instructions. This is to protect the fertile fields. Understood. The leading soldier immediately arranges for people to handle this. They leave the horses and sheep's fodder and burn the rest as fertilizer in the fields, returning nutrients to the earth. They also went up the mountain to cut thorny branches and pile up the manure they produced from living here to start composting. By spring next year, this fertilizer would be spread on the fields to help the seeds grow well. Even so, the fertilizer still wasn't enough. Gu Xuanji took photos with his camera and wrote a letter to Meng Qianqian. After finishing the letter, he also showed her the space filled with grain. Meng Qianqian, who had become a noble guest in Luoyang, received Gu Xuanji's letter. Seeing so much grain, her smile couldn't be hidden. Not enough fertilizer? Meng Qianqian chuckled softly. Then she decided to give Gu Xuanji a big surprise. A man dressed in strong clothes came in from outside and respectfully said, "Madam, has Meng Fuzi not returned yet? A few days ago, he sent a message saying he would be back around now." Meng Qianqian's delicate fingers tapped rhythmically on the soft cushion. Her refined eyebrows furrowed slightly as she thought for a moment before asking, who was responsible for sending someone to collect night-scented flowers before? Gu Xuanji knew about this matter. He took out a small booklet from his pocket and turned to the page about night-scented flowers, following the pinyin. "It's Dingmu. Now that autumn has arrived, we need to start composting. This task is very important. These fertilizers are very useful," Meng Qianqian said. Since arriving in Luoyang, she had asked Meng Fuzio to establish connections with those collecting night-scented flowers. Those people were originally ignored. No matter how well the house was built, no one wanted to get close to them. Meng Fuzio collected the night-scented flowers. He even made sure they were sent to a designated place. The price he offered was enough to tempt those people. They didn't have to handle the flowers themselves and could earn silver coins directly. No one refused. Moreover, they used not just silver but also salt and sugar that couldn't be bought with money. No one could resist these. Gu Xuanji immediately said, "I'll go there myself. Send someone to watch closely. If any problems arise, Deal with them early. Don't delay important matters, Meng Qianqian said, feeling a bit more relaxed, though only slightly. The bigger the operation, the more problems there would be. Gu Xuanji nodded seriously. Understood. In the evening, Gu Xuanji returned and respectfully reported, Madam, Dingmu has already arranged people to start composting. As you said, they also added many decayed plants and so on. Meng Qianqian said a word, and Xiandong immediately recorded Dingmu's achievements in a small notebook. These achievements would be rewarded at the end of the year. Many people's names in the notebook had blank spaces below them. Only those whose names were filled with words would receive rewards. Everyone was working hard. I need to leave for a while. You must stay here and watch over things. In 7 days or maybe a month, I will return. Only you and Xie Xian know about this. If anyone asks, just say I am unwell and going to rest. As soon as Meng Qianqian spoke, Xiandong became anxious. Madam, where are you going? Meng Qianqian had a different identity and extraordinary skills. Xiandong naturally knew some details. You're going to Lingnan? How can you go without anyone with you? Xiandong was very worried. Meng Qianqian looked up. What? Do you think I can let myself be wronged? This year, there was a flood in the south, and large areas of land were submerged. Crops failed, and many refugees came to the capital. But how many refugees do you see? She curled her lips in a sarcastic smile. This chaos has been around for a long time, but the emperor turns a blind eye. Meng Qianqian raised her hand, plucked a rare chrysanthemum, and gently pinched it with her soft fingers. The flower broke apart on the ground. News from the palace says the emperor plans to personally lead an army against Goguryeo. Not only because the imperial consort is interested in our silver, but because they have their eyes on us. The emperor has long been watching us. This time, you should use all the silver in the Tianyuan Trading Company to help the common people. Send a message to the palace so they can act at the right time. If the emperor insists on going to war with Goguryeo and the ministers oppose it, then let her fan the flames. A cold glint appeared in Meng Qianqian's eyes. She was no longer the innocent 18-year-old girl fresh out of school. In just a year, she had changed. She now carried an air of nobility and authority that no one dared to question. She was unaware of her own transformation, but those around her grew more respectful. Xiandong said in a deep voice, I'll go arrange everything right away. Good. After I leave, you all can spend freely. We have enough grain. Meng Qianqian thought of the grain sent by Gu Xianji, and a proud smile appeared on her face. Silver isn't wasted, and grain isn't given for nothing. Make sure everyone knows about Tianyuan Trading Company. In the future, when the ruler of Tianyuan City leads the soldiers, the common people will recognize who truly saved them. Meng Fuzio hurried back overnight. As soon as he entered the house, he asked, Is my wife resting? Xiandong shook her head. Not yet, I'll go see her. Meng Fuzio didn't bother to rest or wash up. He ran straight to see Meng Qianqian. My wife, Zhongling Chu family has replied. This is the token from the head of the Chu family. Meng Fuzio handed over a box with both hands. Xie Xian took it and held it in front of Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian opened the box. Instead of looking at the token from the family head, she took out a letter inside. When she opened it, she raised her eyebrows. She would need to find a professional translator for these words. Meng Qianqian picked up a pen and wrote a few words, then handed the box and the letter to Gu Xianji. Is Zhongling still okay? Meng Fuzio shook his head with a serious face. Almost all of Chu territory has been flooded. Fertile fields are destroyed, houses collapsed, and people are displaced. The flooding extends south to Yuzhong and Wuling counties, among others. People are desperate to survive, even resorting to terrible means. My wife, the common people can't go on living like this. The court is worried about refugees flooding into the capital and has set up many checkpoints. Still, some people cross mountains and rivers to reach the capital, but that's only a small number. Meng Fuzio knelt on the ground. He hadn't spoken much, but she knew he was begging her to save those people. What could she do alone? Unless she was truly a fairy. Do you know why ancient gods and immortals never entered ordinary homes 3 times? Even immortals are not all-powerful. Meng Qianqian's expression was indifferent, not because she was cold-hearted, but because she knew she couldn't save everyone. In the face of natural disasters and calamities, many will die. Meng Fuzia choked and said, "My wife, are we just going to do nothing? The court is useless, the emperor is foolish, and even we are indifferent. How can the common people survive? Didn't I tell you to buy farms in various counties? Isn't there a shortage of people?" Meng Qianqian stopped there. Meng Fuziu respectfully bowed 3 times. "Servant thanks my wife for her great kindness. Leave this matter to my subordinates. You should rest first. When you're rested, come back to take over." Meng Fuziu bowed deeply and then withdrew. Emperor Qingyang was furious. Little Goguryeo, a tiny land, dares to bow to my great Qing and even hopes to be equal to us? This is unacceptable. I have decided to personally lead the army. Order the Wuhuan to lead the charge. Your Majesty, this is too dangerous. The flood in Chu has submerged Wuling and Yuzhong counties, and many people are suffering. Before the old minister finished, Emperor Qingyang's face darkened suddenly. If it is really so serious, why is it not mentioned in the reports? And why are there no refugees seen in the capital? That is because there are traitors hiding the truth, Your Majesty. The old minister trembled as he knelt down. The Grand Tutor is too old and confused. Just let him rest at home. The emperor snapped in anger, not giving him a chance to speak further, and ordered someone to remove him from the court. No one dared to speak again. A few flattering officials quickly stepped forward to praise. Your Majesty is wise. Attacking Goguryeo is the right choice. They're just small frogs at the bottom of the well. How could they know the strength of our great Qing? Your Majesty leading the army personally will surely conquer Goguryeo and show the might of our empire. Everyone chimed in, and the decision to attack Goguryeo was made easily. But where is the money for the campaign? It would be better to increase taxes. With the ongoing famine, raising taxes would leave the common people with no way to survive. Remote areas had already started to rebel. The county officials backed by powerful families had long since fled. Those who couldn't escape were stripped of their titles and became advisors to the rebels. The chaos started even earlier than recorded in history. After the harvest, Meng Qianqian's skills upgraded again. She could travel from modern times to any place, and then directly go to ancient times. She could also return from anywhere, just like before, making her movements more convenient. "I need to go to Lingnan and deliver seeds," she said, showing Meng Yanzi the marked location. Meng Yanzi asked worriedly, "Lingnan? Can you go there now? Why not?" Meng Qianqian whispered to Meng Yanzi, "Little uncle, I can hide easily. How long can you stay?" Meng Yanzi hesitated for a moment. Realizing how important this was, she immediately asked her a key question. Meng Qianqian confidently replied, "For a long time. I can stay as long as I want. There's no time limit, and I can use whatever I find inside. As long as I don't want to be caught, no one can catch me. It's enough that you can protect yourself." Meng Yanzi finally felt relieved. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease with her going alone to Lingnan. "Little uncle, I brought some food. Ask around if they want to trade," Meng Qianqian said, giving a number. Meng Yanzi's brow twitched. Wait a moment. The eggs and milk from her farm are limited in quantity, but the food from there is different. No matter if it's for people with special abilities or those without, these supplies might have unexpected effects. The effects might not be very obvious. After all, these are our local seeds. Meng Qianqian still didn't want them to have too high hopes. Meng Yanzi reached out, and she handed him a small bag of rice. He raised an eyebrow. The girl was becoming clever. She was instinctively fighting for the interests of the people from ancient times. Meng Yanzi felt no sadness. The foundation of her survival was given by ancient people. Now, those ancient people worship her as a goddess, and whatever she wants, they blindly support her. More and more people gather around her, and more capable helpers come to assist. Compared to living here within a limited area, her plans over there felt more like a real life. Here, it's more like a transaction. Everything is cold and distant. except for resting, researching, and using her advantages here to solve problems over there. Meng Yanxi turned around, looking at her niece sitting by the window, basking in the sunlight, exuding a commanding presence. She felt an unprecedented sense of absurdity. It seemed as if she was about to no longer belong to this world. She closed the door, shutting out all her own wild thoughts. "What's wrong with you? You look perfectly fine, but your face is so grim." Qin Wang's eyes showed deep concern. He almost wanted to take her back and let her rest properly. Meng Yanxi looked up quietly at Qin Wang. She didn't speak, but took some things to deliver. They had just finished a meeting and discussed many things. Throughout, Meng Yanxi said nothing. Qin Wang followed him back to the surface. They both took in the fresh air and found a quiet spot to sit down. "What's wrong? Why do you look so worried?" Qin Wang asked. Meng Yanxi frowned. "Can you tell so easily? It's not easy. I just know you too well. Look at you now, with that worried face. If it were before, you would be arguing in the meeting to get more benefits for your niece. But today, you haven't said a word. That's strange. I think those fools are secretly happy, thinking you're in a bad mood and taking advantage of it." He knew Meng Yanxi very well. Meng Yanxi never seeks power for himself.
He only cares about his family.
For his sister, he works hard to rise higher. He wants to protect his sister and his family. Having more say in this place helps him fight for better benefits for his sister. Everything his sister creates is also a step for his promotion. Now it's his niece's turn. He sees everything she does and how she changes. Meng Yanxi is not an outsider. He is not an ordinary person. When he learned that his sister couldn't come back, he felt sad but also happy. His sister can be with the person she loves, with their parents around. He only needs to protect his niece and his loved ones. But his niece chose the ancient world. Even if she never said it, even if her only wish was to stop the merging of the two worlds, she has developed strong feelings for that world. Is it because she is half of her bloodline from that world? The sunlight shone down again, and Meng Yanxi lowered his eyes. "I want to let her go, not to bind her too much. Maybe she doesn't really belong to this world. This isn't a secret. Everyone who needs to know already does," Qin Wang said, reaching out to put his hand on his shoulder and gently patting it. "She's so special all because of this. Plus, she's unique, impossible to copy. What we need to do is work harder in this world, climb higher, and become their support." Meng Yanxi immediately perked up. "You're right." Meng Qianqian took a plane to her destination. Meng Yanxi didn't come with her. She was accompanied by Long Chan. "Little uncle, don't worry. I definitely won't be in trouble. Actually, it's you. I can smell the blood on you. Don't think that just because I gave you the best things, you can do whatever you want. People can unite, but heroism is not good. If you can't win, it's okay to run away. Do you understand?" Meng Yanxi didn't expect her niece to scold her. She joked, "Qianqian, I have a reward for you. You'll see it when you get there." Before she finished speaking, Qianqian hung up the phone. The time was coming. Qianqian turned back and looked quietly at Long Chan. Her whole presence changed, and her tone became more serious than ever. "I'm coming back now, and there's no time difference. No matter where I am, I won't be in danger anymore. To be clear, I have no weaknesses. My weakness is my family. And you, the only thing you can control, is my uncle. I can choose to stay in this world, or give up my uncle. But can you? Can you give up the wealth you hold in your hands?" Long Chan's brow twitched. She had monitoring devices on her. It wasn't just her watching Meng Qianqian leave, but many people. Long Chan opened her mouth. Qianqian raised her hand, interrupting her. "The farm's effects are still the same, not improving, right? Do you want to know why?" She was very dissatisfied, very angry. So much grain, exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio. Some even told her to see things from the perspective of the people in this world. The grain she brought back could enhance supernatural abilities and improve physical functions. It wasn't something ordinary rice could do. Yet, those people shamelessly only offered a 1-to-1 exchange. And they boldly said, "It's just to fill their stomachs." The grain we give is fresh and can fill their stomachs.
Why not? Also, how much have we provided for them?
Special laboratories, mechanical equipment, paving materials, and tools. They listed a bunch of things. As if ancient people were freeloaders. As if they had given nothing. Qianqian's eyes were cold, but she didn't say anything. She had it all in her heart. Ancient people weren't fools. They trusted her, suffered losses, but gained benefits. This was supposed to be a mutually beneficial thing. But now, it all seemed like they were giving for free, while the ancient people were just beggars who only took. They seemed to have forgotten that without the efforts of ancient people, only overwhelming darkness would greet them. Since they are well prepared, they must face whatever comes. Long Chan also has no choice. With the chief in the hospital and Meng Yanxi leaving early, in just 3 days, everything changed dramatically. Everything was different now. The young girl in front of them also revealed her true temper and personality. She has never been a weak girl without brains. If she were, how could she have influenced the Great Qing territory? How could she have reached into the palace and pushed the emperor toward ruin? Madam, are you not afraid of divine punishment for doing this? Su Zixing's eyes are clear and honest. Over more than half a year of training, he has grown quickly. Changing history's course will inevitably cause many deaths. Do you think 10 years is better than 4? Meng Qianqian admits her heart has grown colder. The common people don't want to suffer even a day, but they have to endure this hardship for 10 years or more. I caused the fall of the Great Qing, but if the emperor in power is a kind ruler who loves his people, he only wants to change the land and let the people eat well and stay warm. Why can't I speed up this process? He even strongly agrees. Su Zixing bows and kneels, offering a deep bow. Madam, please don't be angry. Zixing will do his best to assist you and help you achieve your wish as soon as possible. The Great Qing's lifespan is not yet over. But Emperor Qingyang plans to personally lead the army. Su Zixing's pupils shrink. Emperor Qingyang? He kneels on the ground, finally understanding why his lady made such a choice. Now, several counties, including Yuzhong, are suffering from floods. Yet the emperor still plans to personally lead the army. Does he not know? No, he knows, but he doesn't care. He is emperor, yes, but emperors have their channels. He knew about the flood's arrival long before anyone else. Why then does he still want to fight some pointless war with Goguryeo? Meng Qianqian is truly furious. It's all because he doesn't care about the people at all, doesn't care if they live or die. Meng Qianqian sits quietly in her chair, watching Su Zixing kneel on the ground. In the following days, Su Zixing and his trusted aides from his clan were all busy being commanded around by Meng Qianqian. I am only here for 7 days. After that, I will leave on my own. The rest depends on you. Meng Qianqian brought them here to help guard the border. In Lingnan, they can harvest twice a year. It's a good chance to quickly build strength. The army in Lingnan stays at the border and rarely leaves, even during internal conflicts. Meng Qianqian wants to gather these people early. She says, send people to farm these lands. Here are seeds and ways to make fertilizer. Also, these are plans for village layouts and other measures. She hands him a simple wooden bead. Su Zixing, drip blood on it. Su Zixing doesn't understand, but he listens to Meng Qianqian. He is finger, and drops blood on the bead. Meng Qianqian feels a faint connection. She can easily destroy this object. Without her saying a word, Su Zixing's eyes widen in shock. Inside is 5 years' worth of good seeds. Enough for you, Meng Qianqian says, without explaining. You can also put a letter inside, and I can communicate with you through this bead. I will send you what you need via this. The time limit is 5 years. Su Zixing, I can give you this, take it back, or destroy it remotely. Your life and death are just a thought away. In urgent times, tough measures are needed. Meng Qianqian doesn't fully trust him, so she adds some control. It's good for everyone and makes things easier. If you refuse, I can take it back, she says, reaching out to retrieve the bead when he doesn't respond.
Su Zixing Sudan.
My lord, don't worry. I will protect Lingnan for you. Thank you for your effort. Meng Qianqian helps him up. After he sits down, she calmly says, "Don't worry about supplies. I will send pigs, chickens, and other livestock. There's enough silk and cloth to help you control the locals." As she speaks, she places various good things on the table. If there's no space, they go on the ground. Su Zizheng opens the packages. Meng Qianqian says softly, "These are all you need. You can raise your soldiers and take over this land. If you can't do it, I will send others." This is a huge opportunity. Su Zizheng comes from a poor family and can't compare to noble children. He also has big ambitions and wants to raise his family status, hoping that his brothers and descendants will enjoy wealth and happiness. "Rest assured, Zizheng will definitely succeed," he said confidently. He then cupped his hands and said, "Please, lady, send a letter to Zizheng's family." Meng Qianqian left during the night. The next morning, the letter was received. She did not read Zizheng's family letter, but flew away directly. Her whereabouts were not a secret. However, Long Chan could only see her once, and without even speaking, Meng Qianqian had already boarded the plane. After landing, she hid away and refused to communicate for 7 days. Did she buy a lot of grain from the common people? Long Chan asked during a remote video call. Yes, she took everything, the person replied. There are also many vegetables and other daily necessities. She didn't take any plastic items. Anything that could pollute the environment she avoided. She bought grain, vegetables, and meat wherever she went. Money in her account kept flowing out. The man on the video looked grim and asked, "Why can't we freeze her account?" A middle-aged woman, with neatly styled hair and dressed in a black velvet qipao, looked up calmly and said, "And the reason? She's just a young girl, but she's not someone to be easily manipulated. Do you not see the situation clearly now? Previously, some suggested closely monitoring her, but look, can you really keep track? The farm's output has become a healthy cycle. Everyone is used to it. Plus, she has done many good deeds, saving many critically ill people. Now, everyone knows Meng Qianqian." Some people only realized later that everything had a clear pattern. Meng Yanxi had already prepared a way out for Meng Qianqian. She was not just a girl with no background, but a shining light in many people's hearts. She can't be wandering outside now. She must stay within our control. Does she realize how much trouble her actions could cause us? The middle-aged man looked upset. The elegant middle-aged woman looked at him with a stern gaze. The last person who dared to act recklessly had already compromised. They didn't expect another one to come along. When will these foolish, greedy people ever wake up? Lock her account, and she'll just hide. If she hides, will she stop contacting Meng Yanxi? Is Meng Yanxi someone easy to deal with? Have you forgotten? Meng Qianqian is not an ordinary person. She is more than just a savior. Even without that connection, she is someone we can't control. Her mother is Meng Zining. The elegant middle-aged woman smiled politely, but her words were quite harsh. What are you? Still dreaming of controlling the savior? Have you forgotten your place? Spending so many years in high positions, have you forgotten you're still just a person? Do you really think Meng Qianqian is begging you? And you come up with such a stupid idea, freezing her account? Are you worried she won't go abroad? Even if she's in the country, as long as she has something to exchange, how many people would willingly give her supplies? The elegant middle-aged woman looked at the men with their faces turning pale, feeling very disdainful and secretly sneering.
Who are they showing this attitude to?
They think their annoyed expressions will make Meng Qianqian see and soften her heart. Their faces are really bold. She's not short of money. She's capable. There are plenty of rich people willing to give her money. Freezing her account? That's a stupid idea. If you all had the ability, you would freeze everyone's bank accounts. Only then could you fully control the resources. The woman scolded everyone sharply. It was very rude. Someone unwillingly said, "She needs advanced technology, and we have it. She will need us. With money, anything is possible. She's in an ancient place, not in a high-tech era, not even modern. She can't have small, high-tech nuclear devices, but she can use ordinary ones. She's not without money or capital. Can you lose everything she brings? Can you bear the loss? If something happens to her, can your supernatural team handle it? The woman threw out cruel questions, leaving those high and mighty men speechless. Compromise is the only way. There's no other solution. Don't treat her like an ordinary girl. Elevate her status again and again. The woman didn't say it too clearly, but everyone understood. Back then, with Meng Xining's situation, you should have known. The lessons from the past are right here, yet they still foolishly try to control her daughter. I really don't understand if you have lost your mind after years of holding high positions, or if you're just used to feeling superior and in control, ignoring everyone else. After the woman finished her harsh words, she stood up and left. When she stepped out, she glanced at Long Chan, who was nervously watching her. She nodded slightly, and Long Chan quickly followed. You are her bodyguard. Your job isn't to spy on her, but to protect her. Long Chan, she carries an important mission. People with bad intentions will definitely target her. Don't let her reveal her true identity to the public. You need to protect her closely. After speaking, the woman said, seriously, understood. Long Chan turned to leave, but suddenly, the woman called her back. Xiao Chan, wait a moment. Is there something else, Annie? Long Chan turned around and stood in front of Long Jinghua. Long Jinghua took out a card and handed it over. If something unexpected happens outside, use this card. Sometimes I can't contact you in time. With this, you can communicate smoothly from anywhere. It was a very special card. Whoever had this card could go anywhere within the country and even mobilize the military if needed. But only up to 3 people could have this card. And the identities of these 10 people were kept absolutely secret.
Auntie.
Long Chan was stunned. Long Jinghua smiled gently. Don't worry, Auntie is on your side, always. She had once been helped by Meng Xining, and she was making decisions from the perspective of the country and the people. Meng Xining was a bit selfish, but her daughter was selfless. She had good eyes and could see clearly. That young girl had a pure heart. She just didn't want to hurt a little girl. I'm leaving, Auntie. Go ahead, stay safe.
I know.
Long Chan hurried away. If she didn't go quickly, she was worried Meng Qianqian might have problems next time she appeared. Meng Qianqian returned to modern times again. Seeing Long Chan, she wasn't surprised at all. Long Chan, worried she might hide from her, directly handed her the card. This card is one of only 3 in the whole country. You can use it to go to any department and get anything you need. Even in the highest level laboratories, you can still go there. The things you want to do cannot be stopped by anyone, and no one can block you. Comrades Long Jinghua, and I will be your strong support. Meng Qianqian understood Long Chan's meaning. She took the card and sincerely thanked her. Thank you. It's us who should be thanking you, Long Chan said, pointing at the helicopter. Where are you going this time? I can take you directly there. Meng Qianqian was not polite and told her the location. She was heading to a county town. After landing, she would need to transfer by car, which would be quite troublesome. With the helicopter, the trip would be much faster. Upon arriving at the destination, Meng Qianqian went straight to the largest warehouse in the area. She saw the items inside and, without hesitation, packed them into the storage space. Long Chan saw this but said nothing. She knew that Meng Qianqian had already arranged everything before she left last time. Because of the distance, she couldn't come directly last time, so she simply planned for both trips at once. When she went to the ancient world next time, everything would be ready. She could also check carefully to make sure nothing was missed and prepare what was needed for the next visit. This was not just thinking ahead, it was planning 2 steps in advance. Long Chan was surprised to find that her progress was very rapid. Truly frightening genes. Initially, Meng Xining was like that, Meng Yanxi was like that, and now Meng Qianqian was even more so. Do you need to buy anything else? Just materials for paving. No need for anything else, just asphalt or cement will do, Meng Qianqian asked. Can you prepare enough? Long Chan felt a slight pressure from Meng Qianqian and was a bit surprised inside. She honestly replied, We've already contacted someone. If you need it, it can be delivered within 3 days. More is better. Whatever you need, just tell us, Meng Qianqian said openly, clearly stating her prices and making sure she wouldn't take advantage. Long Chan didn't refuse. She handed over a list. Meng Qianqian took it, looked at it, and after a moment of silence said, "These items are not a problem. Thank you." Long Chan also politely responded. This perfect social distance kept Meng Qianqian free from emotional worries. She didn't want any emotional entanglements. Profit was profit. As long as everyone's goals were aligned and the prices were clear, she felt more at ease. Meng Qianqian plans to lay the groundwork, mainly to develop secretly. The southern region is very poor, and the people are suffering greatly. It is very difficult to send messages out. Such a remote place, many people are unwilling to come here. The current emperor also considers this place a wasteland. When Meng Qianqian learned of the emperor's attitude, she naturally instructed Su Zizheng and others to develop quietly. Meng Qianqian, carrying plenty of supplies, disappeared in front of Long Chan. She saw the tired and dusty Su Shangxi. When Su Shangxi saw Meng Qianqian, he immediately knelt down to salute. Meng Qianqian was used to this. She spoke softly, "Please get up quickly." Su Shangxi stood up and sat down. Meng Qianqian handed him a crystal core. Su Shangxi ignored it, pricked his finger with a needle, and let his blood drop. Suddenly, he saw something astonishing. "All these things are prepared for you. They're meant to help build the road. The remaining good seeds are for farming. I want you to open up roads across the entire southern region within 2 years. Completely develop this place." She fully entrusted this area to the Su family. Whether the Su family would become a local powerful family and take over as rulers depends on the emperor's ability. That is not her concern. Also, Xi's military power. Su Shangxi was surprised. He is Su Zizheng's second uncle and older than Su Zizheng. Hearing this, he stared blankly at Meng Qianqian, but she looked at him calmly. "What?" "Su Qing can't do it." Su Shangxi understood clearly. If he dared say he couldn't do it, the Su family would lose this chance entirely. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Next, whatever is missing, just use crystal cores to contact. Put the items in, and I will receive the message. I will provide everything you need." "Su Qing, don't let me down." Meng Qianqian's trust in Su Shangxi is not absolute. She now controls his life and death. But can she travel between 2 worlds without wonder? Isn't it extraordinary that their world crosses into the apocalypse? The consciousness of the world in the apocalypse can save itself. She is a bit special with a big advantage, so it's not surprising. Meng Qianqian accepted this very naturally. She doesn't require her subordinates to be loyal to her, as long as they do their jobs well. The people here need enough food and warm clothing. Additionally, you need to train a strong army to defend against enemies and support Central Plains. Whether the Su family will leave a lasting mark in history depends on your performance. Meng Qianqian stayed here for 7 days. She brought several plans and many solutions, adapting to local conditions, and shared her experience of governance with Su Shangxi. Su Shangxi saw the thick stack of papers and was stunned. "This is a dictionary, and these are pinyin. I will teach you, and you can learn the rest on your own. In about a year or so, someone will come to find you, and they will set up a school here." Meng Qianqian wants to preserve local culture and customs while also spreading pinyin and simplified characters. As for traditional characters, they are essential to learn. Good ones should be kept, and modern, convenient ones should also be learned. After Meng Qianqian left, Su Shangxi spent every day memorizing the dictionary. He had no choice. He needed to memorize it so he could learn more efficiently. They are all smart people. Meng Qianqian returned to the modern world. Long Chan just saw her suddenly change into a different outfit. It was old-fashioned and full of charm. She was starting to look more and more like someone from ancient times. Next destination, Meng Qianqian didn't stop and told Long Chan immediately that they were heading to the next place. "We will fly by helicopter to the airport. The private plane is already there, and the flight plan has been approved in advance." Long Chan's words caught Meng Qianqian's attention. The moment Meng Qianqian saw Long Chan, she felt a shock. "How do you know I want to visit Jiaodong County?" Meng Qianqian narrowed her eyes dangerously. The pressure from that look was unlike her at all. Long Chan was startled but kept a calm face. "We've already applied for all the flight routes in advance." Meng Qianqian's aura faded and she said calmly, No wonder it's a country with a will of its own. Nothing could compare to her independence now. Even Meng Yanxi had returned and didn't show himself. Long Chan understood what that meant. The farm was now managed by Meng Yanxi, who had expelled many people. They weren't allowed to buy anything, and he had given many ordinary wealthy people more opportunities, especially the common people. Someone went to find Meng Yanxi, who sneered and said indifferently, "This belongs to us. We can handle it however we want. You have no right to interfere. We can take back the land," the man said angrily. Meng Yanxi was confident and fearless. He looked at the fool in front of him and didn't even want to say another word. These people probably think that only this pasture can raise those cattle and sheep, right? The reason this pasture is so special is entirely because of Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian wants to move the magical pasture somewhere else, and these people can't stop her. Even now, they still don't see the truth clearly. It just shows how useless these fools are. When the old leader was hospitalized, the clowns below jumped up. They probably think he's afraid of them. Meng Yanxi didn't bother with these people anymore and didn't want to argue with them. He was here because this place is his home. The workers on the pasture still get paid, but entry is now more strictly controlled, especially for those who think they are important. One by one, they were told to get lost. Meng Yanxi's phone rang. He looked down, smiled, and stood up to go outside. "Qianqian, don't be afraid. Your uncle is here. No one dares to hurt you, and no one can." When Meng Qianqian heard this, her eyes turned red. She almost cried. She blinked and forced a smile. "Little uncle, you're so bossy." "Bossy?" "Just to that extent," Meng Yanxi said with some dissatisfaction. Meng Qianqian thought carefully and said, "You're even better than the big bosses in Beijing." "Of course. They're just kids, relying on their family power to do whatever they want. Your little uncle here relies on real skills, standing taller than any of those big bosses' grandfathers. If I were like them, that would be a failure." Meng Yanxi said this on purpose to lighten the mood. Meng Qianqian understood and cooperated well. "Qianqian, are you facing any difficulties? Are you feeling wronged?" Meng Yanxi's words almost made her cry again. Meng Qianqian almost couldn't hold back. She pretended to be relaxed and said, "Who would feel wronged? I know my little uncle won't let those people go easily, so I treat them very sternly. Little uncle, don't worry, I won't let myself be wronged. That's good. Don't worry about people giving you a hard time. Of course, being cautious is right." Meng Yanxi's tone was very calm, but the words he spoke carried a sharp edge. "Brother-in-law, you're really bossy." Meng Yanxi chuckled softly. "I'm not bossy. Who else will protect you? Trust me, trust the country. The country will deal with some troublemakers." Meng Yanxi was revealing his true intentions to Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up. "Of course it's true. When there's a result, I'll tell you," Meng Yanxi asked cautiously. Meng Qianqian happily nodded. Okay, they chatted a bit more about family matters before hanging up. Meng Yanxi almost crushed his phone in frustration. He looked down, and a new phone was handed to him. He frowned and asked Qin Wang, "What does this mean?" "What does it mean?" "It means you can smash your phone to vent your anger. A new phone is ready for you, so your niece can call anytime," Qin Wang explained calmly. Meng Yanxi, he really was encouraging bad behavior. "Our family is quite wealthy, so we can spend freely. My niece's money isn't enough? I have some, and my parents' savings can also be used." "We don't mind," Qin Wang said without hiding anything. Meng Yanxi kicked him. "You can't trust a liar. We're not short of money. Do you think we are? Just the things Qianqian secretly sent to the ranch are enough for her to spend alone. Later, you can catch a sheep and take it home." Qin Wang still refused coolly. "Why not?" Meng Yanxi asked suspiciously. Qin Wang whispered, "Eating too much mutton can cause a stomach ache. I don't need this right now, right? What does it matter if he needs it or not?" Meng Yanxi was so angry, he kicked him twice more. Meanwhile, Meng Qianqian boarded the plane and started to rest. She had been working hard in ancient times, burning the midnight oil, and now she was back, planning to rest. She didn't take her own comfort for granted. Long Chan felt sorry for her and immediately arranged logistics so Meng Qianqian could rest without worries. Whatever she wanted, someone would prepare it right away. After getting off the plane and arriving at her place, Meng Qianqian looked at her instructions and sent out commands one after another. People quickly prepared everything within the specified time. She couldn't help but sigh. Having connections really makes things easier, Long Chan. She had to admit that since Meng Yanxi returned, everything had changed. Those troublemakers had all been dealt with by Meng Yanxi. There are no more foolish people acting recklessly now. Everyone is waiting patiently to serve Meng Qianqian. The machine is ready. Do you want to go take a look? Just as Meng Qianqian opened her eyes, Long Chan arrived. Meng Qianqian nodded and said, yes. She was eating breakfast in the car when she arrived at the warehouse. Seeing the things prepared for her, she was very pleased. After learning how to use them, she stored the machine away. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Meng Qianqian rested very well during these days. Holding a cup of coffee, she smiled and said, these are my lifesavers. Please thank the Science Academy for me. The coffee machine works very well. The coffee beans are also very good. I like them very much. Long Chan smiled for the first time and replied, thank you for your appreciation. Meng Qianqian waved her hand, and she disappeared instantly. When she opened her eyes again, Meng Qianqian was in an unfamiliar place. She held a white porcelain cup, feeling the coolness of the night, and looked up at the stars in the sky. After a moment of reflection, she headed toward her destination. She stood in front of the county office and knocked on the door. After a long while, an old man's voice came from inside. Who is it? I am looking for Yan Hongjun. Please let him know. My surname is Meng. The door suddenly opened. The old man, wrapped in a robe, saw the woman outside. He stared at her stunningly beautiful face, then quickly looked away and respectfully said, Madam, please come in. The master has given orders. I suppose you will come at night, so I must not be negligent.